Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to our commission meeting. Got a full agenda, so let's get started right away. I'll turn to our city clerk, Raphael. Do we have any instructions?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. During this hybrid commission meeting, the city commission is physically present in the commission chamber at Miami Beach City Hall, 1700 Convention Center Drive, 3rd floor. The public may participate and attend the meeting virtually. However, members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comment in person may appear at the commission chamber. To participate or provide comment virtually during the commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device at zoom.us or by telephone. The local number is 305-224-1968. Again, 305-224-1968. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71 813-978-576-71. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app or press *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and good morning to all my colleagues and city administration. Let's do the invocation. I'm going to ask Omi Larenis, the chaplain from the Miami Beach Police Department, to provide. Oh, good morning. I got to hear you on Sunday at the block party.
That was awesome. It was a great time together.
Yes, please come up.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. If we can rise for a moment of prayer. Heavenly Father, we're so thankful for this evening, this day that you've given us today. We're so thankful that we can voice our opinions and ideas to make our community a better one. We just want you to, we ask you for peace. Father God, we ask you for peace of mind to be able to bring the best of the best to the city of Miami Beach. Be with each and every family that is here. Be with all of our council and our commissioners and mayors, Father God, that you would give them peace of mind, discernment, Father God, for what is better for our community. Father God, that each individual that's here would be heard from their heart. It's in your name that I pray. Amen.
Thank you for your words of inspiration. We can do the Pledge of Allegiance. This is the best part. I get to surprise people who I'm going to call. Brad Kane, our sanitation director and interim public works director. Come on up. Just start it off, and we'll go with you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brad, great job. If anybody needs a heads up before I call on them for future meetings, just let me know. Let's start the Sutnick Hour.
Okay.
Ms. Rudd, go ahead, please.
Good morning to all of you. What a wonderfully beautiful day. And I would like to put a smile on all your faces because you certainly deserve it. But I'm here in particular as coordinator and vice president of Bell Plaza Condominium and coordinator of our lecture series. And I would like to commend those who participated already because they did an extraordinary job. Alex Fernandez, who expressed a vision for the city, so inspiring that our residents asked him to run for President of the United States. So thank you, Alex. And Commissioner Kristen Rosen-Gonzalez, who spoke about the projects the city is undertaking that many of our residents were unaware of. So thank you, Kristen. I also want to note that Commissioner Minor will be at Bell Plaza in January doing a lecture for Bell Plaza, and so will Commissioner Dominguez. And a great shout out also to the wonderful lecture that our Fire Chief Digna Abello did for us, explaining all the things she's in charge of for our city that residents were unaware of, and all the training our fire department and she has had to go through. So again, thank you all. You are to be commended for your vision, your work, and your responsibility towards the residents of this city. And that's why our city is a great place to live, work, and play.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go next.
All right,
Mr.
I'm
Rugg.
Gary Rugg. It's a little difficult to work against my competition here, but she does a great job.
We noticed you went second.
That's right. I'm here to speak about Deborah Martineau, who put on another event this past Sunday with a block party. It was, again, another success. Last year, she did it on 41st Street. The year before, on the Flamingo Park. The music, the dancing, the food that was given out, the children that got bicycle helmets, the opportunity. I think I even saw the mayor dancing at one point.
Not true. Not true.
Deborah is the unique person. She gets this team together, and they all work and put it together, and I'd like to make sure that they are recognized for their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. It was an outstanding event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to go virtually this time. Our first speaker virtually is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. I'm calling to oppose one item on the agenda and to support 4 of them. I oppose an item that would incentivize municipal employees' travel to and potential complicity in the actions of a genocide-indicted foreign regime.
Let you finish and then I'll comment.
Of C4E, and I want to thank Commissioner Magazine for his proposal to decrease sidewalk clutter. This is an issue that has come up in my neighborhood. People find it difficult to get by with grocery schleppers, with children's perambulators, in wheelchairs and such. I also want to support C7X and thank Commissioner Dominguez for her item that would incentivize commercial businesses compost collection. In addition, Commissioner Bach has item C4M, a planning board referral regarding porous pavements for parking lots and driveways. This is a subject of much discussion, or was recently at Sustainability Committee, whether or not these are in fact environmentally beneficial as would appear, or whether they concentrate pollutants. So we are supportive of this, and we look forward to seeing the outcome of studies on that subject by the city. Finally, the committee has passed an item that is before you as an LTC, though not as a legislative item yet, where we encourage legislation that would prohibit retail businesses from having their doors propped open when they have their air conditioner on. This in light of Miami-Dade County's upcoming greenhouse gas emissions proposal. They have, I've been informed, taken over our committee's modest proposal that Commissioner Dominguez had before you. We envision an education campaign. Thank you.
I'm just gonna comment, and the reason why I comment every time when some callers, and luckily it's the vast minority, make a comment about genocide in Israel, it's such an anti-Semitic trope, racist. It's hateful, and I can't let it go. Some people say just let it go, don't comment. I'm like, I wouldn't let it go for any other group of people, and I'm certainly not going to let it go, especially in this environment that we face in our country and the world against Israel right now. It could not be farther from the truth. You know what? It's literally taking something. You have Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist groups have vowed, it's in their charter, to destroy the state of Israel. That's genocide. Israel, that has Arabs, Muslims, Christians, every group of people that can demonstrate, protest, and celebrate freely in their country, that is not genocide. Israel is defending its people, all of its people. And I'll mention one story that got so little media attention. Israel went in, sent its Jewish IDF soldiers to save a Muslim hostage. And at least I can find, every headline that I could find except one said Israel in a daring rescue mission saves Israeli citizen. Only the Wall Street Journal wrote, saved a Muslim Israeli citizen. That's not genocide. So that's why I'm going to continue to comment. I'm not going to allow anti-Semitic statements to be made without being countered.
Mr. Novick. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Mitch Novick. Senate Bill 718 passed last year, preempting and nullifying our protections in the city charter, requiring a referendum to increase FAR needs to be challenged. You all made promises to curb overdevelopment and density on Miami Beach. The former city attorney's June 2023 memorandum advising against challenging state preemptions has raised concerns, especially given his current employment with a prominent pro-development law firm here in South Florida. The key issues are protecting Miami Beach's home rule and zoning rights, preventing overdevelopment and preserving community character, ensuring residents have a say in the city's destiny. My call to action is to reevaluate the stance on challenging state preemptions and take proactive measures to safeguard zoning rights before the statute of limitations expires. We all know about the Deauville and the West Avenue projects. This month's Land Use Committee meeting was a spectacle of developers salivating at the prospecting of bulldozing our community. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Alicia Casanova. Ms. Casanova, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Alicia Casanova. I'm here representing the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association. The MBNA fully supports Commissioner Fernandez's C7Q resolution regarding the completion of the pedestrian pathway on Indian Creek Drive south of the 28th Street pedestrian bridge. We urge for the city to do everything possible to negotiate with the property owner of the 2811 outlot parcel, or if that's not effective, to pursue the eminent domain option as soon as possible so that a continuous pedestrian pathway can be constructed in that gap of the ICD pathway. The MBNA will also continue advocating for the remainder gaps in the path to be completed so that users can walk the entire stretch of this great mid-beach amenity without encountering several inconvenient interruptions. The MBNA also supports C4R, Commissioner Fernandez's referral regarding dividing Area 2 into 2 zones, east and west of Indian Creek. We also support Commissioner Suarez's R5J ordinance regarding commercial vessel hours of operations at privately owned marinas and marine facilities, and agree with MBU's concern regarding eco-tour vessels. Thank you very much and hope you have a great session today.
Thank you. Next, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi there, I'm Rick Willing of Census Gatso. My address is 1411 Jason Court in Bartlett, Illinois. Census Gatso is a provider of automated traffic enforcement products and services. We are one of the vendors that responded to your request for proposals for automated school zone enforcement. Before you today is an agenda item to ratify the vendor selection for your program. Unfortunately, it is not Census Gatso. I am pleased to share that 3 of the 4 evaluators rated us the best vendor in the procurement process. With all due respect to the procurement department and city manager, we believe that our overall proposal provided both the best economic and community value to the city of Miami Beach. Our proposal provides local investment in the community and the economy. Our plan is to have an operations center in the city, staffed by local residents, providing support and customer service to your program. The proposal also provides for the best value to the city in regards to the program expenses and revenue. Our pricing was the lowest offered and maximizes the revenue retained by the city. Our offer did not include a pass-through cost to the city for the issuance of the certified mailings for the uniform traffic citation like other vendors. Using the survey data provided by the city, we have calculated those pass-through costs to the city would total over $1.2 million over the term of the contract. We also proposed a no-cost
reminder notice for violators before the issuance of the and inconvenience of the UTC. Our experience is that this reminder notice can increase your payment rates by approximately 10%. From an implementation perspective, we are committed to the installation of your proposed systems in 30 days after receipt of the FDOT permits. For these reasons, I respectfully request additional consideration of our proposal to ensure that you are selecting a vendor that intends to provide the best value to the city's school zone safety program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Jeff Cinnamon. Mr. Cinnamon, you have 2 minutes. Please state your full name and address.
Good morning, Jeff Cinnamon, 1624 Bay Drive, Miami Beach, Florida. Section 70-67, which is a complete prohibition of pedal-assist electric bicycles on the beach walk, violate the Americans with Disability Act. Section 70.66 specifically defines the city's beach walk and bay walk as bicycle paths. Since non-electric bicycles, electric roller skates, inline skates, skateboards, and occasionally joggers go faster than me and some others on pedal assist bicycles, a complete prohibition on pedal assist electric bikes has no rational basis. The city is not making reasonable accommodations for persons with disabilities, and therefore Section 70-67's complete prohibition of pedal assist electric bikes on the beach walk violate the American with Disability Act. While running for city commission, I fell off the back of a elevated platform, tore my knee, and now require a pedal assist bike to be able to bicycle. Section 70-67A only permits skateboarding, roller skating, and inline skating to operate in any motorized vehicle means of transportation or bicycles on Lincoln Road Mall between 2 a.m. and 9 a.m. May I suggest a pilot program permitting pedal assist electric bikes on the beach walk during a similar time when very few people are using the beach walk between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. with a maximum speed limit for pedal assist bikes of 15 miles an hour, which is slower than a school zone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please state your name, address.
Good morning, mayors and commissioners. Les Pantene, 300 Sevilla Avenue, representing Census Gatso USA. Won't repeat what Rick said, but we just asked the item be pulled for further discussion, and my colleague Diana Mendez is here to speak about the previously filed bid protest if you have any questions. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Amanda. Amanda, state your full name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Amanda Fisher, Miami, Florida. I'm also a Jewish person, so I really listen to your perspective, Mayor. And I take deep offense at the suggestion that opposing Resolution C7 is anti-Semitic. It's not anti-Semitic to demand justice, to speak out against the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. You often speak of your duty to stand against ethnic cleansing and to honor the Jewish people who suffered so horrifically during the Holocaust. If only people would have spoken up for our ancestors the way we're trying to do today. By supporting this resolution, you are aligning yourself with the very behavior that you claim to condemn. This is the active persecution and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. This resolution is not just a misuse of our city's resources, it's also a complete moral failure. It proposes sending our firefighters and paramedics desperately needed here to support a state that is already one of the most militarized and protected in the world, acting with complete impunity. This is a hypocrisy and a travesty. It would shame the memory of our Holocaust survivors who fought for the principle of never again. And supporting this resolution dishonors those values. Meanwhile, you're leaving Miami Beach residents behind. They face housing crises, underfunded healthcare, and overburdened emergency services. So why are we redirecting public resources to a nation already backed by billions of US dollars, millions of Miami Beach dollars, instead of addressing the dire needs of our community here? This resolution perpetuates violence and injustice abroad while failing the people you were elected to serve. It's redundant because you've already been doing it, immoral, and out of touch with the priorities of your residents. I urge you all to vote no on this resolution and to protect our resources, our values, and our city. Thank you.
So the firefighters would be volunteering. The payments would be donations to the city, just as it was the first trip the firefighters took. Interestingly, I was approached by firefighters to return and potentially increase the number of firefighters that went. So this came from them. And we work on many things. We have an incredible commission here, very resident focused, including myself. We have many, many items on the agenda, and obviously we're focused on our residents, but I actually could not think of too many things that are more ethical and moral than doing exactly this, sending our firefighters to defend citizens who are spreading freedom and democracy wherever they can in the Middle East and throughout the world.
Mr. Mayor?
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
And since the topic of housing and the needs of our community was brought up as a champion of tenants' rights, as someone that has items on this agenda on fair notice for tenants, on fair approval processes for tenants, on notices to tenants on changes of use through development for their properties, I fully support this item. I don't think this item takes away from our residents. I think it conveys the values of our residents, who are very supportive of the democratic efforts in Israel. They are our ally, and it's our responsibility to support them and the great ties between our city and Israel. And I also want to mention that the Housing Authority of the City of Miami Beach has over 2,578 housing choice vouchers that they have leased out as of October 11, 2024. So we are very focused on the housing needs, and we will continue to be focused on the housing needs of our residents, because this does not take away from that. It highlights our compassionate values.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Go ahead, please. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Doug Touche, 928 Pennsylvania Avenue. Good morning, Mayor and City Council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I couldn't think of a better way to start my birthday than by attending this meeting and advocating for meaningful change in our community. I'm here not just as a concerned resident, but as someone who deeply loves this city. Miami Beach is a place of extraordinary beauty and a vibrant culture, and I'm grateful for the positive momentum we've seen, from innovative sustainability initiatives to community building events that showcase the best of who we are. But even as we celebrate these successes, we cannot ignore the serious challenges facing condo owners in our city. The lack of oversight for HOA boards and property management companies has created unsafe living conditions, delayed critical maintenance, and contributed to financial mismanagement. These issues not only endanger residents, but also undermine property values and the trust in our housing market. Many condo owners feel trapped in a system that prioritizes the interest of the few over the safety and well-being of the community. Boards delay essential repairs, ignore city ordinances, and make financial decisions with little to no transparency. Property management companies often fail to address these concerns and sometimes even exacerbate the issues with complacency or negligence. This is an opportunity for Miami Beach to lead. We can ensure that our city's housing standards reflect the excellence we strive for. To that end, I respectfully recommend the following actions. 1, establish an oversight mechanism to monitor HOA boards and property management companies, including mandatory compliance checks and financial audits. 2, create a dedicated hotline or office where residents can report misconduct with protections in place for whistleblowers. 3, set clear consequences for HOA boards or management companies that fail to meet standards such as fines, license suspensions, or other penalties. Yeah.
You need another 30 seconds?
Could I?
Yeah.
Require transparency tools such as public access to HOA minutes, budgets, repair schedule, and contractor bids to ensure accountability. There's a variety of others, but I know this council is committed to making Miami Beach a place where every resident feels safe and proud to live. And together we can turn these challenges into opportunities to strengthen our community and protect our shared future. With that being said, Mr. Mayor and others, I would love to understand next steps that we can take in this regard.
Yeah, happy to meet.
Yeah.
Set up a meeting and sit down one-on-one. And happy birthday.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I actually have an item that's traveling through the system in committee right now that would require all property managers to take this 2-hour course. And that's really important because what's happening is they're going in front of the special master after all of these citations and they're saying, we didn't know. So we are working proactively on this to kind of help associations along. As you know, it's really Florida law. But I think that this course might go a long way in holding the property management companies and the associations that are employing them in check. It's not enough, I know, but you know, we're trying.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take you up on the offer. And Ms. Gonzalez, you're so sweet. And I actually talked to your aide at one point, you know, because of these issues as I was facing. And, you know, even as I've had these conversations, the feedback is we can't do much. And then like I was referred to the Florida State Ombudsman, look, there's things that can be done. These are licensed entities in our city. And there's a variety of actions. I didn't even get through the list, but you know, I'm all ears and I'm happy to provide background on my situations as well as potential recommendations to, you know, remedy the situation.
Wonderful.
If you could step up, here's my card. You can reach out. Happy birthday. Hope you get to celebrate after this.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Lori Bacum. Lori, please, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. Lori Bacum here for Power Access and the South Beach Jazz Festival. David New and our Board of Directors, 1616 Michigan Avenue, Miami Beach 33139. I'm here today to ask for your support for R5AD, Commissioner Fernandez's item concerning city sponsorships for local nonprofits producing annual world-class events in our city. This would give the cash flow needed from city sponsorships potentially to be given when they're needed, which is during the week of the event when these items are paid for. This is very important to events like South Beach Jazz Festival, as all our artist fees, production fees are actually due the week of or day of show. And it would be very helpful for us, and I'm sure many other organizations in our category. Thank you for your time and support, and always supporting diversity and disability awareness and cultural activities in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please, state your name, address.
Yes, hi, Daniel Seraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. I'm here today to speak against R5AG, which is the understory proposal. It's actually written on here with kind of a misnomer understory requirements in single-family districts. What it really is a removal of a public process for our neighborhoods and our community. What I don't understand is, as someone that really appreciates a resident's right to know, why all the HOAs in the city were not alerted of this. I was shocked when I reached out to some HOAs who had no idea that this power would be stripped from them. I'm also, I have to say, equally shocked as I got here today and I've been waiting and I see on the screen a new presentation prepared by the sponsor that he wants to display today that none of us have seen. And I think it's really unfair the way that our planning board is being pressured to vote on this without the right input. I would ask this commission to please consider the public process that made our city this world-renowned destination and not to allow this sort of misinformation without public input. So I ask you today, either send it back to planning board or vote it down, vote it no, because it would be a removal of a very important process for residents. For those who don't know, understories are essentially homes that are built up quite a bit for resiliency purposes, and there's nothing wrong with that. What is wrong, though, would be removing the resident notification and the public hearing process. Now, I am aware that 2 or 3 developers that like to make their business in our single-family residential neighborhoods have been calling all of you nonstop and telling you to vote for this. So I had to come here and make it known that this is wrong. I hope people watching are going to also take note, and we need to make sure that we protect the residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Fred. Fred, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Fred Carlton, 1800 Sunset Harbor Drive, Miami Beach. So every election cycle, candidates pledge to be agents of change, promising to cut red tape and make government more efficient. We're here today to confront a policy that epitomizes unnecessary bureaucracy, whether to allow staff level approval for understory design or force taxpayers to endure expensive, time-consuming reviews by the Design Review Board. The decision should be simple. Understories are not 50-story skyscrapers. They are functional, straightforward features designed to enhance resiliency. The city itself commissioned a study endorsed by a consultant. Staff and this very commission recommended understories as a solution to sea level rise and other challenges forcing citizens to go before the DRB, something that they already entitled to do by right doesn't just waste time, it costs residents thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars in unnecessary delay. I spoke to Ms. Giller about why DRB review is required, and her justification for that was staff rubber stamps and checks boxes. This couldn't be further from the truth. Director Mooney confirmed that staff conducts thorough reviews, prepares detailed reports, and ensures compliance within the city's standards. The DRB is, in essence, a simple restating staff findings. So why are citizens required to face a board of non-experts when trained staff is fully qualified to make these decisions? Let me be clear, I have no understory request before the city. I'm here because the policy is absurd. No one would trust untrained individuals to make critical decisions about your home, your safety, or your finances. So why should we have untrained citizens forced to accept the architectural judgments from a board of non-professionals for something that staff already has approved? This is protecting rights, not preserving unnecessary boards. The commission voted to approve it.
Thank you
May
so
I
much.
have 30 seconds to finish?
Mayor? Yes.
Okay.
Just 5 more seconds, please.
I can't do it in 5, Mayor. I need 30 seconds. Can I have it?
30 seconds, you got it.
Thank you. The commission voted to approve understories as a forward-looking measure to address resiliency, and the genie is already out of the bottle. Many homes already have them. Yet current processes penalizes citizens. For me personally, it cost me over $400,000 to wait for the DRB to get to DRB. Imagine someone earning $150,000 and losing $50,000 in unnecessary delays. The argument that we must stop developers from abuse is irrelevant here. We are not talking about understory. We're talking about understories for single-family homes, not high-rise buildings. As you've heard today, the DRB was not even designed to review single-family homes. It's time to streamline the process, protect citizens' rights, and trust the expertise of staff. Let's end inefficiency, and your constituents deserve better.
Thank you so much. Who's next, please? State your name, address, and you have
Yes.
2 minutes.
Hi, good morning, Commissioner, Mayor, Commissioners, Blanca Villarello, 6484 Indian Creek Drive. I'm very happy I had the opportunity to go yesterday to the meeting regarding the coming Deauville project. It was very interesting, and I'm happy to be here in the early stages because we talk a lot about the building and everything that's going to be there. But the infrastructure in Mid-Miami Beach from 63rd to 72nd has been totally forgotten. I've been here before explaining the flooding in our building and everything that happens. And yesterday, everything I saw, it was regarding Collins Avenue, without thinking that Collins is only one way, it go up. They have to be concentrated as well in Indian Creek because that comes down. And if you will go there at peak hours between 72nd and 63rd, you will be how tremendous is the traffic. So I think these plans have to include traffic, infrastructure, and everything that will make the life of our residents on Indian Creek, which we are with double problem because we are on the intracoastal and then we have the ocean. So that would be a very important issue to make to the developers. And the other thing was what I said yesterday, you know, the flooding in that area is terrible. And especially this high tide was very bad. You know, last Thursday we were flooded again. So I think all these points have to be taken in consideration, and I would like to invite you to visit our property So you can see the problems we have. And finally, when the city built the seawall on the intracoastal, on the part between 63 and 64, they used part of our property to put heavy machinery. And they did a very big hole there that has never been fixed. So I will appreciate. Huh? Where was that? To the left of 64, between our building and the bridge, there is a park. And in the park, there is part of our property. So they use it and they make a big hole. And finally, still pending the change of the pole of FPL, which is really dangerous for our residents.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Jean Marie. Jean Marie, please state your name. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Jean Marie Echemendia, and I live on North Bay Road. I'm here to speak about the North Beach Pool and Garage Project. I'm a resident of Miami Beach for over 30 years. I'm a homeowner on the beach, and both my children so enjoyed the North Beach Community Center and the Scott Rako Youth Center throughout their young years. The city of Miami Beach should ask Ransom Everglades School in Coconut Grove who their pool contractor was and how much it cost. The Ransom Everglades Pool is the premier competition pool in the Southeast for water polo and swim competitions. And then the city should add the price of the garage to that. The Ransom Everglades competition pool should be the standard for the new Miami Beach Aquatic Center and garage. It is also raised with windows so spectators can see the swimmers through glass windows in the side of the pool during the events. I think a company that makes garages, and a company that makes pools, and perhaps it's more economical to do it like this. I've never heard of a 200-car garage costing $100 million to build, even if it has a pool attached to it. And Ransom can tell you how much their pool cost. This pool was built in the last 10 years, I believe. Schools from all over travel to Ransom Everglades for most of the swim and water polo competitions in the state. This should be the standard for the new North Beach Center pool so they can host these competitions as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please. State your name, address, you have 2 minutes.
Hello guys, my name is Yasmin Iman. I live on 851 Meridian Ave, and I'm here representing the youth and the young at heart. I've been living on Miami Beach since 3 years, and before that I lived 17 years in Spain and half a year in Brazil. I speak 8 languages and have a BA in marketing and communication. I'm here because I love what you have done with Miami Beach. When I tell people around the world I live on South Beach, what they relate that to is partying. And when I tell them, no, there's so much more than that. There are parks, there are activities, there's Muscle Beach, which, in case you don't know, that is one of the best and the only place in the world that offer barefoot working out. And we have South Point Sundays, which is an event that maybe some of you have gone to, maybe you have heard about it, probably, as I hear Ms. Kristen sighing in relation to the drummers, which, mind you, I am not here for. I'm not defending them. What I am defending is the dancers, which I personally am one of them, and I believe that all of you guys, maybe in your free time, also might go out dancing. Many of you might have Latin roots, and so you also know what salsa and bachata and merengue is, and that is a very, very deep culture in Miami. I believe we need to promote that. We need to allow the youth to dance in the fresh air, and that is what South Point Sundays was for 7 years before I even lived here. The youth and elderly who don't go to clubs were allowed to go to South Point Sundays in South Point Park and dance. I joined Miami Beach United to find out if the South of 5th residents were actually annoyed by the dancing. And it turns out they weren't, because they couldn't hear it. What they could hear was the drummers, and drumming has been used for centuries to communicate. That's why they could hear it. But the dancing was 2 little speakers placed so that the children could dance, like my little sister, who's 14, and had severe depression and was suicidal, but thanks to the dancing was going out and was moving her body in the fresh air. Now that we don't have that anymore, may I have 30 more seconds? Yes.
We're really falling behind.
Sorry, 5 seconds. I would just like to have assistance in how we can bring that back, because it's very close to my heart, and I believe the youth is the future, and we need to support them in that. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for your passion.
Our next virtual speaker is Mark. Mark, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi, my name is Mark. I live on South Shore Drive in North Beach. I have a couple of items, but I'm going to try and be quick. The first one is about the new parking program. I'd like to ask the commission some questions and have you consider these things. The first one, first of all, I'm very glad and happy for this proposal or for this program, and I hope that it's successful. But what I worry is, what if it's not successful? Will it be like a tax that cannot be removed? Or will there be some measurement? If so, what is the measure of success? Was the new parking program on South Beach successful? I used to live on South Beach almost 20 years ago, and I moved up here to get away from the parking and the partying. We now have a big parking issue here. And although the program seems very ambitious and like it could be successful, I worry that a condominium that has 5 people living in it, each with a car, and also has their parking garage, those people typically, or a lot of times, don't park in their garage. They park on the street until night. Nevertheless, my main question is, can this parking program be removed? If it's not successful, what is the measure of success? How will you be able to determine if it was successful or not? Just a final thing about this. Think of this, this is the way I think of it if it's not successful. I used to be able to come home and I'd have to search around for a place to park, and randomly, sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't find a place to park near my home, and that was free. If it's not successful, now you're charging me basically a tax to do the same thing, come home, search around for a place to park, and not find it. So again, my main question is, how will it be measured if it's successful? Very quickly, a couple other things. I live in a condominium, and we
Thank you,
recently
sir.
received
Your
a
time is
violation
up.
for
I
our fee.
apologize, but your time is up. Myra, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes, please.
Good morning, Myra Diaz-Baracavoli, Mr. Manager, Commission, Mr. Attorney, and City Clerk. I'm here to speak to you today briefly about an item that you will be hearing, which is the understory requirement of single-family homes to go before the Design Review Board. I am a member of the Design Review Board. I have been a member for a little bit over a year or so. And several months ago, I questioned why these understory homes that did not require a waiver or a variance were coming before the Design Review Board. And I spoke with our planning director, Tom Mooney, who explained to me that although they had recommended, the administration had recommended that understory homes that did not require a variance or a waiver go before the Design Review Board, when adopted by the commission, it did send it to Design Review Board in previous years. I, as one member, I am not an architect, I am not an engineer, that is not my background. My background is financial and government. I feel uncomfortable telling an architect or an engineer how to design a structure that is not requiring a variance or a waiver. I also understand that the financial impact on these owners, whether they be developers or owners as myself, residents of the city, incur a tremendous expense when these properties have to go before the Design Review Board. Not just the fee paid to the city, but the lobbyists that they have to pay. And then there's the cost of the time delay, because sometimes it goes before the Design Review Board and it is continued for the following meeting or the following meeting, and it comes back sometimes 2 or 3 times with changes requested by a board that is very well intentioned and with a heart in Miami Beach. But in this process of delay, there's also this property that is sitting out there, and unfortunately it does not get maintained, so it becomes a nuisance for the neighborhood.
Thank you.
I recommend and I ask that you please adopt the administration's recommendation for single-family homes that do not require a waiver or variance.
Thank you so much.
To not go to the Design Review Board. Thank you and have a good meeting.
Thank you. Mayor, we're past the 30 minutes. We have 6 speakers left on Zoom. Would you like to go for 1:30?
Sure.
Okay, so the next speaker is Wayne. Wayne, state your name, address, and you have a minute 30 seconds.
Wayne Roberts, South of Fifth. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, anti-Semitism is nothing new. It's been going on for thousands of years since the temple in Israel was overthrown by the Roman Empire. Whether it was the Spanish Inquisition or the Tsars of Russia or Nazi Germany or the hundreds of events in between, Jews have been faced with anti-Semitism and death. The events of since October 7th are actually since 1947, when 1 million Jews in Arab capitals were expelled, that make up almost half of the Israel, by the way, while they talk about the exodus of Palestinians, 99% of the Jews of the Arab world were expelled. And 450% of the population of Palestinians reside in Israel of the time of the conversion to a Jewish state. So the whole premise is just ridiculous. I want to thank the mayor, Kristen, David Suarez, Alex, for being front and center in promoting our support, the Jews' support within Miami Beach for the state of Israel, because that's our only way to salvation long term. That being done, I want to talk about the FAR increases that are proposed. Ultimately, what's going to happen is you're going to convert condos that are older, that are cheaper, into uber-rich condominiums. And you're actually going to reduce the amount of residents. Those ultra-rich condominiums are very, very seldom residential for year-round. It's for tax purposes. It's for the 5th or 6th home of very affluent people. So it's a bad plan. It changes our density. I should say our FAR and our height restrictions, higher and higher and bigger, and it ruins Miami Beach. So I ask you not to vote this today.
Thank you,
and
Mr. Roberts.
consider. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Andres Acion, 1000 South Point Drive. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm here to say thank you and to express my deepest gratitude for your incredible support in making the ribbon cutting at the highest quality culinary training classroom in Miami-Dade County at Beach High a reality. When I first saw the cooking program 5 years ago, I was disheartened. Students were working with toaster ovens, outdated appliances, not to the standard that the students deserve. It was clear they couldn't get the training needed to join Miami Beach's renowned hospitality workforce. Determined to make a change, I partnered with then Superintendent Carvalho, School Board member Lucia Baez-Geller, which led the way with me in this effort. FIU's Hospitality Dean, Dr. Chang, and ProStar to create a world-class culinary program. This effort resulted in a space where students now receive 12 college credits from FIU and dual enrollment classes taught weekly by FIU professors. None of this would have been done without the support from the City of Miami Beach that contributed $100,000 towards the $300,000 needed for this purchase of the state-of-the-art commercial kitchen equipment. Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce for its fundraising efforts, including contributions from Bruce Gold for $50,000, David Wallach $15,000, Russell Galbert $10,000, and others, and Representative Basabi for his office for contributing $70,000 to close the gap for the $2 million that were raised with the school board to make this happen. Thanks to this program, our students are now prepared to enter the workforce, earning $50,000 or $60,000 a year, a life-changing opportunity for many. Additionally, after learning about FIU's free food market for students facing food insecurities, I brought a similar program to Beach High. Now it's the second year. The market provides essential food items for students and families, led by Counselor Laurie De Silva, and is stocked year-round by my foundation and Goya Foods. Thank you for helping us create opportunities that inspire, educate, and prepare the next generation. Your support has made a lasting impact in our community, and you can watch these videos at beachhighvideos.com.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Dan Seed. Mr. Seed, state your full name. address, and you have
Hi, Dan.
30.
Yep, Dan Side. I live in Sterling, Virginia. I apologize for not being in person. I'm in work in Toronto. I represent Modaxo Traffic Management USA. I'm calling in support of resolution for C2A, and I want to commend the administration for the excellent decision to provide an intent to award for us to provide school zone speed enforcement. We have more school zone speed enforcement experience of any of the vendors that were had submitted their petition for proposals. Sorry, and as a result, we've been a partner for the city for over 10 years as your red light vendor, and this will keep uniformity of your technology in the city, and our technology work. These programs reduce speeding, reduce crashes. The program saved lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, please. Sir? Excuse me, sir. You're up.
Good morning. Jose Frias, 90 Alton Road. First, I want to thank Mr. Mayor. About 16 months ago, as a commissioner, he sponsored the curfew on Miami Beach Marina, and it's been a great, great improvement. We have more work to do, though. So also I want to thank Mr. Suarez that he is going to try to pass a resolution about hours of operation. We got to be very careful about that because it's a lot of loophole. Boat owners are using they're saying they are friends and family when they are not. And if the hours of operation, it can be a loophole that the boat owner gets in the boat and get dropped up in the field dock, and then it's nobody code enforcement can do about it because the owner is right there. So I think it should be either you there to make money as a commercial or you do recreational. I don't think, because that creates the loophole. Another thing is, I'm sorry. This is about it. I just get microphone shy and I just forget everything I want to say. But I really want to thank you so much. And let's be very careful. And then Mr. Suarez have great, great ideas and resolutions, but we need to enforce those because if they don't get enforced, we're not going anywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
and
sir.
Happy Thanksgiving to all.
Thank you. You too, sir. Our next virtual speaker is Pena and Nick. Please state your full name. You have 1.5 minutes, please. Name and address. Please unmute yourself. PJ, let's go then to Doug Walker. Mr. Walker, you have 1.5 minutes. State your name, address, please.
Thank you so much. I'm Douglas Walker, president of the Olson Condominium Association at 7300 Ocean Terrace. And I'm speaking on behalf of the residents and constituents that live there to express our deep disappointment regarding the exclusion from the North Beach Parking District. We're longstanding residents of North Beach, and we feel that we're being overlooked and underserved here. The parking, as you know, in that area has gotten less and less and less. And although the streetscape on Ocean Terrace is beautiful, it's going to be beautiful. However, it took away so many of our parking spaces. So we urge you to reconsider our status and include the Olson condominium within the North Beach Parking District. Please, please, please. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead, please. State your name, address. You have 1.5 minutes, please.
My name's Timothy Sanders, Pier K1, Miami Beach Marina, and a resident of 90 Alton Road, the Yacht Club. I'm here to thank everyone on the commission and our mayor for providing us with great leadership and the most wonderful city in the world. Every city has some issues. I would like to ask for an internal investigation as to how many party charters were switched over in the darkness of night to eco charters, because these are the issues. And we've made a lot of progress here. Over 2 years ago, I was appointed as mediator by John Caprio of SOFNA between all 1,000 residents and the marina. And we've created great relationships with the marina operators. We've had many, many trespassed. but it's almost like they lie in wait, okay? So like a bank robber. You understand what a bank robber is, right? He has a mask. It's called a guise. It's called a guise. So these eco charters and family and friend charters are basically just using a guise to override the rules and regulations. We have senior citizens. We have families. We have children that like to play in the park and dance and sing. They should not be subjected to drunken, drugged up, party charter. It just shouldn't happen.
Thank you, sir.
Your children should not see gangbangers laid out in front of the dock. This has happened with my 7-year-old son.
Thank you so much. Your time is
30
up.
more seconds, please.
I need you to, we're really behind now.
Okay.
15, got it.
An internal investigation, why these charters were changed in the darkness of night, and also a wider look at children playing in the park. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank all of you. We have warriors here in the community. Andreas, Matthew, David. We have great city warriors.
Thank
Joseph
you.
Magazine, we appreciate it. The Veterans Parade was a big success this year. We had 10 times more people than last year. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Nick Mitchell. You have 1.5 minutes. Please go ahead, state your name and address.
Yes, good morning, Mayor Minor, commissioners, and all present. My name is Pena Asbel Mitchell. I'm using my husband's computer because I tried on the phone and he couldn't hear me. I'm a resident of Central Bay Building, 7330 Ocean Terrace, and I'm here to talk about the North Beach Residence Parking Permit Program. I want to thank Jose in the Parking Department for listening to all our comments and to all the commissioners who responded promptly to my emails. I would like to ask that the eastern boundary of the program be moved to the beach and not Harding, so to include residential buildings such as the Central Bay and Burley House to the program. We are taxpayers and we should be included in the program and not discriminate against, especially since over 96 parking spots were taken from Ocean Terrace and in front of the Central Bay building. Where would I park when I'm visiting friends for dinner? As a resident, I cannot park in front of their houses because I'm excluded. It doesn't seem fair to me. Houses that have parking spaces, garages are eligible to the program. So why shouldn't we be eligible? Please consider changing the boundaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Patrick Buckley. State your name, address. You have 1.5 minutes, please.
Good morning, Patrick Buckley. I'm the treasurer of the Olson Condominium at 7300 Ocean Terrace. Thank you for taking my question. I just have a brief question. If you could provide some sort of insight for us, and the reason I'm asking this question is it's on behalf of the owners. What seems to have been happening in the area of North Beach is when we look at the high rise that was recently built between 71st and 72nd, when we look at the new Ocean Terrace development, it seems as though infrastructure is not being put in place before development is happening. So our owners are very frustrated with that. They are basically telling me that the city of Miami Beach is doing it backwards, and they're allowing development before they have parking, before they have better roadways, before they have better internet, whatever it is. So I'm of course trying to keep the owners cool and explain to them, no, the city of Miami Beach is smarter than that. It may look as though they're doing those things, but I will get you an explanation. So if someone could, at some point in this meeting, just take 2 minutes to explain the process to us of the decision-making on how these areas are being developed. And again, going back to the case in point, the most raw example that we have in our building is the 100+ parking spaces that have been removed. And now the Ocean Terrace development has almost finished.
Thank you so much, sir.
And now all the residents are wondering, where do we
Thank you.
park?
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Stacy Blow.
And Patrick, in case we don't address it, just please shoot us an email or text so we can get back to you.
Stacy, state your name, address. You have 1.5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Stacy Blau. I live at 7402 Gary Avenue in North Beach on Parkview Island. Thank you to the mayor, to our commissioners, and I thank the managers and staff who are also present. I have 3 things I'd like to speak about. The first is the parking permit program. I think it's been a great success on Parkview Island. I have noticed that we have a lot more open parking now that contractors who have been in commercial vehicles that are either marked as such or de facto commercial vehicles, they're just not as many. So I like it. Second issue I want to talk about is safety in North Beach, and particularly in Parkview Island and along Crab Alley, which is behind Biscayne Beach Elementary School and is a path that I walk on every single day to take my daughter to and from school. Recently, we've had a lot of problems with vagrancy, really odd activity, people sleeping here behind the school, people sleeping right up against the playground on Parkview Island. Our neighborhood needs more attention from the police. It shouldn't be necessary to call 911. We should have people here patrolling. And I feel that our neighborhood is severely underserved from a public safety and infrastructure perspective. But I'll limit my comments on that. My third issue is about easements on Parkview Island. Almost every single non-waterfront townhouse owner on Parkview Island has basically been had land stolen from them. We have easements along the water that waterfront residents have effectively
Stacy,
taken
I
from us by
apologize, but
erecting
your time
structures.
is up. I apologize. Our next virtual speaker is Pena and Nick. Yep.
Stacy, this is Tanya Bott. I lived on Parkview Island for a number of years, and I am addressing some of those issues already. If you can email me directly and we can continue this conversation, we will get all of them addressed.
Pena and Nick, can you unmute yourself? I think that's an individual who had trouble before. Mayor, everyone who had their hand raised originally has been called.
Okay, thank you for all those who called in and all those who emailed us and texted us or called us before this meeting to give your input. It's appreciated and valued. Let's go to the consent agenda.
Yes, sir. So the following items have been separated from the consent agenda. Commissioner Bott has separated C7AH. Commissioner Dominguez has separated C7AL. Commissioner Fernandez has separated C2A. Commissioner Suarez has separated C2A as well. So if I can have a motion on the consent agenda excluding those items, please.
I move the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda is approved, excluding the called items. Mayor, just for the record, there were 2 addendums that were done yesterday that are on the dais. These will be addendum 3. This is discuss/take action, emergency homeless count on Miami Beach, requested by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. And R9AH, discuss, take action, time-sensitive discussion regarding party houses on Hibiscus Island during Art Basel Week, requested by the Vice Mayor. The addendum items have not been approved, so they will be heard after 5 p.m.
Sure. I have no issues with that. Does anybody have any issues?
And for the record, there is a revised resolution on item C7D on the dais. That's the acceptance of the election results with the final election results.
Great, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if you like, because with C2, I just wanted to refer to finance. And that way we can just get it off our list.
And which one is that? I'm sorry?
C2A.
Okay.
I just want to make a motion to
We have a
refer
motion?
the item to finance.
Commissioner Bott seconds it.
And for the record, that was also separated by Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
So, okay, so so all in favor of sending to finance, did you say, Commissioner Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Sending to finance C2A, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. C2A is referred to the Finance Committee.
So only 4 items pulled. We have to check the archives, but this might be a record for the fewest items pulled. So nice job. Let's go to R7A.
Yes, sir. R7A is set dates for the 2025 commission meetings, Miami Beach RDA and North Beach CRA. Everyone on the dais has a calendar. Colorful calendar that everyone has. That might be the easiest thing to do if you want to follow along. The calendar takes into consideration events that are important to the city of Miami Beach, such as the boat show. We also take considerations, Miami-Dade County Public School events. We take into consideration religious holidays. So if you look at the calendar, items marked in red are the proposed commission meeting dates. Items marked in green are the proposed presentations and awards meetings. As it is suggested by the resolution, we're proposing 6 presentations and awards meeting. I would like to call to your attention an issue that we are having for the first time because of the adoption of the new dates for the election. The ordinance, that the charter section of the election says that between the general election, which is November 4th, and if we have a runoff, the acceptance of the runoff election being, we anticipate that it be December 15th, you cannot have any meetings except for emergency matters or to accept the results of the election. So we did not put a December date asking you to give us guidance on the December date because we cannot have a meeting of substance until after the 15th. So we would suggest the 17th, but we left it blank just so the commission could decide.
Mr. Mayor?
No issues.
Yeah, the 17th seems to make sense. It's a Wednesday. It still gives more than a week before Christmas.
Yeah, and so what we're proposing is, if it is on the 17th, that the administration put the bulk of the items, obviously, and that the new commissioners not be allowed to put any items on, because there may not be time. In other words, the new commissioners will be decided on the 15th. So, but we can talk about that much later, but that's just something that we want to bring your attention to. There is, well, the November date, the meeting would be on the 10th to accept the election results. Because you cannot have a meeting with substance from the November 4th through the 15th. So the November meeting, we've always had during an election period, we've had them only to accept the results. That's standard. It's December, that's the first time that we're doing that. Yeah, again, that's only if there's a runoff. If there's no runoff, we wouldn't have this issue.
But are we not having a standard November meeting, such as on the 19th?
During election time, we do not. In other words, because the charter says that after the election, until the acceptance of the runoff, you cannot have a meeting with substantive matters unless you're deemed emergency. So we've never had during an election year a November meeting. The issue we're having is that December meeting for the first time. We cannot just say when we want to have it. We have to have it during a specific period.
Thank you for explaining that, and through the mayor. I just think it's something we're going to have to address at some point because it is a very long period of time from October 29th, then not until December 17th for the city commission not to have a meeting. Some things might be important, but not rise to the level of an emergency. And so it's just something we may just have to look at fixing in the future. Would it be possible to perhaps consider having the October meeting earlier in October, maybe Thursday, the 16th, so that then we can have a meeting November 3rd? Because I don't think it's good for us to go over a month without addressing the public's business. The administration has items, oftentimes there's important procurements, issues that are of importance that need to get addressed that we don't even put on the agenda, but end up being time sensitive regardless.
I'd be supportive of that.
What we could do, if you wish, is change the presentations meeting on the 22nd, not have it on October 22nd, and change the meeting to the 29th.
I just realized that the 16th is right after like 2 weeks of holidays, maybe the 20th or something like that.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Well, I think we should, I would be inclined to keep it on a Wednesday, just for consistency's sake, so the 22nd.
The 22nd would be fun, yeah.
So we're canceling the presentation, or not having a presentations meeting in October, and instead having the commission meeting on the 22nd.
Can we just switch them?
We could.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay,
Let's
so
switch.
we're switching. So the 22nd becomes a commission meeting, the 29th becomes a presentations meeting, and you're suggesting that we have a November meeting on the 3rd?
I don't think it's good for us to go an entire month without meeting. And what if the administration has procurement items or other items that need the commission's attention?
That-
Just,
Just if I can chime in, I mean, that's only gonna be like, what, 11 days before, from one commission to the next?
also, when's the election?
The election is November 4th.
That's what I thought. For people who are running,
Right.
presumably includes yourself, that's tough to have a
Yes.
commission meeting.
I know.
Even
But
though
what
there's
comes-
no voting on the 3rd.
But our duty to the public and to our responsibilities to the city come ahead of our elections.
Sure.
That takes much greater precedence, and I just, again, listen, it's up to the will of the body. I just know that there's times that items might not be ready for 1 month's meeting. They are important item, they need action, they might be time sensitive. And then not to have a November meeting, I mean, we're not gonna be able to have a meeting after October, all the way till December 17th. I mean, that's a very long period of time. But, I mean, it's up to the will of the body, just putting it out there.
I'm okay with it, but
So maybe we just, all of us know, and the administration know, that we sort of earmark the November meeting to be a bare bones commission meeting where things that are discretionary and not time sensitive are not forbidden, but not super encouraged, so that we really focus on the city's business, administrative stuff that we need to review, something that might be time sensitive, and just, whatever it ends up being, but the goal is that we just don't go for that incredible stretch of time without doing things that are necessary.
If I can make a
Commissioner Suarez.
Why don't we have 2 commission meetings on October, the 22nd, 29th, to really clear out the agenda? And then wait till the December 17th, because, I don't want to shotgun a November meeting on the 3rd, on a Monday, when we have a meeting just like almost, 8 business days before. I'd rather just do it back to back in October, and then have October off.
I'm going to actually turn to Eric for a moment, if it's just clearing items, but there's obviously a lot of behind-the-scenes work done by the administration to get ready for these commission meetings. Any thoughts that you have?
So, our budget director just reminded me that we are required by state law to have a budget closeout within 60 days of the end of the fiscal year, and typically we're wrapping up invoicing for that first 30 days, so that November period is pretty critical for us on the budget closeout. Other than that, obviously, we can try to work to get everything on the October 29th agenda. Historically, I think we've typically had 2 meetings in October leading up to a November hiatus because of the election. So, but we're flexible. We can work through whatever is helpful and beneficial for the commission to make sure that the city's business is done.
Commissioner Magazine.
While we historically have not had a meeting during that runoff period, is there a specific rhyme or reason as to why? Is that a policy that we could
The charter.
revisit?
The charter.
It's in the charter.
I would do November 3rd, because I think it would give staff time for that year-end closeout that we need to do. Do you feel that that's, yes, through the mayor?
Through the mayor, we typically have had a late November meeting. I know that our staff has been cramming.
But we can't.
To get it into this November 20th meeting that we're having today. You see that we have, I think, 8 items on the budget closeout today. So I'm just worried that November 3rd is going to be really tight, because we typically cut off the final invoices. Because remember, it's work done through September 30th, invoicing through October 30th. So November 3rd for the closeout of the fiscal year is 4 days.
Unfortunately, that is the very last day before the start of elections, and as per the charter, the city commission cannot meet between November 4th and December 9th. So if we don't do it November 3rd, and correct me, Mr. Clerk, if I'm wrong, the soonest we would be able to do it, the first day would be the first day after the election, let's say. That would be presumably the soonest you could do it.
Actually, it's
I can
after the acceptance, so the first that we anticipate doing it is the 16th.
16th, so you'll be all the way to the December 16th. So November 3rd will be the last day you could actually, the latest day you could have a meeting.
Vice Mayor, if I can ask a question, maybe a suggestion. Does the charter prohibit if there is a critical issue or a public safety issue? Could we call a special commission meeting during this interim period?
Yes, Charter Section 38-4, subsection B says that you could, to address any emergency matters pursuant to Florida law and city charter.
Why don't we do that? Because we could always call the meeting if necessary, if there's a critical issue.
Would the city attorney opine that this would be an emergency matter?
It's anything required pursuant to Florida law, so yes.
Okay. Okay.
So what are we doing?
So we're in agreement with not scheduling November 3rd. We could always call a special commission meeting if necessary.
Did you? The 22nd,
No, just one.
29th?
Just one. We flipped it, so we're gonna have the commission meeting on the, right? We flipped the meetings.
Clearing out the agenda.
That way they can also, whatever budget matters or anything that we didn't missed on the 22nd, we can get on the 29th.
This would only have, Mr. Mayor, this could only be items that are emergency in nature.
No.
Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
Well, for the late November meeting, yes, but
For the late
Commissioner
November
Suarez is referring to the 2 October meetings.
Oh,
I
the
believe.
October meeting. Okay.
And if I may make I know that one of you all suggested that one of these meetings be administration items, and given that the Jewish holidays end on the 15th and that the agenda for the 22nd would be printing on the 15th, that perhaps the meeting on the 22nd could be focused on administration, regular business items, and then focus on the 29th on all your items, if that makes sense.
If I can throw a question out there, wouldn't it make more sense to do this double meeting if we're going to do it in September? Partly it's optics, because we're going to have potentially some new members of the commission, and I'm just throwing it out there to hear your thoughts. It might look like we're trying to make our final decisions before new people come in. I'm not sure the optics are great.
So like the 30th, maybe September 30th?
Remember also, you also have 2 budget meetings in September, so you can have your regular meeting and the budget meetings, which we don't know, we can't put here yet because we cannot meet at the same time where the school board of the county meets. So there's going to be potentially 2 additional meetings in September already. Which you can add items to, but I'm just saying, just remember, there's 2 potential more meetings.
So you're saying before the budgets are heard at 5:01, right?
Correct, yes.
So you're saying we could hold a commission meeting before that?
Yep.
I'm fine with that. I don't mind 2 September meetings.
So what we'll
Meanwhile,
do
they're
is,
not back to back like meanwhile, they're not 1 week and then the following week.
we won't know because it's contingent upon what the county and the school board are doing, but once we know, we can provide that information and we can revisit that at a later time.
Could we?
Commissioner Bott.
Could we do the September meeting on the 7th, on the 3rd? Since we won't have had a meeting in August anyhow, so it'll be a good long while, and then that way, that gives us more flexibility to incorporate a second meeting into a budget meeting later in the month that does not interfere with any holidays.
I'm okay with that. I want to ask Tamika if that's okay with her, because usually we try to schedule that budget meeting to give somewhere at the beginning of the month, so, meaning like the second week, so Tamika has time to prepare.
So we normally do it in the second week of September, but as you keep saying, our first and second hearings are dependent on the school board and Miami-Dade County. So if you set the dates and we can't use that date, we'd ask for a special meeting.
Also, Eric, any issues if we move the meeting to September 3rd? It's Labor Day is Monday. Any issues for you and your staff?
Yeah. No issue. It'll be my birthday, so
We'll celebrate with
I'll
you.
be celebrating with all of you. We'll bring you a cake.
Did you plant it that we should have the meeting that day? Okay.
So are we proposing a change to September 3rd?
time period.
September 3rd and then also the 17th? Is that where?
I like that.
10th?
Yeah.
And then what do we do in October?
Keep the dates that are there.
The 29th?
Yeah.
I think that that's good.
So we're not flipping them anymore?
I think it makes sense not to, because then we're going a longer period of time before our next meeting in December, absent a special.
So
commission
just to
meeting.
confirm, we're having the commission meeting on September 3rd. We're keeping the presentations meeting on October 22nd. We're keeping the October commission meeting on the 29th. And are we having a December 17th meeting?
And you're adding September 17th, right?
Sorry, we're having September 17th, we weren't planning on that.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
In other words, September, we're moving the meeting to September 3rd.
No,
3rd and 17th.
And we're adding a 17th.
Got it. So we're having two meetings right now in September 3rd and September 17th.
September 3rd, September 17th, we're keeping the October meetings as they're printed on the proposed calendar. Then the city attorney has opined that for purposes of discussing emergency matters relating to the budget and the state statute requirements, we could call an emergency meeting between November and December during the election period so that we can take care and dispense with that business.
And and the standard December meeting, it's the 17th acceptable?
Yeah.
December 17th?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, all in favor of?
Wait. I have one more request. So January 29th, we have a commission meeting. It's actually, my kids are off from school. I have a family vacation scheduled. Also consistent with, we'd be going between December 17th to January 29th, which is 6 weeks, which we were saying we don't like. Would it be amenable to everyone to move it to January 22nd?
I have plans for earlier in January.
So can we do either the 15th or the 22nd?
Can we do the 30th?
22nd works for me.
Because Lissette's going to go into labor around the 21st, 22nd. She's actually due on the 22nd. So
But you can't do that here?
let's get a poll.
Actually, she might. I don't actually want her to go into labor here.
About the 15th?
I can't. Yeah, the beginning of the month, I can't.
So the 8th.
Because in the past, we haven't had a January meeting, or we've had it late in the month, so I have something at the beginning.
What about the 30th? I mean, I know it's not a Wednesday, but
No, I'm away that whole week.
And the 8th?
I'm away.
You're away the 8th and the 15th?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I get back on the 14th,
Can we approve it pending, so we don't spend the time here on the dais and try to work the January out offline?
Actually, January is the one that we need to work out because all the second meetings are contingent on that. This year, we did not have a January meeting and we had two February meetings. That precedent was set this year.
And Commissioner Dominguez is going to be out of town from what period to what period?
I get back on the 14th, so I would not be ready for a 15th meeting. And then the 22nd, someone's having a baby, and the 29th, somebody's out of town as well. So how about the 5th and the 26th? Which is similar to what we did this year.
Of February.
Yes.
Could we just switch the awards in February, and just have that commission meeting on the 19th?
my birthday is on the 18th, and I'll be out of town.
So can we just have the meeting on the 5th then?
But the 5th is okay.
January meeting technically at the beginning of the month of February, like we did this year.
Fine with me.
The 5th?
The 5th?
We could always call a special commission meeting if necessary.
So February is the 5th and not the 26th?
Both. So technically, the January meeting will be held a week later, like we did this year, where we had two meetings in February. So the February meeting is on the 5th, the December meeting is on the 17th. September has two meetings, the 3rd and the 17th, and we're leaving October as is. That's agreeable. I need a motion, please.
So what are we doing with January?
Mr. Mayor, is that okay with you?
Yeah, it's good with me.
Okay.
We need a motion.
I'll move it.
What are we doing in January? What's the motion?
We're not having
No,
a meeting in January like we did this year. Instead, we're having the meeting on the 5th of February and the regular commission meeting again on the 26th.
Okay, and when is our December meeting?
Our December meeting is on the 17th.
Okay, all right. Second that.
I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Vice Mayor Fernandez. All in favor of the amended resolution?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0 as amended.
Okay, let's call R5H.
Bless you.
Yes, absolutely.
One second, please. R5H is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Part 1, Subpart B, Article 9, related special acts of the city of Miami Beach City Code entitled Pension System for Disability and Retirement of Members of Police and the Fire Departments, amending Section 66, Service and Disability Benefits generally related to salary and minimum line of duty disability benefits, amending Section 79 entitled Deferred Retirement Option Plan, DROP, related to the maximum drop participation period, amending Section 88, benefits for members hired on or after September 30th, 2013, and prior to June 8th, 2016, for International Association of Firefighters Local 1510, IAFF, and July 20th, 2016, for Fraternal Order of Police Williams Nichols Lodge Number 8, FOP, related to average monthly salary, amending Section 89, benefits for members hired on or after June 8th, 2016, and prior to May 8th, 2019, for International Association of Firefighters Local 1510, and hired and or after July 20th, 2016, and or prior to July 31st, 2019, for Fraternal Order of Police William Nichols Lodge Number 8, related to average monthly salary, in Section 90, entitled Benefits for Members Hired on or after May 8th, 2019, for International Association of Firefighters Local 1510, and on or after July 31st, 2019, for Fraternal Order of Police William Nichols Lodge Number 8, related to credited service, providing for severability, repealing all ordinance in conflict herewith, and providing for an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5H.
Morning, Marla.
Good morning, Marla Alpizar, City of Miami Beach Human Resources Department. This is a second reading. These ordinance changes align with the contract changes with the IAFF contract that recently passed last meeting. And please let me know if you have any questions.
I move the item, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second. Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak on R5H. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Commissioner Rosen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item R5H is approved.
R5I.
R5I is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending ordinance number 789, the classified employee salary ordinance of the city of Miami Beach in accordance with negotiated collective bargaining agreement, providing for the classification in groups 3, represented by the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, Local 1510, effective the first full pay period, July 2025. Selected pay incentives and 5% paramedic pay will be rolled into selective base pays, and there will be an across-the-board cost of living adjustment COLA of 3%. Effective the first full pay period ending in April of 2026, there shall be an across-the-board COLA of 3%. Effective the first full pay period ending in April of 2027, there shall be an across-the-board COLA of 3%. An additional 4% step shall be added to the end of the range for the firefighter classification effective the first full pay period of July 2025, and an additional 4% step added to the end of the range for the firefighter classification effective the first full pay period of April 2026. All fire lieutenant and fire captain's pay steps shall be adjusted by 4% effective the first full pay period of July 2025, and all fire lieutenant and fire captain's pay steps shall be adjusted by 4% effective the first full pay period of April 2026, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability and effective date and codification. This is item R5I. It is a second reading. It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom and no one in the audience requesting to speak.
I move the item.
I'll second.
If there's no discussion, Commissioner Suarez. Yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item R5I is approved.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'll be very short because I spoke way too long last time, and I see the agenda that's over there. It's rather long. I just want to say thank you one more time. And given that next Thursday is Thanksgiving, just wanted an open invitation to you all for us to break bread. Our fire station is always open, so we have a lot of great cooks, so we'd love to have each and every single one of you, if you feel like you want to come and you're still not you're still hungry from the dinners that you had with your families, please come on over. We'd love to have each one of you. So thank you.
Turkey chili.
I have a pretty good butternut squash bisque recipe, so I'll give you the recipe for that. Thank you.
By the way, we did vote today on consent. We have a new vice mayor starting on December 1st, Commissioner Bott. Thank you for your service, Vice Mayor Fernandez. You still have another 2 weeks. So.
Yes.
And I
We'll
guess
start
you're
the transition.
Well, Commissioner Bott is using her authority already because she's asked for a motion to reconsider on an item, so I'll turn it over to you.
I'm really sorry. I just remembered that February 5th, we have the Blue Zones keynote event that is hundreds of people. It's something we've been working on for a couple of months to get this secured. People are flying in from around the country, and we cannot do it that day. We could do it Thursday. We could do it the Tuesday before, so the 4th or the 6th. I know we like to keep our commission meetings on Wednesdays, but we just can't do it on the Wednesday.
If we
How
were
ironic, I was going to offer up the 6th. The only reason I don't love earlier in the week is there's so much preparation that goes in and agenda reviews. But Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Technically, the 5th doesn't work for me either. I teach on the 2nd and the 6th, on the 4th and the 6th. I lecture those mornings, so neither one of those work for me. The first week of the month is also difficult because I made my entire department move their faculty meetings to that day. January 29th does work for me. Who did that not work for? Oh, Commissioner Dominguez. And the 22nd doesn't work for anyone?
Baby.
What?
Baby.
Lissette's
Baby, oh, Lisette. And the 15th? Who does that not work
Laura,
for?
Lisette.
Me.
3?
We really, and if I may, I'm going to ask the city clerk's office in the future. I mean, I'm just saying this now. In the future, we really need to see this in advance. So
It was on the agenda, Vice Mayor.
I didn't see it on the
Not in a calendar format, but it is on the agenda. And the problem is, meaning we give it in the agenda.
We need the calendar format because without the calendar format, we don't see the Jewish holidays, we don't see all the other issues that we see here. So
We did
this is-
provide all that in an attachment, but yes, we'll include this.
Can I
Please.
propose? What about February 3rd? The Monday? Or the 7th? I know everybody wants to have a meeting on a
It can't be,
Friday.
can't be the 7th. It can't be the Friday.
No?
No, it's Shabbat.
Monday the 3rd?
I don't mind doing the Friday, it's just we'd have to end in time before Shabbat. It's not ideal, but
Monday would probably be.
we do the Monday?
Monday the 3rd, okay.
Perhaps for those of us with not as much luck in our love life, we could do February 14th.
What do you say?
Is that a motion? February 3rd?
So all in favor, we were going to reconsider the item. By acclamation, we reconsidered the item. So all in favor of R7A as amended with February 3rd, please say aye.
Aye.
So by acclamation, it is.
It's the 3rd, February 3rd. Okay.
Thank you, colleagues.
Robert, don't plan anything for February 3rd, please.
Vacation?
No vacation.
R2A.
Yes, sir. R2A, give me 1 second, please. R2A is Award ITB 2024-458 ND Citywide LED Lighting Project R2A.
I move the item.
Second.
If no discussion,
Full vote?
all in favor of R2A, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. R2A is approved.
R5C.
R5C is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Appendix A of the City Code to roll back all parking fees and resident parks and recreation fees, excluding golf course fees, at the fiscal year 2024 rates, including all parking rates that were scheduled for an automatic 5-year consumer price index, CPI, adjustment on October 1st, 2024, pursuant to ordinance number 2019-4299. 2, provide for adjustment of all parking fees and related rates by annual CPI adjustments with a 3% cap. And 3, rescind certain parking rate modifications approved via ordinance number 2024 4619 to conform to such parking rates in anticipation of the 5-year CPI adjustment that was scheduled to occur on October 1st, 2024, and providing for repealer severability codification and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5C.
Vice Mayor Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez and Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think this is an item that I think we probably think, yes. Yeah, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez and Magazine. I thought it was the entire commission that was co-sponsoring, but I might be mistaken. But this is an item that we're proposing to refrain from implementing the 5-year CPI on parking fees and parks and recreation services fees as was adopted in 2019 and in fact maintained the fiscal year 2024 rates during our fiscal year 2025. It also helps protect ultimately our residents from increases that we could otherwise not have to incur. With that, I move the item.
Second.
I'll second.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, no one in the audience. If there's no discussion, Commissioner Suarez?
Yeah.
He's a yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item R5C is approved.
R7J.
R7J. R7J is appropriation of unclaimed funds in general fund. Go ahead.
Good morning, Tamika Stewart, Budget Director. This is a request that we take the funds that we normally put in a special revenue fund and just move that directly into the general fund. It's a small amount of funds that we are trying to just cut down on the number of special revenue funds that we appropriate.
Second.
If no discussion,
It's $18,000 that's available.
if there's no discussion, may I call the item?
Yes.
This is on item R7J. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. R7J is approved.
R5B.
5B is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending and restating the Miami Beach Employees Retirement Plan created by ordinance number 2006-3504, subsequently amended by creating a new section 15, application to city manager and city attorney appointed in 2024, providing for severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict therewith, and providing for an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item is R5B.
Commissioner Magazine. Second reading. R5B.
If you'd like, I can summarize briefly.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this ordinance has been amended since first reading to require that if the city manager or city attorney wish to move from Tier C to Tier B, that they would have to buy in. And that amount would be based on the actuarial analysis, which is attached to the memo.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yeah, and just in furtherance of this, this was, we've gone through recently in the past year, contract negotiations for the city attorney, which we all approved, city manager, that we've just adopted. So this is in accordance with that, correct?
So if no further discussion, I see no one in Zoom. I see no one in the audience. If so, may I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
So a motion by Commissioner Magazine, seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved, R5B, and just for the record, the amendments that you reflected or appear on the ordinance as attached, correct?
That's correct.
So as is, item passes, R5B.
Let's call the RDA items, RDA 1 and RDA 2.
So we are reconvening, recessing as a city commission meeting, and we are convening as a redevelopment agency item. Item 1 of the RDA is adopt First Amendment to City Center RDA operating budget, RDA 1.
1 minute.
Tamika, do you want me to call both of them or just one at a
Yes,
time?
please.
So RDA 2 is adopt Second Amendment to City Center RDA operating budget.
Okay, so for RDA 1, what we're doing is recommending that we take any funds that were not spent and unencumbered or encumbered funds and roll them over to 25. So the total amount of unencumbered rollovers is 241,000. The remainder that's there is going to be transferred for debt service. And then for the 25 budget amendment, we're recommending increasing the appropriation by $241,000 as the rollover from FY24.
So if no discussion, may I have a motion? And can we do so on items 1 and 2, please?
Commissioner Suarez, you moving the item?
Move it.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by the mayor on RDAs 1 and 2. Please signal by saying aye if you're in favor.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0 with 1 absent. Commissioner Higgins.
Call the CRA items, R7B.
So we are reconvening as the city commission meeting, and we are doing R7B, which is adopt Second Amendment to North Beach CRA operating budget. This is the city portion of it, it's R7B.
So for the Second Amendment, what we're recommending is transferring the unspent funds in the RDA, the CRA of $2.475 million over to FY25's budget. So the 25 budget, if you approve, would increase by $2.475 million. Of that, 1.6 would be transferred for affordable and workforce housing, and the remaining 859 would be transferred to set aside for future projects.
We have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, that was the mayor? I didn't hear it.
Commissioner Suarez made the motion, I second.
Okay, so no discussion on R7B. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes 7-0. May we do the companion North Beach CRA item?
We can.
So we are now recessing again as a city commission meeting and reconvening as the North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency. We are doing the companion item, which is item 1, joint adopt First Amendment to North Beach CRA operating budget.
It's the same discussion, same item, just different body.
Commissioner Suarez, you move it?
Move it.
I'll second.
All in favor of item 1 in the North Beach CRA, please say aye.
Aye.
Item passes 7-0 with 1 absent. Commissioner Steinberg.
Thanks.
North Beach CRA 2 is adopt Second Amendment to North Beach CRA operating budget for fiscal year 2024.
Move it.
Second. Oh, I'll give it to Vice Mayor Fernandez.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez. RDA 2, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes 7-0, 1 absent. Commissioner Steinberg. RDA 3 is explore installation of display stations, Altos Del Mar Park for art culture exhibit.
Just to be clear, it's CRA 3, correct?
Yes, we're doing 3. North Beach CRA 3.
Move it.
Vice.
It's actually my item. I just wanted to introduce it for 2 quick seconds about putting some artwork up in Altos Del Mar Park and to also do some work about the recycling program using artistic receptacles on the beach. Heather, do you want to add anything? Okay. So I'd like to move it.
Second.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
This isn't about the art, but when we're talking about the North Beach CRA, I know that it's the bathrooms at Unidad are so controversial and need funding. Could the CRA? I mean, I know that this item is about the artwork, but could the CRA, I mean, what steps would we have to take in order to get the CRA to either, to fund those bathrooms instead of the budget, instead of it coming out, it's coming out of the general fund right now, correct?
So right now, we are funding what we've kind of referred to as a pilot program of reopening those bathrooms, and I'd like our Parks Department to come forward and talk a little bit about what they've been doing. But that's at the band show. That's not at Altos.
Yeah, I understood, but in that area, like, if I wanted to move forward, I mean, this is an item about art, but now that I'm looking at the CRA funds and what we have available and that we're purchasing art, those bathrooms at Unidad, like, let's say that we were to close them, could we build bathrooms with the CRA money, like, nearby or something with this CRA money? It just occurred to me right now. Who's signing?
I mean, as a CRA board, you can make capital investments within the CRA district. I would normally suggest that it follow the typical budget process.
Okay, all right, I was just floating that idea. Now that we're talking about CRA funds and, you know, spending money on art, we've got like a bathroom need up there. Serious bathroom. I know they're two different items. I just didn't even realize that I could do that. What?
So if I may, and Heather, please, you are the expert, I'm not, but there are buckets of monies that need to be spent on certain things with the CRA funds, is my understanding. And so, you know, it's a good conversation to have, and certainly to have it. But there is a pot of money that is to be spent for art in public places or art installations, if I'm not mistaken.
So the other, Heather Shaw, Assistant Director, Economic Development. The other issue, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, is that CRA funds are not to be used for projects that the city funds. So it would be something that would be more for the Parks Department.
Oh, you mean that would be CRA funds can't be used for projects that the city funds, even if it's needed in the CRA district?
We have a CRA plan, and so we were very constrained on what we can use the CRA funds for. And if the city can budget for those projects, then the city should fund those versus the CRA.
I'm through the mayor, if I may.
Vice Mayor.
But who determines what is the CRA plan?
We have the CRA plan that was made that created the CRA that spells out exactly what the funds are supposed to be utilized for.
And if the CRA board wants to include this as part of the plan, couldn't it?
I'd really have to look at all of that, Commissioner, but it's very specific about what the CRA funds can be used for, and we can't just, we'd have to really look at that.
Yeah,
and I don't believe that it would cover this.
There was just a question about CRA funding, so, I mean, of course, I'll move your item, Commissioner Bott, if you haven't already moved it. And John,
Yeah, I think it's been moved in second.
seconded, all right, so, just if you wanted to talk about the Unidad bathrooms, because you're here for 2 seconds.
Oh, sure. We, as the city manager was saying, we started the pilot program. The restrooms had been open on the weekends with a porter. They're now open 7 days a week, and we have a porter during programming. So in other words, they're attended. We have a restroom attendant during the programming, doing yoga and things like that, so they have that extra care and attention. But they are operational 7 days a week at the moment.
I would just say that this is exactly what I think the CRA money should be used for, are things within the district. So I don't know exactly what the plan is, but if that's a necessity, I would like to work on an item, and maybe with Commissioner Fernandez, because you seem to be interested in it too. So
Through the
anyway.
chair.
Commissioner Bott.
I appreciate the interest in the CRA, and I welcome all conversations. I would suggest that if the city is responsible for doing basic maintenance, like having functional and safe and pleasant enough bathrooms, that is not something that should be foisted onto a time-limited redevelopment agency. It is a core function of the city. We're not going to foist keeping the power on or that's a bad example, but, paving streets or whatever onto the CRA. The CRA is to enhance the basic functions of the city, and the city is, one of the basic functions of the city is providing public bathrooms up and down the beach walk. And so why would the CRA have to use monies that could be used otherwise when the city is perfectly competent at maintaining the bathrooms in Lummis Park? I don't want the CRA to be a piggy bank for doing things that we as a city should be doing for North Beach as a matter of right. We have a lot of residents in North Beach who pay as much as they possibly can in taxes, and just because they're not glossy necessarily, and because they're struggling and they do not have an organized voice the way other neighborhoods do at commission meetings, does not mean that we owe them any less of our service and duty and city resources to maintain a basic, better than basic, and equally acceptable level of service than we have anywhere else in the city.
Commissioner Wilson Gonzalez.
I mean, I think everybody uses bathrooms, and I understand your point of view, but if we do have extra money, we do need to build some bathrooms, and we didn't have the capital monies to do so. I mean, I would consider proposing it to the CRA. I'm not arguing.
Perhaps there
I
should
don't
be a
think any
discussion
one of us
item.
owns the CRA. I think the CRA is for the good of all of Miami Beach, especially, you know, North Beach. But I mean, it was just an idea that came to mind when I saw your funding plan. This is not, there's nothing being proposed. It was just a conversation.
Through the mayor, I do appreciate it, and I just wanted to say on the record, and I'm open to every conversation about how to improve North Beach, as well as the rest of the Miami Beach, but North Beach has a little bit of catching up to do. I just don't want the CRA purpose to be subverted when we have a $1 billion budget for the entirety of the city of Miami Beach, and if we need more bathrooms in North Beach, or if they need to be rebuilt or whatever, and we can have that conversation offline, there needs to be money found in the budget to do that. The way we would for any other neighborhood, you know, we've got neighborhoods asking for police substations, and we've got neighborhoods asking for all kinds of different things, and we do those things for the neighborhood out of the city's budget, and this should be no different.
Okay, but I just wanted to say, I just had an idea recently. I don't know if you remember that somebody showed me that domino hut that has the gates around it that isn't really serving any purpose right now, and you have the Unidad bathrooms that are so controversial that they don't want to open the bathrooms. People were saying it's always locked up. Nobody's ever playing dominoes there. It was just for the homeless. Maybe we could consider, and not even use CRA funding, but since we're just talking about that, putting bathrooms in that pavilion right there, so to take the onus off of Unidad, who's been very stressed about opening their bathrooms to the public and building bathrooms there. So I'm going to bring an item about that, and I won't suggest CRA funding, Commissioner Bott, unless we need to.
Let's call the vote. So all in favor of RDA, North Beach CRA 3, please say aye. Motion passes 7-0, one absent, Commissioner Steinberg.
R7C.
R7C is a public hearing. Adopt First Amendment to North Beach CRA operating budget.
I'll second Commissioner Bond's motion.
Let's call the vote.
1 second. I see I have one person requesting to speak. Give me 1 second, please.
And now we have a second.
Okay, so on Zoom, I have Rosalie Thompson. Ms. Thompson, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please. Rosalie, please unmute yourself. She has not unmuted herself, so Daniel, please go ahead, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Commissioners. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. I just wanted to remind everyone listening as well that the CRA was a result of the North Beach Master Plan. It was many years in the making. And I've been hearing some rumblings from other municipalities about possibly taking away our CRA. So I wanted to make sure that I'm on the record, as well as others, that this is a very important thing that we have, and we want to invest in that area, reinvest into it, because it will make our community more resilient. So thank you.
Thank you. There's no one else on Zoom, no one else in the audience. For the record, we have terminated the North Beach CRA meeting. We're back as a commission meeting.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
And just as a point of personal privilege, I just want to publicly thank Commissioner Mickey Steinberg. She's a member of this North Beach CRA board, and she's such a great protector of Miami Beach and advocate for our community. And I just really want to just publicly thank Commissioner Steinberg. She's just a fabulous public servant and with goodness of heart. And I just publicly, I think that she deserves that from the city commission. So thank you, Commissioner Steinberg.
That's a motion, I'll second it.
I'll second that emotion too.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion
But we have
thanking.
to sing, we have to second that.
Yeah, no, but honestly, I want to make a motion publicly thanking our District 4 Commissioner, Mickey Steinberg, for her leadership and advocacy on behalf of the City of Miami Beach on the Miami-Dade Board of County Commissioners.
So by
I'll second.
acclamation?
By acclamation. Since the county's meeting today, Commissioner Steinberg's probably not watching our meeting. Maybe you should send her the clip.
Yes, and her staff, by the way, her staff is amazing. Margie, her legislative director, and Mary, her chief of staff, they really go just be above and beyond for Miami Beach.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Magazine.
And reading just news updates, it looks like the county unanimously elected a new chair, Anthony Rodriguez. So just want to put on the record as well that we're looking very much forward to building a strong partnership. Like and respect Chairman Rodriguez. Want to thank the past chair, Oliver Gilbert, for what he's done, but look forward to turning a new page and hopefully a more collaborative, fruitful relationship with our county partners.
Agreed, and look forward to working with the new chair, Rodriguez, and the entire commission. And we have a new sheriff as well. Looking forward to working with Rosie.
So we need a motion on R7C.
Okay.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez on R7C. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0, R7C.
Let's cover a few public safety items. Law and order. R5G.
R5G is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, amending Chapter 70 entitled Miscellaneous Offenses, Article 1 entitled In General, Section 70-8 entitled Approaching a Law Enforcement Officer After Warning with Intent to Impede, Provoke, or Harass, to provide protection for more city first responders and bring language into compliance with Section 843.21 Florida statute and providing for repealer servability codification and effective date. R5G is the second reading public hearing. R5G.
Commissioner Suarez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine and Vice Mayor Fernandez.
I'll move my item.
Second.
Call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez. Commissioner Bott.
Yep.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item R5G is approved.
R5P, as in Paul.
R5P is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 70 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Miscellaneous Offenses by amending Article 1 entitled In General, by amending Section 70-1 thereof entitled State Misdemeanors by adopting through specific reference to state law misdemeanor offenses of threatening or harassing specified public employees, officers, and officials to affirmatively establish offenses against municipal law or same acts that constitute such offenses against state law, and providing for repealer servability codification and an effective date. Actually, Mayor, that's at 10:35, so we're a tiny bit early.
Wow.
But if we could have the discussion and not open up the public meeting.
Do you have a lot to say, Commissioner Dominguez? Yeah, the sponsor. I am the co-sponsor.
Okay, well, this item came up after I had a meeting with the city attorney's office and our prosecutors, and they indicated that this item would be something that would be helpful in order to prosecute when it comes down to the local level. And in preparation for this meeting, Mark Fishman, our attorney, sent an example that just took place. Mark, did you want to speak on this, please?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, that's right. If passed, this ordinance would allow our law enforcement officers, firefighters, elected officials in some cases, to have an individual who threatens them or harasses them in a certain way charged not just under the state law, but instead under the city code. So our municipal prosecution team could handle that prosecution. And the commissioner was just referring to an individual just yesterday who on Lincoln Road, threatened a police officer, implied he had a firearm, saying, "I would shoot you," in front of this is a Havana 1957 restaurant. And the individual is charged, and they're going to be prosecuted, hopefully, by the state attorney's office. But once this ordinance passes, this type of crime could be charged again under the city code. So our municipal prosecution team could handle it in-house and make sure it gets the full attention it deserves. So there's not a ton of these offenses, but they're very important when someone gets, threatened in that manner.
Thank you. I'd like to move the item.
And now that it's 10:35, I'll second the item.
I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience requesting to speak. If there's no further discussion, may I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item R5P is approved.
While we're on the topic, let's call R5, well, that's 11 o'clock. So, yeah, let me call one other item first. 1 second. Let's call R5AM.
R5AM is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 58 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Housing by amending Article 3 entitled Property Maintenance Standards by amending section 58-298 thereof to require property owners of commercial historically designated buildings in the Art Deco Cultural District to maintain the historic character by promptly addressing exterior maintenance, unapproved signage or awnings, and other visual blight violations, and providing for repealer, severability, qualification, and an effective date. This is a first reading, R5AM.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Let me just pull up my item.
Sure.
It's a big book. Big book. We need dividers on these items.
Our office has really been focusing on how do we beautify the historic district as we, walk the streets and try to get new sidewalks, better lighting, better landscaping. But we also want to hold individual property owners accountable. A lot of people have left their properties vacant. You can see that the windows are not in great shape. And what this will do will result in, if the buildings, as you walk around the district, you'll see that some buildings need to be painted. They're dirty on the outside. The windows hold a violation. They're supposed to have something up if it's vacant, and sometimes there's messy paper. And this is going to allow code compliance to give an automatic $500 fine, and they're going to have 30 days to correct. And I think that this will give code compliance and actually our little task force that we're setting up within code compliance that will be focused specifically on buildings across the historic district to make sure that property owners are not just allowing their properties to fall into any kind of decline. So we met with code compliance and they suggested that we institute this automatic $5,000 fine. If they do not cure the violation within 30 days, we are going to play hardball and start fining them $1,000 per day. And this, I would love to have a conversation with our special master so that they understand how committed we are and how important this is. And I know Hernan from Code Compliance is here. I worked with some of your staff to craft this, to find out what it is that you guys need. I know you currently have 8 code compliance officers assigned to the, what are we calling it, the ADCD?
Right, so good morning all, Hernan Cardino, Code Compliance. So for the ADCD, we do have 1 supervisor and 6 code compliance officers. And this kind of dives right into C7AH, which is on the consent agenda and was pulled. And that was designate code enforcement officers focus on visual blight violations. So with the 1 and 6 with the existing staff, we're actually going to commit 2 officers to look at some of those property maintenance issues that are identified in C7AH as well.
So this is going to be wonderful. For the first time, most of our code compliance is designated mostly nightlife concerns and nightclubs, but now we're going to be looking at buildings, and they are going to be walking Ocean Drive, Collins Avenue, Washington Avenue, specifically more than residential buildings, are commercial districts. We want them focused on, but this will apply to all buildings, correct? That have any kind of violation. So hopefully we'll see a difference. And with that, I'm going to move my item.
I'll second it.
Wonderful.
Call the vote?
Wait, there's a comment.
Oh,
I agree very much with this item, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, and thank you for bringing it. My question is this: how come this has to be a resolution? Like, why isn't this just happening? This should be occurring. Like there should be a focus not just on historic buildings. There should be a focus, in general on all the buildings, making sure that we're catching issues. Yeah, just wondering, why do we need to go out of our way to do these types of resolutions?
Well, actually, this is not a resolution. This is an ordinance with a fine that we're instituting. Right now, it's a warning, and we're going to make it a $500 citation if your building is not painted, is not in compliance. And you're going to have 30 days to cure your violation, and if it's not cured, we're going to begin to fine property owners $1,000 per day, so that when you walk our district and you see that we're investing in our sidewalks, in our lighting, we want we want property owners to be responsible too. And by the way, when they have to invest in their properties, and they have to paint their properties, and they have to fix their awnings, and they have to make their properties look beautiful, they're going to think twice about leaving them vacant. So I think rather than being punitive, I understand that it is being punitive, but we've seen this managed decline go on for too long, and I think this is the first time that we're just going to start really embracing our historic districts, our postcard, what makes us special. I could walk up and down Ocean Drive right now and show you rusted lights on buildings and awnings that need to be repaired and exposed wires that don't look very nice. And hopefully we are going to go over the code with our code compliance staff, and they will really be focused on this. This is so important, Hernan, because we want, it's not just about policing. That's very important, but it's also about getting people to care, and once they care and once they are investing, I think we're going to see an overall difference in our historic district.
I guess I'm going to the point, not directly of this ordinance, but the companion ordinance that the director mentioned.
which I plan on calling next. So just
Oh, okay, so maybe I'll just hold my comment for that.
So to the sponsor of the item, I would like to offer a friendly amendment, because I love this, and I would like to see this enacted in all of our historic districts. So for instance, the Collins Corridor, the Collins Historic Resort District is the site of all kinds of unintended, let's just say it's a site of all kinds of things that we shouldn't have to look at. And that, we've got people coming there spending money on hotels, and it is embarrassing to have people walk down that street. It looks awful. And I know that new development coming down the pike will help reinvigorate that neighborhood, but even regardless of that, whether or not something comes, it needs to look like it is part of one of the best cities in the world, and right now it doesn't. And it is unacceptable for that historic district or any historic district. I mean, if we say we are a city that values our historic districts, and we fight like hell in Tallahassee to protect them, and we give homeowners and business owners a hard time if they want to make changes that don't fit into what we care about as a character of place and placemaking, then it should be not just an historic district in one part of the city, it should be all of our historic districts throughout the city.
First and foremost, absolutely, we can fold that into the resolution. I don't know if we have how is the code compliance situation, Hernan, in the
two
north
things real
end?
quick to the Vice Mayor's points. With C7AH, the resolution,
The
that is
mayor has
occurring
not
now.
called that item yet.
Right, but just to the 2 points that you made, the one, why is it not occurring now? It is occurring now. In fact, we've had over 100 violations for property maintenance in the ADCD.
Right, but
The
you're
second
speaking
one-
on an item that has not been called yet. And I haven't issued my comments on that item.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, let's move this item and call the other item.
Yeah.
And add in, I can fold in if possible, before second reading, that these fines will not just be on the ADCD, but will be across every historic district in Miami Beach,
We can
if
do that.
everybody accepts
Absolutely.
that.
But through the mayor, if I might, it looks like Hernan has a point
I
to
do,
make
I
about
did,
that.
and the second point was that what we're doing is we're codifying a fine schedule to this ordinance. Without a fine schedule, it has to go to special magistrates here in Callender to get action on the violation. This is to streamline so that we get compliance sooner.
And I think we need to send a strong message also to the special master that, and I know that we have an item about continuances, but how serious this is going to be. I want to see everything spick and span. And now we need to go through our code and see what kind of landscaping do these buildings require. When I walk through Palm Beach and I see how beautiful the garden apartments look and how their hedges are, and what their the landscaping and the hedges and lighting. And, I don't know if there needs to be amendments to the code, and I'm going to sit down with code moving forward and see if there's anything that we do need to do. But I can guarantee you that with this new fine schedule and the fact that we are placing importance on this, we are going to see a difference. And by the way, Commissioner Bott, I was in North Beach the other day, and I was looking down the street. One of the buildings literally had like a hole with a patch on it. Every single building needed painting, awnings. In your experience, Hernan, when right now, the way it is, when these property owners are getting the violations, are they just allowing the fines to accrue? Because if right now we're going to do $1,000 a day after 30 days, but after 60 days the state of Florida has given us the right to fine up to $5,000 a day, so we can even increase the fee schedule. I think people are going to be very upset about it, but I do think, especially in North Beach, there's going to be a lot of violations issued.
Right, what we're looking to do is just really increase the compliance. So it's a mixed bag what we have out there. Some folks are very responsive, and they get on top of their violations for compliance. Others don't.
And this new focus, it's not that code, in my opinion, Commissioner Fernandez, I know this isn't part of the item. It's not that code isn't focused on it. I just think code is focused on the issue du jour. I mean, I've seen them before focused on mosquitoes during Zika. I have seen code focused on, nightclubs. What else have we focused? BTRs. I mean, we have thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of code, which is why I want to take certain officers and have them only focused on our buildings, which some of them don't look so great. By the way, you said you've issued 100 violations in the ADCD so far. And are you seeing the property owners curing them? I mean, are you seeing a difference?
Some yes, some no. So it's actually about 111 for the 1 year period from yesterday, going back November to November.
Okay. So they're going to, with this, will those violations turn into daily fines at this point?
Well, this will be going forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It'll be prospective.
Yeah, and let's call the vote after. Commissioner Magazine.
If I make, oh, sorry.
I also think, it maybe not here, but it lends to further thought or discussion about why property owners in this area are letting their buildings get to a point where we need to send out code just to make minor or sometimes substantial modifications and just simple beautification of their property, right? This should be one of the most iconic areas in not only our city, not only our country, in the entire world. So why would a property owner not be incentivized just through capitalism to essentially keep their properties up to date, right? When you go to Palm Beach, or let's call it the Faena, right? They are not keeping their property beautified because they're afraid the code is going to come by. So I think it really merits discussion about why certain areas of our city just allow their properties to fall into disrepair. I want to be sure that we are not just treating the symptoms, we're actually addressing the cure.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I think there's been a managed decline in our historic district over the past 10 years, and during several of our preceding police chiefs, we saw a lack of police presence. We saw retail stores begin to close. When there was a lack of police presence, it was a do anything you want to do in the street kind of environment. And so businesses didn't want to open there. And everybody said, well, it's going to get so bad that we're going to redevelop it. So why is anybody going to invest in a property if they're waiting for zoning? Which is why I say that we have to be very strict and say, this is our historic district. We are not going to, once we say that we appreciate our historic district and we are not going to rezone it, you're going to see that investment. But until a body does it, and in places like Palm Beach, they know that they're not building a tower. You don't think that Donald Trump would like to build a big glass tower on top of Mar-a-Lago? He would. But guess what? They're never going to let him do that. Never, ever, ever. And so he knows that. So he's just going to embrace Mar-a-Lago. And that's what we need to do here in Miami Beach. Embrace what we have. Let people know they're not getting the zoning. And once we do that, you're going to see an amazing renaissance. And by the way, in North Beach, which has not had any additional zoning, you are seeing a little bit of a renaissance finally with things like Silver Lake Bistro and La Poubelle. So you do see investment. Oh, we're getting a Pura Vida right now on Collins Avenue. We're going to, Yucca 106 just invested a bunch of money in their property on 106. We have Queen. So we are seeing people investing in these properties once they know that they're not going to be able to flip it, and they're going to get fined for ignoring it, they are going to invest in it, along with other incentives that I plan to propose over the next year.
Let's call the vote.
And if I make one clarification, we can amend as proposed by Commissioner Bott. That would require another first reading, so I can discuss this offline with you and with Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez as to whether proceed with this item unamended and then bring a new item to address the other areas. Which brings me to another very important point. As a result of the charter amendment to section 2.05, going forward, we will need to notice first readings. That means that going forward, your ordinance items will need to be in well in advance so that we can publish.
How many days' notice does that require?
10 days' notice.
Okay.
So for the 11th, we need to publish the notice by the 1st or the 30th of November.
And just for clarification, you said offline, but don't we have to make that decision today whether we're incorporating friendly amendment from Commissioner Bott?
We can vote on that, but then we can later decide to do it as one item or two items. Sure.
Got it. Okay. Let's call a vote.
No, it's as amended.
Okay, so as amended to include all applicable historic districts, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez, Commissioner Dominguez, Commissioner Magazine, Vice Mayor Fernandez, Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing scheduled for December 11th.
Let's call the companion item C7AH, which was pulled from consent.
C7AH, designate code enforcement officers focused on visual blight in ADCD neighborhoods area, separated by Commissioner Bott.
So this is Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez's item, and I only separated it to do exactly the same thing I just did to the previous one, to expand it to all of the historic districts in the city for all of the same reasons. So that was my only intent, to separate it. So if you're okay with that friendly amendment.
I'm fine with it. I would like to know, does code compliance feel like you need a couple more people for this job? Somebody's nodding their head, yes. Because if you do, we might need to add some code compliance officers. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with these code compliance officers spending some time with Daniel Seraldo and MDPL and starting to love the historic district and getting a training. I would literally send them out so that they understand what they're doing, because the more that they're invested in it, the more that this new historic district task force is going to, buy into this and understand why they're doing what they're doing. So do we need more people?
At least 200 additional code officers would be great. Thank you for asking. So, yeah, we work hand in hand with the Ocean Drive Association, also the ADNA, the Art Deco Neighborhood Association. But this is now taking that existing staff and just focusing on what C7AH talks about, which is peeling paint, neglected elements, things that have been improperly attached to buildings without board approval, so.
Through the Vice Chair?
Yes, you're recognized.
God, I conflated that totally. Vice Mayor and Chair. The Vice Chair, we'll just do that. Hernan, I just don't know the answer to this. So, and I know you're never supposed to ask a question that you don't know the answer to, but never stop me. The code enforcement officers, are they assigned to areas of the city? Like, does everyone have a beat that, so like, Officer Smith is an expert in South Beach, but never, ever, ever goes to Mid Beach? Or is it just depending on the day?
The answer is yes. 3 districts, north, middle, and south, and then within those districts, there's zones.
Okay, so in theory, each officer should be an expert on his or her zone.
In theory, you should have a neighborhood code officer, yes.
And if you allow me, Commissioner Bott, there's also supervisors for each one of those areas that were renaming them to encompass more of engagement with neighborhood associations.
Correct.
and
For
that type of
community
work.
engagement, we're doing the single point of contact with each supervisor for each district.
Okay.
And
So
that's
similar to
forthcoming,
like
that's
the
working its way.
captains in police, so that they can engage directly with those
So
neighborhoods.
people don't feel like it's just going into the void.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the vice mayor is a sponsor for that, and
Well,
it's
let me
working its
just-
way through the neighborhoods, that component's working its way through the neighborhoods committee and also through the personnel board.
It was supposed to be heard at the last neighborhoods committee, and I requested for it to be deferred, but we'll hopefully discuss it at the next month.
And I will give a shout out to anybody who's listening. If you don't have the eGov app, you should download that immediately on both the Android and the Apple app stores, because literally a couple of weeks ago, I was out walking the dogs, and I entered in a service issue. And by the time I got back from walking the dogs, the truck was there picking up the abandoned whatever it was. So it is incredibly useful. You can do it with, just one hand and your phone, and it gives you somebody to follow up with, and it gives you information about what's happened with your request, so it does not go into the void. So I cannot urge people out there listening enough to download that app.
So going back to what this resolution states, we're gonna dedicate 2 people in South Beach, and do you have enough people in North Beach to dedicate 2 people also?
We'll accomplish the South Beach with existing staff committed to that, to what the resolution is asking for, which is property maintenance. In North Beach, we currently assign staff, additional staff hours, to patrol there for violations under the CRA allowance.
Say that.
So we actually receive funds to augment staff in North Beach.
Through the CRA.
Correct.
So have you hired new staff through using those funds?
Existing staff.
Is
It's
Heather
additional
still
hours,
here?
existing staff.
Heather, can we put you on the spot for a quick second? Do the CRA funds enable our code department to hire dedicated code officers for North Beach?
So yes, that could be part of the augmenting of the resources, just like we have additional police overtime details that are budgeted within the CRA. We did have some code enforcement, additional dollars budgeted in the CRA. And if you so chose, you could allocate additional dollars to that specific item. And if I could, through the vice chair, I just wanted to make sure everybody understands this is prioritizing code enforcement resources to address these concerns among the many other concerns that they're dealing with. So it's not that we're dedicating specific officer A, B, C to this. We're prioritizing this as one of their responsibilities among many others in these areas.
I have a question.
I wanted a dedication.
So I just wanted to sort of finish this thought, just so I can understand. So we could hire 2 code officers specifically for North Beach and the CRA, who obviously look over all of the code violations, but are prioritizing what we're talking about here. So my wish, my hope would be that after, let's say, a year or so of this proactive, really hyper-focused initiative on how things look, things get cleaned up, and then it does not have to be such a hyper-focused effort, because that will just be the normal status quo. But right now, there are pockets of our city, and we see it in like 6th Street going across, in Flamingo Park, that is just kind of not a great looking street, and plenty of streets up in North Beach that people just don't care because they're not held accountable. They don't care. We had somebody who's kind of trying to do the right thing and clean up their little shopping strip mall with workers on a roof at 10:30 at night on a Friday or Saturday. I don't remember what day it was. This is not okay. So we need to have, I'm kind of jokingly calling it the code SWAT team, right? To just get us back on track as a city. And, we need to really dedicate the resources. So we can take this offline, so we don't take any more time on this. But I would like to talk with Code and CRA, the budget aspect of CRA and the city manager to figure out how we get 2 people dedicated to North Beach. We got chickens up there that we are trying to catch, thanks to Chief Digna Bello and her incredible flock of chicken catchers. And we catch them, but people are getting more chickens, right? So, you know, there's all kinds of weird issues going on that we need to have some focus on.
What do you have against the chickens?
I don't have anything against the chickens, but we can't have chickens running around the city of Miami.
Why? They have them, go to Little Havana. And
We're not
Key West, I
Little,
love the chickens.
we are not Little Havana, and the neighbors are complaining.
Key West, that's we have peacocks in my neighborhood, and I think it's just beautiful.
I'm okay with the chickens.
So
Wait,
I
was
never
just,
got
so
to
wait,
make my comments on C7AH.
Wait,
and
can I just
Yeah,
add, I want to just amend this very quickly. I would, okay, we have this resolution. I would like to add into it that as part of this resolution, we also dedicate 2 code compliance positions using CRA funds.
Well, that's what I want to have the conversation offline to make sure we do it the correct way. I do not want to take a single misstep on the CRA because it's, you know, it's being dangled as a stick, right? And so I don't want us to do anything on the fly before we know how to do it properly. So that's going to be the goal.
Oh, and do not hesitate to violate a city building. If you see that our city building does not look good and is not painted like the South Shore
We'll get Barbara
Community
Hula
Center,
with you.
I would issue us a violation. Because when our buildings don't look great, what does that say? And I drove past the Rake House Center the other day and I thought to myself, this needs paint and maintenance. So, I mean, do not hesitate to give us violations too. Like if you go past Old City Hall right now and you look at the door to go inside, it has like black grease smears, okay? Like filth, okay? On our door to Old City Hall. So when somebody goes to court in Miami Beach, do you know what they see? They see that we are okay with filth. They see that we don't care about our properties, and that has to stop. And City Hall, like, and our buildings should be the example, and right now, they are not. So,
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Fernandez, now we're calling the vote.
So I have a question. With code enforcement right now, are we doing proactive enforcement or are we doing complaint-driven enforcement?
Both.
Okay, but both. How do you do both? You're either doing proactive or you're doing complaint-driven. I guess you're doing based on calls. Okay, based on calls you respond, but you're also out there catching things and
So sometimes-
proactively issuing
Sometimes
violations.
we do some concerted efforts, like right now, we're doing Washington Avenue, and that's looking at window coverings, graffiti, stickers, soot on these awnings, and it's a concentrated effort, and it's divided by, section blocks. We go in first, try and get compliance, and then we go on with the violations. But, so it's both, so it's proactive and it is complaint-driven also.
I just, and the reason why I bring that up is because if we really are doing proper proactive enforcement, this resolution, which I fully agree with and I support and I think is great, but we were doing it right, I don't think you would have had to get to the point that this would be necessary. And so, we need to understand what's going on, why is it getting to this point, and going in the spirit of this conversation, we are working on those supervisor positions so that those supervisor positions can have more contact and engagement with the neighborhood associations, similar to how the police captains engage with the neighborhood associations. We have the area managers that we just approved as part of the fiscal year budget that hopefully will be dedicated people on the ground, on the field, seeing the city through the lenses of all the departments and catching these things and getting ahead of it before the residents have to bring it to our attention. I just get concerned when we have to put items like this on the agenda to do stuff that really, it just should be happening by the normal coursework of the function of the department. This should be happening. And I get concerned that we had to get to the point that where Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez had to place this on the agenda. But I don't disagree with it. It's needed.
just a different direction. Sarah, I know you wanted to say something, and if the mayor lets you, that's fine. I would like to add one more thing, that the code compliance officers that we are going to assign complete an Art Deco historic tour of North and South Beach with the Miami Design Preservation League. So I think that's number one. I think education is everything. Once you understand why you're doing something, I think that you'll do it with much more intent. Is that okay with everybody if I add that into my resolution? Yes?
Yeah.
Little training on
Love it.
Art Deco? Okay.
Hi, everybody. Sarah De Los Reyes. I want to give you some input. I have worked with co-compliance, and I've had co-compliance that I have trained in regards to the ordinance. I'm just talking about my neighborhood. And they take sometimes the co-compliance and they move them to another location. So you're going to start with another person who has not been trained in regards to the ordinance, and they walk around and they know what to do, and the new person that comes in doesn't know anything. So I have to go and train the person again. So before you do this, make sure you have somebody dedicated. If they're going to move them, that person has to train that code in order to actually say, look, in this area, this is what you have to watch out for. That does not happen. I'm telling you, because I've trained so many of them. Like Vima was my best lady who walked around, no speakers, no, you know, all the ordinance in Sunset Harbor she knew, and they put somebody brand new. I spoke to the supervisor, but the supervisor is not there every day walking. It's your supervisor. So I'm just giving you a heads up to put it
Thank you,
into
Sarah.
your ordinance.
It's in. Let's
So
call the
we're
vote.
Adding in the training component too.
Thank you.
Let's call the vote.
Good discussion. Thank you. Let's call the vote.
So just for the record, I have no motion or second.
I'll move it.
So Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah.
This is as amended with the training regarding MDPL. Was there also Commissioner Bott's amendment of applicable to all historic districts?
Yes.
Okay. Having said that, all in favor, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. C7AH is approved as amended.
R50.
Thank you.
R50 is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach at chapter 7, zoning districts and regulations, article 2, district regulations at division 15, performance standard district, section 7.2.15.2, residential performance standard district, RDS, to provide height incentives to encourage the redevelopment. Hold on, it's me. To provide height incentives for encourage the redevelopment of hotels on properties zoned RPS4 into residential structures by providing such properties with a height bonus if the applicant voluntarily covenants that no transient uses or short-term rentals shall be permitted on the property, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading, public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R50.
I move the item.
I second.
Let's call the vote. Tom, does this include, I had brought up some issues about permitting and timelines. Is that as amended?
Yes, as noted in the commission memo, we've updated it to require a certificate of appropriateness from the Historic Preservation Board be issued by December 31st of 2027, and that the full building permit be issued no later than June 30th, 2030.
Excellent.
And Ralph, I believe this is a public hearing?
It's a public hearing, no one on Zoom, no one in the audience that I see. I think I heard the motion by Vice Mayor Fernandez.
I second.
And seconded by Commissioner Magazine.
Call the vote.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Dominguez.
No.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R50.
R5U.
R5U is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach.
I'm sorry, City Clerk, I made a mistake on that item. I was a yes on it.
So this is
Jeez.
on
Laura.
R50, correct?
Better to get it right.
So Commissioner Dominguez is a yes. So one no, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
And Commissioner Mark Samuelian initiated the incentive to transition away from hotel to
It was his item, absolutely, and through the mayor. The short title is what threw me on this one, and I wish it would have had more details.
I would, wait, if we're bringing this
No,
back
no,
up,
it's been
I would
voted
just
on.
like
It's
to
been voted on.
explain my no vote right now. Just
Commissioner,
because
I'm not
the
going to
other
cut you
day I
off,
was
but
at-
it's been voted on.
The item was called R5U
I
was
called
called
another
by the
item.
mayor.
This is the item on the Stanton, correct, to give those 3 hotels height. I would add, though, that when I was at Prime 112 the other night and I was looking up at the Stanton, I was thinking how beautiful it is and how we're just gonna make it bigger.
As
And
opposed to demolishing
bigger,
it, because the
you know
state
what,
could
the funny
demolish it.
part is that, bigger is not better. And, and as we go into a time period where we're seeing a significant reduction in tourism taxes, we are not understanding the fact that tourism is what has subsidized Miami Beach when there is a downturn in property taxes. So when this body comes back in 5 or 10 years and you have just, some of these policies have destroyed what is one of the most thriving hospitality industries for our entire county, and you're going to have to increase taxes, you're going to say to yourself, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez warned everybody that restaurants are going to close, that we are going to experience significant economic decline, and neighborhoods will suffer because of these policies.
R5U.
R5U is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 70 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, entitled Miscellaneous Offenses by amending Article 1, entitled In General, by amending section 70-1 thereof, entitled State Misdemeanors, by adopting through specific reference a state law misdemeanor offense of trespass in structure or conveyance and trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance, to affirmatively establish offenses against municipal law for the same acts that constitute such offenses against state law, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5U.
Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Suarez, Magazine, and me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is an item I brought forward, listening to feedback from our officers who we have asked to enforce a camping ordinance. And one of the frustrations they shared with us is that oftentimes when they have to deal with a camping ordinance, they're also dealing with trespassing. And so in essence, this ordinance enables the city to prosecute misdemeanor trespassing offenses under our own municipal law, similar to how the state law operates, specifically trespassing in any structure or conveyance and trespassing on property other than a structure or conveyance. So in essence, it allows our municipal prosecution team to take the lead on these cases when the state attorney is not. With that, I move the item.
And thank you for bringing this item. I think it's a good time to just acknowledge our municipal prosecution team that's at a clip of about 90% successful prosecutions. It's also, we focus so much on police, rightfully so, and the visibility, because that's what everyone sees, but the prosecution of cases, not only by our municipal prosecution team, but the state attorney's office, the judiciary, unfortunately, that's not often seen, but it's 2/3 of the equation, and such an integral part. I know I am, and I know others on this body are focused on that as well, to make sure that all 3 aspects of the criminal justice system are working in tandem to make sure that we have keep our streets safe. With that, I think you move the item.
I move the item.
I'll second.
This is a public hearing. No one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item R5U is adopted.
R5R.
R5R is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 2 entitled City Commission, by amending section 2-14 thereof entitled Meeting Procedures and Agendas, to clarify that any ordinance or resolution placed on a city commission agenda with a fiscal impact of greater than $75,000 shall be first referred to the Finance and Economic Resiliency Commission Committee, and further to require an affirmative vote of 5/7 of the city commission for approval of any ordinance or resolution placed on a city commission agenda by the mayor or city commissioner that will have a recurring fiscal impact of more than $50,000 per fiscal year, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing.
Commissioner Magazine, co-sponsored by Commissioner Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, and thank you for the honor of being able to chair the Finance Committee. It's been one of the greatest honors and undertakings since being elected. And I think we did a tremendous job going through the budget cycle and reflecting about some of the things that went well and some of the things that we could fine tune. One issue that came up is we run this very long budget process where everything gets vetted, baked, and throughout the year, if something has a significant financial impact above a certain threshold, it has to go through a rigorous process, be referred to the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee. However, then we got to budget time, and things just kind of seem like, you know, being proposed on the fly, and it is a product of the timing, right? And sometimes there's no workaround, but I wanted to really essentially fine tune that process and have more safeguards in place because I think we came into a meeting with an expectation X would be spent in part of our budget, and there was line items that essentially, without the vetting that we would have seen throughout the entire duration of the rest of the year, kind of totaled upwards of several hundred thousand, if not into the millions of dollars. So not to say that those things couldn't move forward on the fly, because I recognize that some things are time sensitive. However, if they don't go through that proper FERC process and they're done on the fly in the budget amendment process, that it would require a higher standard and a higher threshold for a 5/7 vote. So if those items are still going to be very important and they need to get passed, we can do so. It just is going to require a further vote. And also resetting that standard that things with a fiscal impact above $75,000 have to go through the further FERC process. Mr. City Attorney, if you want to hand it over. I know our CFO is actually at the County Commission for another significant line item for Miami Beach, but.
No, I believe you've covered it perfectly well. One of the items is a cleanup of section 2-14, which requires items that are above 75,000 to go to any committee, and we are amending to clarify that they are intended to go to the Finance Committee, which is the way that we've been operating for some time.
So I'm okay with everything going through FERC. I'm not necessarily okay with the 5/7 vote, and I would like to see if you would eliminate that portion, and let me explain why. I know that right now there is a majority of people who believe in arts and culture finance, and I know that there is a minority. It was a 4-3 vote. So now that we've bonded several $100 million to help all of these cultural facilities, this could in fact impact funding across 501c3s that are culturally inclined or artistically inclined that maybe a 3-person minority on this body might not want to vote for. So if we vote for this and you make it 5/7, there are all sorts of funding, for example, Miami New Drama or your La Liga, or possibly LGBTQ initiatives. I think that the 5/7 threshold it should be removed from this, and then I will support it on second reading simply because, yes.
May I make a clarification to make sure the 5/7 only applies if
Recurring
it's
funding.
okay, recurring.
Yeah, but we have several recurring items that we have in here. For example, let's say that the recurring funding for the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, that could be shut down. So I like the majority because I think it gives freedom for us to fund cultural institutions that we feel as a majority are find important. I think that the 5/7 threshold is unnecessary, and I would ask that my colleagues support the removal of the 5/7 threshold, and then I will support this.
Mr. Mayor?
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
So I would say this, I would have concerns if an entity receiving a recurring funding more than 50,000 is, can't get that 5/7 vote, because it's ultimately the taxpayers' money. I think for the most part, we've been pretty unified when it comes to these dollars. I mean, I don't know when have we had a situation that we really haven't been unified in the allocation of these dollars?
And can I just ask for clarification, Mr. City, or
Yeah.
if I could, clarification, Mr.
Yeah,
City
please.
Attorney. So this isn't applicable to things that go through the normal finance process in our, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, I think you want to know this. But this doesn't apply to things that go through the normal FERC process. This is essentially when we're sitting at the budget meeting, and if something is going to be placed for a recurring item, it requires that 5/7 threshold.
It could apply then, or it could apply during the year at a commission meeting if there's an item that will have a recurring impact. But if it's an item that is in the budget, and there are many items in the budget that are recurring items for many of these organizations, then this would not apply.
I don't think this is bad. I honestly, I don't think this is bad. I think it's responsible. And it's the taxpayers' money ultimately. I think if something can't get 5 votes of the city commission when we are usually united on these things, I would be hesitant about giving them the public's funding. It's not our money. It's not the city's money. It's our residents, our taxpayers' dollars. And I think when doing that, and when giving those funds to private organizations especially, it should be a supermajority representation of the public, because it's not a supermajority of the commission. Yes, it's the commission, but the commission is representatives of the public. And you know, your example about my mammogram testing initiative, I mean, if you know, I'd be surprised if we don't unanimously support something like that, as we have in the past, because you know, it is a need. We have you know, people in our community who don't have insurance, who don't qualify for government insurance, many of them because they're illegal. They don't have legal status. And in fact, through the city clerk, I'm going to share an email that I just got today from a resident. I'm going to ask the city clerk to share with the rest of the commission of residents that actually go to UNIDAD that have been receiving, both the husband and the wife, free medical treatment through La Liga, thanks to the grant that we've adopted. And I think when it comes to things like that, we'll usually be very united, and we won't have a 4-3 vote. And I can't recall the last time that a commissioner brought something forward at the time of the budget where it was down to the wire, 4-3 vote, when it's usually we're very united on this stuff.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, and then
I would argue that you got the funding because of a simple majority, and that if you vote for this 5/7, I do feel in my heart of hearts that yes, arts and cultural funding could be potentially slashed across the board, depending on what the body's priorities are. And so, I mean, I'm a no on this. I don't understand why we need a 5/7 on recurring funding, especially when we're not all on the same page, especially when it comes to arts and culture funding. I think, as you saw, and that was not a recurring expense. I understand that, Rick. But we also had the Miami New Drama situation, which was a recurring item that passed on a simple majority. So we know at this point that those items could fall to the wayside, because I don't think that that's a priority of the 5 of us. I think probably it's a priority of the 4 of us. So if you're okay with those items not getting the funding that they need moving forward, then you will vote yes for this. But if you want to protect certain nonprofits, certain cultural institutions that maybe this body will not prioritize at a 5/7 level, then you will embrace this. But I would remind you, Commissioner Fernandez, that recently at the awards and presentation ceremony, when I said, you know, this is an over-regulation, you said, no, let's do this. And then you said, you know what? We should be able to have the awards and presentation ceremony. And this is one of those scenarios where I do think that funding for certain organizations will fall by the wayside if we embrace the 5/7 vote. And that concerns me a lot, because I think that we have a very delicate relationship between the city of Miami Beach and several nonprofits. Nonprofits like UNIDAD, nonprofits at one time like the MBCDC, institutions like Gay Pride, and I don't ever want to see that funding go away. And my big fear is that that is exactly what this will do.
Yeah, all this item, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, if I can say, all this item requires is a referral to FERC. So it's the same body that's going to be voting on it. Commissioner Magazine, please speak, but then please move the item and I will second it.
You know, so many people ask, well, how do you go from a $300 million budget to a close to $1 billion budget over a course of a few years? And that's by not making hard decisions, right? And we have all been blessed during our time being elected, whether it be newly elected or people that have been here for a term or two, that we've been blessed by a booming economy with near double-digit property tax increases. But we're starting to see signs of that is not going to continue forever, and it would be foolish to assume that it is. So there will come a point in time where hard decisions need to be made. This gives a clear pathway for things that are integral and important to our city, like arts and culture funding, because it just requires a 5/7 threshold. But to add recurring spending of over $75,000, maybe it will make these organizations go out and work harder, where they actually have to come and engage in all of us and really sell the merits of that. The single largest thing that we all have a responsibility for is to be good stewards of taxpayer money. And it would be a dereliction of duty to continue seeing $1 billion budget continue to grow and grow without having those hard conversations. And this is simply all that this does is it increases the threshold, and things that have just slid through, it actually puts the onus on us to truly be good stewards of taxpayer money.
If I make
I'll let you speak, Commissioner, but you've spoken several times on the item. I mean, we really need to move these items and
I
vote
just
on
want to
them.
make one correction, is that it's not 75,000, it's any recurring funding of 50,000, that's what this reads.
If-
So,
Yes, and it's 50,000, and if it's outside of the ordinary budget process. So if it's in the budget process, this does not apply. If it's an ordinance or resolution outside of that process, that is over 50,000 in recurring expense, the 5/7 would be required.
I just feel that this is a sad day for our nonprofits and arts and culture in Miami Beach when we vote for this 5/7 threshold. I believe that.
I think it's all been said before.
Yeah, well, I think what hasn't been said is the reassurance to the nonprofits that this is a commission that stands by them. We have traditionally voted unanimously on a lot of these things, and I think it's a shame that fear is being instilled to LGBTQ organizations, to organizations that provide health services to illegals in our community, people of undocumented status. This is about the fiscal policy of our city and being responsible stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. And that doesn't mean that we won't continue to advocate and lead and allocate resources to those entities that align with the values of the city of Miami Beach. And so while your comments do have a certain level of merit, I don't think it's proper for us to be instilling fear in these nonprofit organizations that their funding is in any way in jeopardy, because it's not. What is in jeopardy right now is that by a simple 4/7 vote, the taxpayers' dollars can be allocated, and this just adds an extra layer of protection to the taxpayers without taking anything away to any of the nonprofit institutions that we so value and hold dearly in the city of Miami Beach, which we support and hopefully will continue to support.
I'll move
Thank
the
you,
item,
Mr. Mayor. I'll second the item.
I mean, I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor, if there's a second.
Wait, I would just
Yeah.
like to answer that very quickly. I'm not instilling fear. We just had a huge contentious item for arts and culture that passed on a 4-3 vote. So if you think that you're not putting arts and culture and certain nonprofits in peril, I would tell you that the only good news is that this could be reversed potentially, correct, on a 4/7 vote. It doesn't need a 5/7 to reverse it, right? Because when the funding does get scrapped, we can go back and rectify this.
So I think we have a motion in a second, and so I think we're ready to call a vote. All I will say is that this just puts the impetus on anybody seeking funding to get their ducks in a row in the normal process. There's no issue with coming before us and making your case and going in the proper process and get the funding that is necessary. And that was it.
Let's call the vote.
Actually, it is a public hearing, and I have Wayne on Zoom. Wayne, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Wayne Roberts, Southwest Fifth. I'm a fiscal conservative in general in life. I appreciate Joe's goal, but 80% of our expenses are not adjustable. They're largely for personnel and expenses for pensions and operating. We only have a small amount of money for discretionary spending. So I appreciate his concern, but if the majority of the commission votes to spend, you know, at least raise the bar, 50,000 is just, you know, arbitrary and small. At least make it 200,000 or more, because it says, it does the opposite. A supermajority would go against the majority of the residents, because we elected you as, you know, in 4-3 in that respect. Spending money, I could see like you know, developers impacting, but lobbying really wouldn't impact those decisions the way other decisions are made. But you need a supermajority. This is strictly the merits of whatever is in front of us for spending. That's discretionary. So I don't think a supermajority is necessary, but at least raise the bar. 50,000 is really arbitrarily low. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, I actually wouldn't disagree with that. I don't know if people would be open to my friendly amendment of a $100,000 threshold.
Let's just keep it as is. I mean,
So it will be amended to incorporate the intent, which is this applies to items outside of the ordinary budget process, and to increase the threshold to 100,000 from 50.
So we have a motion and a second. Call the vote.
So as amended, Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
No.
Commissioner Suarez,
yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion is approved. The item is approved as amended. That was item R5R.
R5AO.
R5AO is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach creating the Housing Protection Ordinance by amending Article 4 entitled Rental Housing, by amending Division 3 entitled Termination of Tenancy, by amending Section 58-386 entitled Written Notice or Termination of Tenancy to require residential landlords to provide at least 90 days written notice to the city of proposed increase in tenants' monthly rent payments of 10% or more for specified recipients of city services, and providing for repealer severability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading, is item R5AO.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I am just quickly opening up over here to the item. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item seeks to address a situation that many tenants encounter in our city. Tenants who are struggling to afford rising rent prices and associated with the cost of housing. You know, South Florida, Miami-Dade County are one of the least affordable places for residents, for people to live in, and especially challenging for individuals of low income, individuals who are in fixed incomes, for seniors. And so what this item would do is that for individuals who are tenants, who have vouchers, housing vouchers, and who are either in properties owned by the housing authority or other type of affordable housing, that they be required to notify the city, the landlord be required to notify the Office of Housing and Community Services 90 days before any substantial rent increase. That's a 10% rent increase or more. And the whole purpose of that is so that our Office of Housing and Community Services can reach out, offer them assistance, try to help them find new housing, ultimately avoid homelessness. which is a great concern that we have in our community. I see we have our Chief Deputy City Attorney here, and we have our City Attorney as well. I don't know if you would like to go through the amendment that we made as to the applicability, who would need to, which segment of tenants would the landlord need to provide us notice for when they are dealing with a rent increase? And I'd like to recognize Rob Rosenwald to provide us with that information.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. This ordinance is on first reading, so it hasn't been presented before, so this is the only way you've seen it. And it is a requirement that, as the Commissioner said, that a limited swath of residential landlords who generally are us and who provide subsidized housing for low-income people would need to give tenants a 90-day notice, or not tenants, give the city 90 days notice of a rent increase, larger rent increase, so that our housing office can take steps and do what it does to avoid potential situations where these people are thrown out of their subsidized housing and become homeless.
And this is specifically, it in main part helps individuals who rely on vouchers, who may receive vouchers, may be renting in private property with those vouchers, but nonetheless are affected because of their limited income status, may be affected when they get hit with a substantial rent increase. In this case, the 90-day notice would be provided to the city so that the city could then reach out to these tenants, assess their situation, understand their struggles, since these are individuals who do qualify for housing assistance, for vouchers. These are the individuals who struggle the most in our society and who might need greater assistance in either trying to find new housing or, in the worst of scenarios, avoid homelessness. And that's the intent of this item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I love the intent of this item. I guess what's given me some pause is the notification to the city. It's a private issue, landlord-tenant, and we're now asking them to notify government about something they're going to do. I'm just wondering, and take it or leave it, Vice Mayor, if there's a way to do this with where they'd be required to give some notice that they could contact us for potential services, as opposed to putting the onus on them to reach out to us.
I would say this is drafted specifically to not fall within the state's recently enacted total preemption of the landlord-tenant transaction to local government regulations that did in fact invalidate our previous ordinance that required notice to tenants of large rent increases. This is specifically worded in a way that does not, we feel, violates the preemption, because it only requires a notice to the government to provide services that, if we can, to help them from not getting kicked out of their apartments. It doesn't in any way interfere or insert ourselves into the landlord-tenant process. For instance, if the landlord does not comply with this ordinance, under the previous ordinance, the rent increase would not go into effect. But now that the preemption has gone into effect, we can't do that. So if the landlord would not comply with the requirements of this ordinance, the rent increase would still go into effect. Nothing between the landlord and tenant would change. However, there would be a code violation issued for failing to comply with our ordinance. So in answer to your question, this is really the only way that we can do a limited amount in light of the state's preemption.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, this is the very limited amount we can do to help individuals who are dealing with with very difficult financial situations. For example, over the past 4 years, our Office of Housing and Community Services has processed and approved about 822 applications for housing assistance. That's Alba's team that has done that. Those are individuals in our city that likely would be the most affected by any sort of rent increase, and by their landlords notifying us 90 days before. At least Alba's team can reach out to these individuals, see what type of assistance they may need, housing assistance they may need, so that we don't see them move to other parts of Miami-Dade County that might be more affordable to them, or worse, see them end up in the streets. That's just Alba's office, because separately, the Housing Authority, which administers the federal housing choice voucher programs, we currently have through those 748 Section 8 vouchers, with over half of them being utilized by seniors 65 years or older. And those tend to be individuals who need ongoing support, part of a very vulnerable population. And this is something that doesn't cost anyone anything in reality. Notice doesn't cost a landlord anything. You just bake it into your timeline, and it helps us help people at their moments of greatest need when they might not be able to get employment or get a raise from their employer, or they may be dealing with other challenges. It just helps us get our resources that we're already investing in working quicker to help these people sleep better at night, knowing that they'll have somewhere safe to live.
No, and you may be getting me there, so thank you for that. I do want to, I don't know if we have statistics on it. My impression, though, is it's a critical issue. Housing, affordability, shortage, there's no question, it's one of the big issues of our time, certainly locally and nationwide. But I'm really, the part about these individuals becoming homeless in our city, I'm not, unless we have statistics showing it, I don't think that's really our homeless population. It doesn't mean it's not upending their lives in a big way. I just don't think they're the homeless, but.
But one could argue also that in part, remember, we've had 822 applications over the past few years that have been processed and approved by Alba's team. And how many of those would have been on the streets had it not been for our efforts of helping these individuals? And part of the reason why it's important is that in a housing market like Miami Beach, it's not easy to find landlords that accept these vouchers. It's timely. It takes time for these vouchers to be processed as well for the landlord to be able to accept the voucher and be able to take in a tenant that is using these vouchers. And so the earlier you start in the process and trying to find a new home for someone of very limited incomes and seniors and people who are receiving these vouchers, the more likely it is, number one, that we'll find them a home, that they won't be displaced outside of our city, which is a big issue that we have, preserving the human fabric of our city. And number three, making sure that in the worst of situations, they don't end up on the streets. And this is a big credit to the work that Alba's team does. Because that's the whole reason of putting this here, because we have, unlike any other city, we actually have a team of people who are dedicated in making sure that no one ends up in the streets. And the sooner we get them working for them, we maximize our ability to help these individuals.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So how would the landlords, if we pass this, how do they know that this is into effect? I mean, are we sending a notice to landlords? How,
well, we could send a notice. We could put a requirement in for second reading to send notice to the landlords. Also, just in general, the public is presumed under the law to know what you have passed, and it's published in the laws, and there's a presumption that landlords are advised by their lawyers and by the people who keep them apprised of these things, of what you have done. And so if the answer is, if you want to send them notice, we can, although sending notice to them is not required under the law.
I think because the intent of the ordinance is to help the people who are renting in these, and if the landlords know that this has been passed, then in effect, we're solving the issue that we're trying to solve. So, with a friendly amendment, can we agree to give notice
Sure.
to the specified land property owners?
Yes, and if I may, through the mayor, unfortunately, we didn't reach this item last time. I had put an effective date of January 1st. What I would want to do is maybe push back the effective date. I don't know how much time the city managers and the city administration would need to put out notice, but between first and second reading, I want to work on amending the effective date of the ordinance. Because again, we don't want to create a problem for landlords at all. To the contrary, we want to help their tenants, and while not being onerous on the landlords. So I think the most responsible thing, in addition to what Commissioner Suarez has mentioned, is delay the effective date so that we make sure we do all the proper outreach and everyone knows of the ordinance.
Right, and I'm sorry, I actually misspoke. I wrote this, so I should have known this, but there actually is already a 90-day notice period to all landlords and an education period before violations are issued.
Okay, great.
So this is only affecting people who have a voucher, the 876 people, residents who have the housing vouchers?
These, Rob, I'm not going to tell you how many specific, as far as I know, we have 822 people who have been approved for some sort of housing assistance through Alba's office. The Housing Authority has over 700 individuals who have Section 8 vouchers. Over half of them are over 65 years of age. And I think, Rob, this would apply to other tenants of private affordable housing. Is that correct?
Well, it specifically says who receives any housing voucher from any government agency, who resides in any property owned by the Miami Beach Housing Authority, or any other affordable housing provider would have to receive the 90-day notice. As far as numbers, I don't know the answer to that.
But private landlords, a private landlord that has a tenant with a voucher, they would have to provide the 90-day notice.
Yes.
I'm glad that you specified that it's only for people receiving services. I think, Alba Marcella, this could go a long way in us having a database so that when we approach the federal government, if we want to increase the amount for each of our vouchers, we currently don't have a database of what those rents are, and that would give us a picture of how many people are receiving rent increases. So if you are getting these notices, I think that as part of this ordinance, you should add in that we create a database. And why is that? Because it's more expensive to live in South Florida than any other place. And we already receive a little bit more because of that in terms of our vouchers. But if we had the data to go back to the federal government and say, you know what, we need a voucher increase, could you add into this someplace that all data, the notices that we get be compiled into some sort of database that then the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee could potentially use to solicit increases? Because that's one of the biggest issues that we're facing.
Let's work on that between first and second reading. I don't know what privacy issues may come into play.
Let us take a look.
So let's work on that between first and second reading. It's a great suggestion, and if there's a way to incorporate it, I'll be happy to through the guidance of the attorneys.
I don't think we need to put, building names, but, if you had like an address and look at the percentage increase year over year, this is increasing 20%, and you guys are increasing our vouchers pegged to CIP, so that's one of the largest issues that we're facing. And it could actually work in our favor in terms of getting more money for our rental assistance program. The database could work for increasing our CGDB, what?
CDBG.
CDB, Community Block Grant
Development
Fund,
Development.
CBDG funding. Okay, so I would add that in between first and second. And congratulations.
Rob, what is state law regarding the requirement of notice to renters of a rent increase?
Well, if you want to change a tenancy where there's a lease, then when the lease ends, you're required by state law to give notice that you're either not going to renew it or you're going to change it. If you're going month to month, you're required to give 15 days notice of either what you're doing or you're raising the rent or you're ending the tenancy.
If the rent is raised over a certain amount, is there a
It's not
notice
really a
requirement?
certain amount. It's just a time period. For month to month tenancies, you have to give 15 days notice.
Okay.
Move
We
the
have a
item.
motion and a second?
I move the item.
Second. I'm going to support you today.
Thank you.
Made a compelling argument. I'll still think about it between now and the second reading.
I'll work on more compelling arguments.
I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez. Commissioner Bott.
Sorry, my colleague was beating me up. Yes, for me.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved with direction that the effective date be looked at between first and second reading and database possibility be looked at between first and second readings. That's R5AO.
Thank you, colleagues.
It's called R5AP, as in Paul.
It's gonna be fun.
R5AP is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Administration, Article 6, Procurement, Division 3, Contract Procedures by creating section 2-379 to be entitled Prohibition on City Contracts with Campaign Consultants to prohibit the city from contracting with an individual or entity which has, within a defined period of time prior to the issuance of a competitive solicitation for or execution of the contract with the city, perform services for compensation to a candidate for city elected office and provide for a waiver and providing for repealer, severability, qualification, and an effective date. This is a first reading, R5AP.
Soon to be Vice Mayor Bott.
No, Alex still has 2 weeks to enjoy the festivities. So this is kind of a companion piece to something that we brought, that I brought early in my tenure as a commissioner, and my colleagues passed supportively. We don't want to tell anybody what they can or can't do on their personal time when it comes to politics, obviously. However, I don't think it's appropriate for people who are getting paid to work on campaigns for commission, whether it's a commissioner or mayoral campaign, and then either serve on a committee or get a contract with the city as a vendor. It's one thing if you're a volunteer, it's another thing if you're a paid operative in any fashion. So that is what this intends to codify, that we will not be hiring anybody who has worked on a commission campaign within the last 2 years. Well, commission meaning commissioners or mayor, like any of the 7 spots.
Commissioner Magazine and Commissioner Suarez.
Commissioner Bott, commend you for this. You and I shared stories as we were going through the campaign process, and just kind of our disgust and horror with some of the things that we all saw. So I think we collectively have all brought some items to kind of clean up the election process. So commend you on this. Would want to be sure that there's not an exploitation of a loophole. So how are you defining campaign consultants? Could we essentially broaden this to say anybody that is paid for election services through either a campaign fund or a PAC?
100%, yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
So one person comes to mind that has worked on the last mayoral campaign, Valerie Navarrete, right? So is she going to be excluded moving forward after we pass this? Is it retroactive? Because she's going to be a vendor for the city for some of the homeless services.
I see our city attorney
This
closer
is,
to the mic.
is not a retroactive ordinance. If she works on the next campaign, then she would be precluded, or the city would be precluded from contracting with her organization for a period of 2 years after that.
And this would also preclude any board assignments?
That's, we already enacted that earlier this year.
Okay, so any payment to any individual for any sort of campaign through either an entity or direct payment to the person?
Yeah, and listen, I don't want to keep any of our residents from putting their efforts behind a candidate they support. So if they want to knock doors, if they want to stand at City Hall creating the gauntlet that voters have to run through, if they want to host an event at their home, and whatever they want to do as individuals and as volunteers, more power to them. But if you are paid in any way from a campaign for anybody running for office at City Hall, whether it's commissioner or mayor, within the last 2 years, then we're not going to.
Can I just make an amendment, a friendly amendment then? If they are currently not in the city, either on a board or a vendor, can we make it retroactive? Meaning, let's say someone did get paid for the last election, but they don't currently sit on a board, they are currently not a city vendor, they would also be precluded from.
I think that's this item. City Attorney?
Right. So just to make sure that it's not retroactive to this upcoming election season, if someone's already sitting on a board and they have been paid in the past, then they get grandfathered in.
Well, I believe that the prior ordinance that was adopted provides that if you are sitting on a board and you wish to work on a campaign for pay, then it is considered an automatic revocation of your board membership, or you're basically tendering your resignation. But in terms of retroactive, this ordinance is not intended to be retroactive. It's only prospective. So if you currently have a contract with the city, that contract is not affected. It would only be a future contract entered into after January 1 of 2025. So, I guess if you worked on the campaign in 2023, then for a period of 2 years, you would not be able to contract with the city. So it does capture certain individuals who worked on campaigns in 2023.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Apply to unions somehow, because I feel like they contribute to campaigns. Okay, certain unions contribute to these campaigns, and then while they're not contracted, and then they come before us with a city contract. So what's the difference between that and maybe there should be a prohibition on that to eliminate the union. I don't see any difference.
We don't pay the unions though.
Pardon?
We're not paying the unions.
Well, we're entering into contracts with the unions.
But this
And,
is,
and they're not being paid, but they are working on these campaigns, and some unions are contributing significant amounts of money to these campaigns.
This only applies
So-
if the individual who is engaged by the campaign is being paid. So if a volunteer,
If they volunteer, that's fine, if there's no
Right.
compensation, but I think there should be some sort of loophole in terms of the compensation followed by the contract agreement. I mean, I think it's just convoluted to punish some people, but not the obvious big contracts, massive, hundreds of $1 million contracts that are coming before us. I don't know what the law is surrounding that, and I'm not saying that, I'm talking in terms of, compensation and, no?
so
Well, let's hear from my colleagues, and then Commissioner Bott.
So my understanding, I wouldn't know because I was not endorsed by either the fire department or the fire union or the police union, so I would have no direct knowledge of this. But my understanding is that that they volunteer, the individual firefighters and police officers volunteer their time, and whatever a person does on his or her own dime about donating to a campaign, that's fine. My understanding is that the unions don't donate money to campaigns. They endorse or don't endorse, and that's it. there's no money involved. But I don't know, so maybe
That's,
Bobby.
but that's not this
Mr. Mayor.
item.
Commissioner Magazine.
It would actually be the other way around. So
Yeah.
unions actually would be captured on this if a campaign paid a union, right? That doesn't happen to my knowledge, but.
Correct.
You know, this wouldn't prohibit somebody from donating to a campaign and then receiving contract,
volunteering.
or volunteering, receiving contracting services. What cannot happen, though, is a campaign pays somebody, essentially employs somebody, and then if that person is elected, goes out and gets a contract. Campaigns are not paying unions, nor should they. And in fact, if a campaign would pay a union for an endorsement, this actually would be captured under that umbrella.
Correct.
Commissioner Suarez had his hand up before, and then Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Just to make another friendly amendment, I'd like it to be 2.5 years instead of 2.
I defer to my colleagues to see what the appetite is. I mean, why 2.5?
Make it a decade.
Why 3?
I mean, yeah, I would like to go to 4 in all honesty, but I think if we want to, I think just 2 years delay is not enough. But I think.
Well, my intent on this was, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues and from the city attorney, is that we have elections every 2 years. And so that seems like a fair cleanup time so that you can sit out one election and get involved in another and just leave it at that.
That's exactly my point. That's why I think you let a full election cycle go through, and that's why I wouldn't want to have the 2.5 years or 2 years and a quarter to really, remove any sort of conflicts of interest.
When does the 2-year start running?
It starts running at the conclusion of the election.
That would capture it.
But it would start at the end of the election, correct? So if you were paid before the election, then it wouldn't be captured.
It's 2 years prior to the issuance of a competitive solicitation or execution. Mayor.
Just saying.
But it has to, it has
Nick,
to,
if you could.
It applies to any individual or entity who's done paid work for a campaign within the 2 years prior to the city's issuance of a procurement or the execution of a contract.
But I guess my question is, let's say that the campaign is made in August. Is it captured from August or from the end of the election in November?
If let's say the individual worked for a campaign in August but stopped working for the campaign after August, then the date would be August. It's not through the election cycle.
Okay, so
2.5 years would be better captured then.
sure.
Right, because if you're, let's say they worked on that campaign, that person won, and then they want to,
So let me, Nick, maybe you can help me. So we have cases where somebody filed to run, 18, 20 months before the election. The 2 years would capture that.
So this only applies to someone who's doing paid work for the campaign.
Right.
So the candidate could file 2 years out,
Right,
but if they don't hire,
No, but even, so they filed 2 years out and, 18 months into it, they file whatever, but so they've hired a person to start working with them on marketing materials and then that person comes and says, I'd like to do a marketing materials contract with the city.
that they would have a 2-year clock starting, when they finish doing paid work for the campaign, the 2-year clock would start where they could not seek a city contract.
So it's from when they finish rather than when they start.
Yes, that's how it's drafted.
So if we extend it to 2.5 years, that captures a little bit more. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Thank you. So I just have a few questions. Okay. So we already have a similar ordinance that's in place for boards and committees. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Similar, yes.
Okay. What does the one about the boards and committees say?
As I understand it, the boards and committees ordinance indicates that if you are on a board or committee and you wish to participate in a campaign for pay, then you must tender, or it is considered a tender of your resignation from the board or committee.
Was that retroactive or was that proactive?
I'm gonna ask Nick Kalergis to weigh in.
I'm sorry, I missed the
Is
question.
the boards and committee ordinance, is it retroactive or prospective?
It would have been prospective to new appointees after that
After the
ordinance took
Okay.
effect.
And so this is similar. This item is similar, but it relates specifically
Two vendors.
to vendors. Okay. I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't like it. I think if someone could volunteer, I think a lot of times people would volunteer. And the reality is a lot of the people who got paid, when you look at these reports, a lot of them are older people. And I don't like it, but let's put that aside. We have entities in our city that have been paid by these campaigns. For example, there's an accountant in North Beach, a prominent accountant in North Beach that has been hired by many of our campaigns to be the accountant for our campaigns. Under the law that we passed, he can no longer serve on a board and committee in our city. We have, in essence, silenced a resident from participating in our civic process because we hired him to be our campaign accountants. Or let's say we decide to have an event at a local establishment in Miami Beach. Would the city now be prohibited from engaging in any business with this establishment in the city?
For a 2-year period.
Okay. Not only would the person not be able to serve on a board and committee, they also wouldn't be able to serve on a committee. I mean, they wouldn't be able to
take a
serve on a committee, and they wouldn't be able to do business with the city. Okay, I get where this is coming from, but like, for example, I'm seeing our ad hoc nightlife task force. I see probably at least 2 people, possibly more than 2 people, that would be disqualified based on the prior ordinance that we've adopted, and just scanning just through some of the people that are listed on expenditure reports. Not people, entities in our community. Let's go no further. Let's go to banks. If I use JP Morgan for my campaign, JP Morgan will no longer be able to handle our city's accounts.
Is that accurate, Nick?
If the campaign paid, that's an interesting question. If the campaign paid JP Morgan, let's say bank fees, I think there's a case to be made that they would be subject to the prohibition. Now, we have incorporated a waiver on a 5/7 vote, but I think that's right.
And so,
Yeah.
and so, these are things being done with good intentions, with the most ethical and upright of intentions. And I support the intentions. I don't necessarily support the policy, because I do think it comes with unintended consequences. There are good people, subject matter experts on committees, that if we truly were abiding by the spirit of the ordinance that we already passed once, they wouldn't be able to serve on some of our committees that we've recently created if we were abiding by that spirit. And I don't know if a waiver was granted for any of these, but and then separately, it's going to create issues with establishments, accountants, attorneys, banks, and other entities that we hire. And especially, I know that when I was running for office, as much as I could, I tried to keep the money in the city. So like, if I was, buying food, let's say I was buying food to take to the seniors somewhere, I'm not gonna go to a bakery on 8th Street to buy pastelitos. I'm gonna go to the bakery in Miami Beach to buy pastelitos, or whatever else it might be. And so now we start to put our residents and our businesses at a disadvantage out of very well-intended policies. And so I didn't like the first ordinance we passed. I don't like this one, because I think we're hurting good people as a result of a few that we might not like the actions that a few did. And also, does this apply to employees, city employees?
No.
No? Okay. All right, good. Because, I do know that a number of us, have over the years, hired aides to work for us that have previously worked in campaigns, and that, and those are cases in which individuals are actually like in the government themselves, in the system themselves. It's not even outsourced or contracted, people that actually work for us in our offices.
There's a few
Thank
people,
you.
there's a few people who I promise.
And Mayor, just if I may, because I don't believe the sponsor's intent was to capture all these different types of businesses. I think we could amend the ordinance to limit it to individuals or entities who performed campaigning services. And,
Right,
and
a
'cause
bank
I know
is-
the intent was not to cover, banks, accounting services, or legal services.
But Commissioner, I happen to like the item. You raised some good points, Vice Mayor. But here's a question. So, are you saying, Vice Mayor, in your question, if you pay a restaurant, for example, to have an event, does that preclude the owner of the restaurant from participating on a board?
Under the other ordinance, so the other ordinance is drafted broadly, services for compensation. So but I will say, the other ordinance requires a sitting board member to resign if they've been engaged by a campaign to do paid work.
But I guess to the mayor's point, for example, this ordinance says a principal or officer of the business entity.
Right.
They can, so in that sense, if, they can't engage in business, does it apply the same way with the boards and committees?
It's broad. Yeah, it's just as broad. It's services.
Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Which is more broad, this ordinance or the board?
They're both as broad.
Okay, and just so everyone's clear, that the boards and committees, that was another item that was passed.
Yeah.
Right, and this
But they're
is.
similar.
Right, but this is for like payments, right? This is for money from taxpayer dollars to some of these individuals. And so, although the boards and committees, yes, I can understand a little bit more, I guess leeway would be reasonable for that, but this is for money, and I think it is held to a higher standard. I certainly understand there are certain individuals who, who do work for campaigns and who might be precluded. But there's a lot of nefarious people in the election process, and I think we saw that firsthand. I mean, I certainly did, and I continue to see some that get paid, over $10,000 on some of these campaigns, and we all know who that is. And I think that people like that should 100% be excluded from receiving any sort of money from the city.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So, for example, Commissioner Fernandez, you recently had an item about the Save Dade Foundation and their a social media campaign, right? And so the city, is that a contract defined by this? Because, for example, if, let's say that you go through Save and, your campaign purchases a ticket or gives some money to Save, then you can't possibly support that organization. That organization cannot enter into a contract with the city. I mean, I guess I would be okay with that. I think before we pass it, I'd like to find out how many people it applies to and what the implications would be. Would you consider deferring for 1 month while we kind of see who does this apply to? I'd like to look and see how many, because I've seen stuff before. I didn't necessarily agree with it, by the way, if it's a foundation arm of something or not. I'm not opposed to it because I understand where you're coming from.
So if I may, to address everybody's feedback, and Vice Mayor Fernandez, I appreciate your you've raised some excellent points. So what I would like to do is call the vote, and between first and second reading, have the legal team work with the legal team to fine tune this, because it is not a desired unintended consequence or intended consequence to, if somebody buys pastelitos from the local bakery to, that's not the goal, or the bank, or, we're talking about individuals who work for campaigns and provide specific services as part of the campaigns, whether it's whatever it is. Individuals, not entities and organizations, right? It's not established businesses. So this is first reading. I would like to call the vote and have the time in between now and the next reading to fine tune it and come back with something slightly more narrow to allay some of the concerns that were raised.
No, this is an amendment to the procurement code. Correct.
I'll second.
Let's call the vote.
Motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. So we're approving this as is with instructions to come back with amendments during second reading, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so second reading public hearing is scheduled for December 11th.
What's that?
Our Fraternal Order of Police, you finished, Ralph?
Yes, sir.
Bobby Hernandez asked to
Good morning, Mayor and
clarify something.
Commissioners, Mr. Carpenter, Mr. DePico, and Granado. I just want a point of clarification. I've never received a dime. The union has never received a dime from anybody running for office, and we also don't contribute money to any PACs. All we have is our word. You could have put a nice little FOP emblem on your flyer, and we create a reciprocal relationship working together. That's all we do. I don't know if there's even a cost factor to that, but that's what we do. There's no money exchanged. We don't contribute to PACs. I just want to put that on the record so TV 77 can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's 12:16. Good time to call for lunch. Let's take we've been working through lunch in the last monthly meeting, so let's take an hour break. We'll reconvene at 1:15.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to our commission meeting, afternoon session. We will start the Sutnick Hour.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first virtual speaker is Lori Beckham. Lori, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please.
Hello, Lori. I'm here on behalf of South Beach Jazz Festival and Power Access, 1616 Michigan Avenue, to invite all of you and all residents and guests to Miami Beach to our upcoming season of Music with a Mission. First, we have December 1st, we will be joining once again the Normandy Fountain Festival of Lights, presenting South Beach Jazz Festival artist Ricky Williams. Then on December 13th with the Lincoln Road Bid, we have Holiday, Joy, and Jazz with the fabulous Muriel Epps. Then the big show, which is our signature event, the 9th Annual South Beach Jazz Festival, January 9th through 12th, at venues throughout Miami Beach. We will have 20 activations and performances throughout the city, from Faena to the Bass, Collins Park, the Miami Beach Bandshell, and Lincoln Road. Please visit us at SoBeJazzFestival.com. We want to bring extra special attention to a lifetime opportunity to see the legendary Eddie Palmieri and his Latin Jazz Band at the Miami Beach Bandshell on Saturday, January 11th. Bringing an artist of this magnitude, this city, is made possible through the City of Miami Beach sponsorship, and we have a resident discount of 20% for that show, and that is SBJFMB20. You can also see that on our website, and we have a full performances of free concerts throughout the city as well. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Next, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address, please.
Thank you. My name is Iris Ohana from 1335 Drexel, and I would like to address the mayor and the commission in regards to very safety concerns that are happening at the Miami Beach Adult Educational Center right on Drexel. Well, cats have been killed, or murdered, I will say, in that area due to many things, due to the lack of light that is appropriate in the parking area. The streets are extremely dark, and as well as the valet parking company, that their reckless driving, it's very unsafe in the area, especially in a school zone. So what I would like to ask and urge the commission and the mayor is to take action to enforce restricted speed limits and safer driving practices among valet employees within school grounds. Additional review and security measures, such as ensuring the presence and functionality of surveillance cameras, can prevent similar tragedies in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Mayor, there's no one on Zoom. There's no one in the audience. We may proceed.
Okay, let's call R9AF.
R9AF is discuss, take action, our Basel traffic plan. This was requested by the mayor and co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, co-sponsor. So I put this item on. I think it's on all of our minds. It's a signature event, Art Basel. We love having it here. We are going to be the global epicenter of the art world for the next couple of weeks, and which is great, but it comes with it a cost. With its extensive traffic, I think most of our residents understand the trade-off, but at the same time, they expect us to do our utmost to alleviate. I know there is a comprehensive plan. I know we've talked about some things in the last couple of days as well. Just wanted to go through it and what we can improve upon. Last year, there was a robust presence out there. It was still a disaster, and I'd like to hear not only what our plan is, but what differences and improvements we're making from this year as opposed to last year.
So if I could jump in, Mayor?
Yes, please, Eric.
Okay, so you will be seeing in your email inboxes an LTC that I signed literally 15 minutes ago, very shortly, with our Art Week Miami Beach complimentary multimodal transportation plan. It's important to note that this is completely due to a budget enhancement that you all were willing to put through in the budget process this year in the fiscal year 25 that allowed us to expand the services that we've provided in years past, including offering water taxi services. We are doing an inner loop and an outer loop with a Sprinter van that will connect both the art venues here in the city of Miami Beach with art venues in the city of Miami, with park and ride facilities, as well as with the water taxi landing area in Sunset Harbor. That will all be operating from Wednesday, December 4th to Saturday, December 7th, 10 a.m. to midnight, and on Sunday, December 8th from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The water taxi service will run every 15 minutes, and the shuttle hours will mirror the water taxi services. The outer loop, as we're referring to it, has 2 stops in Miami Beach, one at the convention center and one at the parking garage at 42nd and Royal Palm, as well as 2 stops in the city of Miami at Northeast 29th Street and North Miami Avenue and Northeast 38th Street and First Avenue. Also parking garages that will allow people to park and ride to be able to get into the city of Miami Beach and move within the city of Miami Beach without having to bring their personal vehicles. And then the inner loop will provide shuttles that have stops at Collins Avenue between 10th and 11th, the Convention Center, Collins Avenue and 22nd Street, Royal Palm and 42nd at the garage, Collins Avenue and 46th Street, Collins Avenue and 32nd Street, and the water taxi at Purdy Avenue. These are meant to be interrelated services with the day-to-day Miami Beach trolley that will still be operating, and our freebie services that will be running on extended hours from 8 a.m. to midnight during that time period. We have a website, www.artweekmb.com, which has all of this information regarding the transportation options. And obviously the city of Miami Beach has our transit app, which will be giving you real-time information on our trolley and freebie services. We obviously also would suggest, if it's within your purview and you're interested, to make use of our miles of green bike lanes and convenient bicycle parking throughout Miami Beach, as well as our city bike program, the Metrobus service, and using our many sidewalks to get to and around without having to use your vehicle.
Eric, can you touch on the police presence, traffic flow, public safety specialist, drone technology that we plan on using?
Absolutely. So I'll jump ahead to that. So we will be doing 17 hours of traffic monitoring from 7 a.m. to midnight on Wednesday, December 4th through Saturday, December 7th. After those dates, the monitoring services will continue 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Miami Beach Police Department will be utilizing its real-time intelligence center, and they will have enhanced staffing resources, not just here in the city center area, but also along the 41st Street corridor, as well as other critical areas around the city that are being determined in real time regarding by means of our more than 800 camera views citywide. We will also be implementing a traffic plan to reduce cut-through traffic in the Palmview, Bayshore, and Lower North Bay Road neighborhoods. We'll be issuing traffic text alerts as warranted to notify the public of major roadway incidents. And we are going to be using a multi-channel marketing campaign to promote not just Art Week Miami Beach, but also emphasizing the convenience of free transportation options to ensure easy access to all activities. The campaign will be promoted via bus shelters, garage elevator posters, dedicated Art Week Miami Beach shuttle wraps, and a trolley wrap. If I
Chief,
could,
we ready?
I could, Mayor, just one last thing. The heaviest travel times are going to be weekday afternoons. As we get closer to the weekend, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are probably going to be our worst evening rush hour days. If there's any option for individuals out there in the community to not be on the streets during those times, we certainly would appreciate any help that they can provide. Also want to make sure everyone knows that we will be demobilizing construction contracts and opening two-lane traffic in any of the locations where we currently have lane closures, i.e. the Venetian Causeway. We will not be able to completely demobilize from that location, but we will have two-way traffic and no detours starting Tuesday, December, I believe it's Tuesday, December 3rd.
So Eric, how do we ensure compliance? Last year, for example, the 63rd Street Bridge went up literally at around 5 o'clock one of the days, backed up traffic for hours and for miles. I mean, so we had all these plans in place, and we don't control the 63rd Street Bridge, and obviously it threw, I mean, my phone and my blood pressure was like going out of control.
Understood, and we are communicating with both the county and the state. They are very well aware of the understanding and the expectations. We do have the commitment to lock down the Venetian Causeway drawbridge. And Jose, maybe you can talk a little bit about what the commitments we have from those outside agencies. But I also wanted to make sure everyone was aware that Florida Power and Light, who is doing the directional bore on 5th Street and the MacArthur Causeway, will be removing the westbound closures during the peak days of Art Week. However, they will need to keep one lane of traffic eastbound closed during that period.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In past years, we've passed resolutions urging the county, we've urged FDOT, we've urged FPL, AT&T, and other utilities to cease their ongoing construction activity on state and county high-impact corridors during Art Week. We need to make sure that they continue to cease that activity with no lane closures, and to the extent that they're our roads, putting aside the county and the state roads and our roads, I think we need to direct that there be no lane closures at all. In the past, we've passed a citywide construction moratorium to suspend all construction-related activities within the city-owned public right-of-ways, our roads, our sidewalks, and lane closures. I think we need to do the same again, because even just one lane closed, it happened yesterday. I was trying to get up to North Beach, and the city manager responded quickly, and thankfully our police department was able to mobilize quickly. But it happened yesterday, literally in the middle of rush hour. In the middle of rush hour, two lanes blocked, causing backup traffic in the middle of rush hour. I mean, and right as we're in the middle of our busy time of the day. So I don't know. I really think that we need to send a very strong message that we cannot have any of these lane closures, because it does, just one lane closure will bring our city to a standstill.
I'll
during
second
this
your motion.
period. Yeah, we need to do it. So I don't know, how do we convey this in the best way?
So we've already notified, thank you. We've already notified all of the contractors that we will be issuing a moratorium starting the Monday of Art Week through that following Sunday. We've gotten most of the folks to confirm that they will be able to do what we're asking of them. The one exception that we've gotten pushback on is the FP&L project on Fifth Street, where they've committed to opening the westbound lanes, but they do claim that they need to have one eastbound lane, the inner eastbound lane, closed at the intersection of Michigan. So we will redouble our efforts with them and express to them how important it is that that lane be open. Obviously, you know, they're invoking safety. I want to be a little cautious before I commit to something when they're claiming that it's a safety concern.
And if I could just follow up with, what are the expected peak times? We know it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's when we anticipate to be the busiest days. During those days, what are the busiest times?
3 p.m. to 8 p.m.
3 p.m. to 8 p.m. In the past, the East Venetian Bridge closure was from 4 to 7 p.m. And in past years, we've had to, in the middle of Art Week, reach out to the county, ask the county, please extend it past 7 p.m. Mr. Mayor, if we could ask Jose what are the commitments from the county on the East Bridge closure, just to know, what are they committing to right now?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Jose Gonzalez, Transportation Director and Interim Parking Director. So several months ago, we started working with the Coast Guard, FDOT, and Miami-Dade County and requested lockdown of the Venetian Causeway Bridge, the East Bridge of the Venetian Causeway Bridge, as well as the 63rd Street Bridge. The Coast Guard approved our request to lock down the Venetian Causeway Bridge, and it's from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Wednesday, December 4 through Saturday, December 7. And on Sunday, the last day of Art Week, it's 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. So they did approve the extended hours.
That's the Coast Guard?
The Coast Guard, yes.
Okay. Is that for both 63rd Street and for
No, only
Venetian?
for the east drawbridge of the Venetian Causeway. That is the only one that the Coast Guard approved. The Coast Guard reviewed our request to lock down the 63rd Street Bridge, and our request was denied.
I mean,
With all due respect to the Coast Guard, I invite them to sit in that traffic. I mean, obviously, it would be opened up if there were an emergency or some kind of national security crisis, but it's absurd that we don't have control over this bridge, and we need to really be thinking
Yeah, look what
about
happened
that.
Friday.
I think
Bridge
we need
malfunctioned
to-
and literally caused.
Kids were sitting in school buses for 4 or 5 hours.
I think we need to reach out to Senator Scott's office. I think Senator Scott someone that might be able to assist us with this. This does fall under federal jurisdiction, and I think, we should probably engage our federal lobbyists in reaching out to the senator's office and seeing what assistance they can provide us, because it does cause a significant interruption.
It's a
to the
public
city.
safety hazard. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Jose,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
wondering why we didn't include the Tuesday, because everybody arrives on the Tuesday and then the fair opens on a Wednesday. So it starts to get really bad on Tuesday. Could we add Tuesday to all of those plans? Because I know for a fact that it's just gonna be miserable. And that's when people first arrive. So they arrive, they can't even get to their hotels, Any way you could add on a day? I mean, I know that's, you've been working on it for a while, but at this point, I don't think it would hurt to put in a request.
We can certainly request that. I know that the ads, there are advertisements, notices that are required by the federal government to let the maritime traffic know of these restrictions. Those ads are already out, but we will request for Tuesday. A request for Tuesday as well.
I would, because Tuesday is already pretty bad.
Commissioner Bott.
Going forward, for next year and years forward, can we plan to incorporate Tuesday into our plans? Especially that's when all the vernissages are for the super high-end events, and there's super fancy people come in, and
The Monday.
it's a whole drama. So we should just plan going forward that we incorporate that, because our residents will be affected by the super fancy people going to super fancy fun events, and we don't want to put our residents into that. And to that end, Bay Shore neighborhood is dramatically impacted, and it's not just the southern end of Bay Shore, it's anybody on any of the side streets. You know, the streets get blocked up, people don't give any regard for stop signs. Chief Jones, maybe that's something you could have some of your public safety officers on the lookout for, the stop signs in the intermediate area, in the intermediate neighborhood. I remember living there and just not being able to get out of my driveway for hours on end. So it's not just that, you know, the park closest to the golf course and Dade Boulevard, is all the way throughout, especially as you get closer to 41st Street.
One more question.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, then Commissioner Magazine.
What seems to have gotten dramatically worse lately is 17th and Alton. You just can't get past it. It's like, it's torture. You don't want to get in that loop. I don't know what's going on. I know the construction on West is impacting it, but do we have that under control? Because
Yeah. Good afternoon, Wayne Jones, Police Chief. So I lived through that just yesterday, actually. And because of complaints that's been funneled through most of you, Mayor and Commission, we have changed how we deal with 17th Street. In fact, I was so excited leaving work yesterday around 6 p.m. and trying to get to the other side of the bay via 17th Street. I saw one of my motor sergeants and 2 motor officers on 17th Street corridor at Alton Road and then just east of Alton Road, and traffic was flowing beautifully, beautifully. And then I got to where the standard is, and the bridge went up. And I was stuck for 20 minutes. And so sometimes, despite our very best efforts in moving traffic along, there are things we can't control, like a bridge going up. So under normal circumstances, irregardless of the traffic that our Bowser is going to bring, but under normal circumstances, the raising of a bridge during rush hour is really painful for our residents trying to navigate throughout the city.
and we don't have a similar agreement with the Coast Guard to shut down that part of the Venetian during rush hour, kind of like we do on 63rd?
On a regular basis, I don't think so.
No? How come we don't, if we were able to do that with 63rd Street, why can't we do that with the Venetian too?
Well,
Which agreement are you talking? Because Jose is saying they're not going to
During Basel, but like we have an agreement right now on 63rd Street that during like peak hours of traffic, they shut down, they don't open the bridge between like, what is it, 9 and, 8?
Correct.
8 to
It's on a schedule, and it does not open during weekday peak hours. So for the Venetian Bridge, we had that conversation with the Coast Guard. They're open to reviewing our request, but they asked for a traffic analysis. So this fiscal year, we received the funds to be able to do the traffic study for the Venetian, similar to what we did for 63rd Street, that the outcome was successful. We hope to follow that same path for the East Bridge, the East Venetian Causeway Bridge.
Okay.
Commissioner Magazine.
Appreciate it. Jose, thank you for your commitment that there won't be a bad traffic this year. I appreciate that.
I didn't say that.
In my office earlier this week, I appreciate your commitment for that. You know, the one thing that we really need to figure out is simplistically how to have less cars on the road. And a lot of that is through public and ride share services and things like that. And I think it could be too late for this year, but are there possibilities that we can explore either for this year going forward to have dedicated kind of carpooling lanes, right? And I am thinking either the shoulders of the MacArthur or the Venetian or things like that, because just human nature, if people are going to be stuck in traffic getting from here to the Pres Art Museum, they're going to take a big SUV as a single rider as opposed to a ride share. The only reason they're going to get into a ride share is if they know that that is a more convenient way to get there. And the way to essentially make that, incentivize that behavior, is to essentially have a dedicated lane. Where traffic really began getting snarled is when the city of Miami put Design Miami right at the mouth of the Venetian on the other side. So it creates a tremendous bottleneck. So even more reason, if there would be golf carts or something along those lines, the passenger golf carts that would be able to have a dedicated shoulder or something like that.
You're not biased.
You can't use your golf
That-
Yeah,
that falls
There's
into,
conflict here.
yeah, that falls under the contracting services. What if I take my campaign sign off? But we need to think of ways to disincentivize people to be a single rider in an SUV going from one show to another, or from our city to the city of Miami. And that's going to take some really creative solutions, whether it's, I hate to ever use the word ban, but, not allow single-use ride shares or something along those lines. I would rather lead with a carrot and a stick and, have one lane of traffic be dedicated to rideshare services that are, multi-people or things like that. Almost think akin to the carpool lane in Los Angeles. But we need to really think of ways to encourage or incentivize behavior. The people, instead of 6 different SUVs, we have one single Sprinter van or golf cart that are getting people from one place to another.
Sure. And Mr. Mayor, if I may address some of Commissioner Magazine's points. Commissioner, I think you hit the nail on the head. But I am happy to report that our outer shuttle, it'll be a bus type vehicle, but it will operate on the shoulders of the Julia Tuttle Causeway. There's a dedicated space for buses to operate along the shoulder of the Julia Tuttle Causeway, and that's from the Miami end to the Miami Beach end, all the way to 41st. So that dedicated shoulder lane will be in use by all of our transit vehicles. The outer loop is the loop that's connecting the art fairs and parking garages in the city of Miami with the convention center here in our city. To your point about the carpooling, absolutely. We're also looking at, within our own organization, incentivizing, promoting carpooling of all employees. First and foremost, employees who can work remotely, who are not essential and can work from, can fulfill their duties from home, will be encouraged to do so. Those employees that do need to report to work, will be incentivizing and promoting carpooling, and we're in the process of developing that plan, trying to match people, if you will, starting with employees within the same departments. And then, we'll go from there, but that's one of the strategies that we're using to both reduce vehicular trips as well as the demand on our parking garages in this area.
And if I could just add one quick follow-up, Mr. Mayor, and then I'll turn it over the floor. And I also think we're really scratching the surface this year. Next year, take it a step further, really engaging some of the significant hotels, the Faena, the W, that have these large events or have large amounts of visitors, really getting them to kind of have some sort of communal commuting to our key points, to the convention center. Instead of having 30 SUVs all pull into the Faena to pick up 2 people and bring them to Art Basel at the convention center, they have some sort of schedule every half hour where they have some sort of rideshare services where they're pooling, all with the goal, everything should be looked in the lens of how to reduce the number of cars on the road, right? We can have all these traffic solutions, have our incredible police out there, do the bridges. It boils down to having less cars on the road, and we need to have a way to do that.
Before I turn it over to Commissioner Dominguez, who asked to speak, I had actually brought an item a couple of years ago before you were elected to have a resident-only lane for high-impact weekends, but unfortunately, it passed this commission, the chief and or the former chief maybe it was at the time, and Chief Virgil worked on it for 6 months. Our commission approved it, but FDOT would not allow it because it'd have to start on the causeway. The other thing, and we'll see how things play out this year, I believe we were working on this together, Vice Mayor Fernandez, about whether, because Art Basel has literally become just a portion of what Art Week is, and have we overexpanded? So I'm looking at this carefully this year because it gets to a point where our city is at overcapacity. These are just facts. We all know it. There are ambulances that couldn't get through last year. Luckily, as far as I know, nobody was harmed by it. But it's a significant issue. I'm going to turn over to, I have some questions for you, Chief, in a bit, but Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I wanted to thank the city manager because when he and I had met about 6 or 7 weeks ago and the topic came up, he indicated that there was nothing off the table. You were looking at traffic plans, and later today I'll read more in depth on everything in the LTC, but I really appreciate it. And Jose, thank you so much also for dedicating all of your time to find alternatives on land and sea. And even bicycles are listed in here, so thank you. I really appreciate that. And Chief Jones, thank you as well, because I know that it's a very difficult week. And on there's a lot of construction going on, and I've been seeing all along 17th, which is an artery that gets very, very congested, especially during high-impact days. Your team is out. I see them out and running around and really making a difference in the traffic, so thank you.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Jose, I know we have a water taxi. I'm very excited about the water taxi that's taking us across the bay. But what about something going up and down Indian Creek that goes all the way up to the 63rd Street Bridge, potentially under it without making it open, and then, stops at the Eden Rock, Fontainebleau, Soho? Like, why not not exploit, but utilize Indian Creek? Is it too late to get some sort of taxi that we just put a little banner on that says Art Basel and have people going? If you do that, that will alleviate a lot of traffic. And is there potential for that? Do we have a budget for that? I heard Tanya wants to get money from the CRA to fund the water taxi to North Beach. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm sure we can find an easy corporate, that would make for a very easy corporate sponsor as well.
Yeah, I don't see why. By the way, I think residents will love it because you have all of those iconic mansions and homes. The hotels will appreciate it. Can you get under 41st Street? How high, what's the draw on the 41st Street Bridge?
There are boats that can go underneath there. I
We
see
have
it.
a boat that could go under 43rd Street, and you could get all the way to 23rd, to the end over there. Can you imagine what that would do? People will just get off, and they can walk there. They can walk to the Bass Museum. They can walk to the W. We would eliminate so much traffic. We should just do it this year. I know it's last minute, but why not get the water taxi guy who has those boats and just let's lease one more boat and just try. How many boats do we need to make it work? I guess you need 2.
There are about four
Four?
water taxi vessels to be able to provide 15-minute frequency of service, which is the goal.
What would that cost? And is it too late to do it?
Well, definitely a lot of potential there with water taxi service operating along the west coast of our city. We are looking into that as part of the procurement that we're putting together for water taxi service. The issue is not so much the vessels. I'm sure there are vessels, I'm sure there are operators. The issue is more the docking locations, and they need to be suitable. They need to be permitted for such use, and that does require more of a heavy lift, and we're going through it as part of the overall water taxi procurement that we're going to be putting together. But hopefully for next year, we'll have that service as well along the city.
So Chief,
Sir.
so from my observations last year, as bad it was, by the way, for anybody listening, there are separate items about traffic generally, which has gotten really bad this season, but right now we're specifically talking Art Basel and Art Week. So from my observations, as horrific as traffic was during Art Basel, I saw the effort that the officers made, and absent the police presence, I think it would have been road rage. It really could have gotten out of control. It was orderly, bad, but orderly. Officers were working, they were engaged. So a couple of questions. One, what's the plan this year? We have public safety specialists now, which have been hired and trained, which is great. I believe we have 10. Also, do we have county officers? 'Cause I recall seeing county police officers helping out last year as well.
Yeah, so we do have PSSs, public safety specialists. Thanks to generosity of you and the commission, we're able to hire a bunch of them last year. You may have been seeing them recently along the 41st Street corridor, helping to mitigate traffic. We have more officers assigned to traffic mitigation this year than in any other year of the 22 years Art Basel has been coming to the city.
How many?
I'd rather not say publicly, but quite a bit more. Additionally, we have all the major corridors, taken care of. 41st Street, Alton Road, 17th Street, Venetian Causeway, Collins Avenue, even places that.
71st?
41st, of course.
71st.
Of course. Even places we typically didn't have before. I think Mr. Magazine mentioned the Faino Hotel, right? We anticipate, based on their programming, we anticipate quite a bit of traffic at the Faino Hotel. And so we're going to have cops along that corridor pushing traffic and moving it through as best we can. But I do want to sort of manage the expectations, because there are some things we just don't control. No matter how well we do internal to a city, moving traffic along, sometimes, especially heading westbound, we get stuck, much like I did yesterday on the Venetian Causeway. We don't control and have not been able to negotiate having the west bridge of the Venetian Causeway shut down. That's on the Miami side. So when that goes up, that impacts us pushing traffic westbound. The activation, Design Miami on the west side of Venetian Causeway, right at the exit of Venetian Causeway, that's pretty busy during Art Basel week. And whatever happens in that location impacts traffic being pushed westbound. Same thing is true for the 195 getting on off on Biscayne Boulevard. Folks trying to get to Design District of Midtown, whatever happens to that intersection impacts traffic on 195. And so we're going to do our very best to push traffic through. We've got a more robust plan this year than ever before. And so I think it'll make a positive difference. But I just want to manage the expectation to the extent that no matter how good we do internal to the city, we may have some issues that on the other side that impacts us.
No, understood. But again, I think there was a positive impact, and two, especially it's obviously a big economic driver for our city. Our residents expect us to use some of those resources to mitigate as much as we can. So, do we have help from the county or sister city? I remember seeing Hialeah Police last year.
No county cops. We do have cops from other municipalities coming to the city to support us, but not from the county.
Is that because of the change in the MOU between the city and the county?
No, so some of those cops are coming over on off-duty capacity, supporting us in our details.
No, but I'm
We
sorry.
wanted to bring the cars, they need the lights.
Chief, just to make sure we're clear, are you talking about our neighboring cities or the county?
Cities.
So no county?
No county.
Did we have county last year?
No, we did not.
We did not, okay. That was just spring break and Memorial Day. Okay. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
One other thing that we haven't been doing is, and I know people are probably not going to like this because it could be dangerous, but, like having a bunch of bicycles at the convention center that people could just pick up and, take to and from their hotels. I don't know how we can, I know that hotels do have bikes that they give to the residents, but if you did some sort of campaign and say, why don't you encourage people to get on their bikes, that could go a long way. Because I would rather get on a bicycle and put my life in my hands than wait in traffic for an hour, because they're not long distances. It's only 8 miles long. I mean, I don't, and this year it's too late, and I hadn't really thought about this, but this conversation is making me think about, like, next year, maybe we do, like, a short-term contract with somebody like a Lime Bike that just dumps us with, like, 500 bikes across Miami Beach, wherever you look, and everybody's just on Basel bikes, because I think that would go a long way. Basel bikes.
Chief, while we're talking about Art Basel, and I'll try to relate it to traffic, but are we prepared for potential protests?
We are, absolutely.
Okay.
And in fact, I want to give you some assurances. Assistant Chief Sam Guerrero is sitting behind me. He's tasked with security of the convention center and the entire campus. Has quite a cadre of police officers working for him. He'll be here well before doors open at the convention center and well after doors close each day.
We won't see what we saw last year.
No, sir.
Okay.
Where are they going to be?
I'm sorry?
Where are they going to be placed, if there is one?
What are you referring to? Demonstrators. I'd have to get with the chief to see where he wants to put them. So.
They don't want to be in front of my house.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Question, if I may, to the mayor.
Please. So
Not,
close.
not to the police officer, not to the chief, but to our transportation director. In the idea, in the spirit of Basel bikes, which I love. I already texted the people from
City Bike?
No, not City Bike, from Art Basel, Bobby, Basel Bikes. Do we have, in past years, we had the bicycle valet. So the people that were biking, do we have that this year again?
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, we tried that last year for the first time, and there were only a handful of users. There was a cost associated with the service. I believe it was $5 to valet your bike, and
And why
perhaps
were
it was
we-
because of the cost, but we had only a
But
handful.
why were we charging for that? In essence, we want to encourage individuals to use bicycles to get around. And again, I don't see public transportation as a profit-making venture. Public transportation is usually subsidized. Why would we charge people? We want to encourage people to use an alternate mode of transportation. I don't know. I think, let's encourage them to use bicycles and allow them to valet their bikes for free. I want to hear
Yeah,
back from
I think it was more the staff's time, compensating the individuals that were working that bike valet service. But that was tried last year. I'll get with my team and I'll see.
Yeah, circle back with
what we
me
can
on that
do.
because I think the price does kind of discourage people. As it is, we're asking them to leave the comfort of their cars. Why would I spend $5 to valet a bike when I can park for, cheaper? So,
Understood.
yeah, thank you. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Is it too late to ask anybody, like a Lime Bike, to just give us a bunch of bikes in front of the convention center that people can, Europeans are used to this. No matter where you go, in European cities, there are so many different bikes. Could we call a company last minute, like a Lime Bike, and just have them lined up outside of the convention center?
If I could offer a suggestion
Yes.
through the mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Well, we have the Miami Beach Bicycle Center on Fifth Street. I mean, perhaps, I don't know, it's a little too short notice, but maybe they can enter into an agreement to give a discounted rate that we would subsidize for the bicycle, because they have like hundreds of like renter bikes. I think so, yeah.
It would be kind of cool to have the bikes lined up, but I want the kind of bikes, like a Lime Bike system, where
if,
you
like,
just pick it up, and then you can kind of
The issue would be
drop
like.
it wherever you want.
Right, the issue would be, they would be responsible for the bike. They would go in the bike shop, they'd give their driver's license and a deposit if in case it gets lost, but they would get a reduced rate to use it. So that would be just one idea that I could think off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's an idea, speaking to one of these other bike companies to see what you could do last minute, sending an email to all of the hotels, encouraging bike use and giving them the information for the Miami Beach Bike Center.
So, Commissioner, we will reach out to City Bike. They are our bicycle sharing service provider. We have a contractual relationship with them. I'm sure they provide similar services in Miami as well, so I think they're well-suited and positioned to provide those types of services, so we're gonna reach out to them.
Can you imagine if like you got to the convention center and there were just like 100 bikes that you could just take, and people will take those bikes. They for sure will. Just hope the police are out there
Take them and never return.
watching. All these people who don't know the city so that everybody doesn't get,
Commissioner Bott.
run over.
Can we, I was making a joke, but it's not really a joke. They will take them to parts unknown. And so how are we going to track them? Are we gonna put, an air tag on it or something that we can't have these bikes ending up in an undetermined city that is not Miami Beach?
Well, right now you can go and get a city bike from the, you have to, they would have to bring, those, what do they call them, bike bays?
The stations.
Yeah, they would have to bring like 20 stations and set them up in front of the convention center. You pull it out, you give your credit card, and you return it at another one
So you're
around the
talking about-
city.
You're talking about just more city bikes all over the place.
I'm saying like in front of the convention center, just have them like lined all the way up and,
Could
lined
City
from
Bike put,
end to end. And I guarantee you, people will get on those bikes and out of their cars, and it'll be a better experience for a lot of our guests.
Okay, so Jose, you'll look into that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
maybe City Bike?
Let's call R7E.
R7E is ratified 3-year labor agreement with GSAF, October 2024 to September 2027.
Welcome back, Marla.
Thank you, Mayor. Marla Alpizar, City of Miami Beach Human Resources.
Speech.
The item before you is to ratify a 3-year labor agreement with GSAF, which is from October 2024 to September of 2027. Our team, led by Mark Taxis, negotiated an agreement with this union group, which includes supervisor-level employees from across all departments in the city.
Move the item.
I'll second it. Call
This
the
is-
vote.
This is a public hearing. Anyone in the audience? No. I have one person in Zoom, Mariana Laura. Mariana, are you here to talk about the union contract?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, are you here to talk about the union contract?
No, sir, that's not, I was gonna, that's all.
Okay, thank you so much.
But I believe that topic already passed. I apologize.
Okay, thank you so much. I see no one else in Zoom, no one in the audience. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Minor. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Yeah.
Call R7F.
R7F, it's also a public hearing. Ratified 3-year labor agreement with FOP, October 1, 2024 to September 30th, 2027. R7F. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience.
Good afternoon again. This is our 3-year labor agreement with the FOP, our police union. We're very proud of the work that our team did to bargain with them, and this is a 3-year agreement that will bring, we hope, excellence not only to our existing police force, but help us with our recruitment and retention to continue to add to our police force and the efforts that they do across the city.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our Miami Beach police officers are some of the finest in the nation. They're heroes who put their lives on the line every day to protect our city, and I deeply respect and support them. I will always stand by them to ensure that they receive the compensation, resources, and respect they deserve for the critical work that they do. Supporting our officers, however, also means holding ourselves and them to the highest standards, because accountability and excellence are the cornerstones of public trust. Unfortunately, the FBI recently released crime statistics that the state of Miami Beach has the highest property crime rate in the state, and is one of the most dangerous cities, statistics that should highly concern every one of us. Here they are. The South Florida city had the highest rate of property crime in the state. That's from 2022. Miami Beach, among the most dangerous Florida cities, west and the safest, FBI data shows, also from 2022. Addressing the crime issues requires a commitment to both fair compensation and measurable performance standards. This contract undermines those principles. While it takes important steps to fairly compensate our officers, such as rolling specialty pay into base pay and striving to make our department one of the best paid in Florida, it also contains critical flaws that cannot be overlooked. One of the most concerning issues is that the automatic 4% annual step increase tied to a 60% evaluation threshold. Let's put this into perspective. In a public school, a 60% is a failing grade. In the private sector, 60% performance wouldn't merit a promotion. Yet here, a 60% score triggers an automatic raise. This standard is unacceptable. Public trust demands excellence, and we cannot reward mediocrity if we expect to uphold that trust. We should also consider tying incentives incentive pay to measurable benchmarks that will directly benefit our community, such as solving theft cases or lowering specific types of crime. These kinds of target incentives not only align with our city's priorities, but also motivate a high performance in areas that matter most to our residents and visitors. Accountability and results should go hand in hand with compensation. Finally, the persistent lack of community policing and visibility is a widespread concern among our residents and visitors. We must address this issue head on to rebuild public confidence in the department and its commitment to serving the community. While this contract makes some progress and provides foundation for a stronger negotiations in the future, it does not meet the accountability standards our community deserves. For these reasons, I cannot support it and will be voting no today. In 3 years, when this contract expires, we'll be here, stronger and more determined and ready to fight for meaningful reforms that balance fair compensation with the unwavering demand for accountability. We owe it to our residents, our visitors, and the trust they place in us to get this fight right.
Mr. Fisher? I could. Listen, I echo the sentiments about the finest police force. I saw a crime I was involved in. Our officers, men and women, put their lives on the line, apprehending and approaching a suspect that they knew would be armed and dangerous. They do that countless times. Yeah, not going to sit here and get into a back and forth. I think some of the points you had made merit, but talking about the crime statistics, that's somewhat misguided, right? That's well known. Those are on a per capita basis. We have 82,000 residents. Those crimes, and really this has nothing to do with the police or things like that, but I don't want this statistic to be misconstrued as if Miami Beach is some crime-infested city. We absolutely are not. We are one of the premier live, work, play best places in the country, in the world to raise a family. Those most dangerous crime statistics are because we have a small resident population of only 82,000, and we welcome hundreds of thousands of people on some peak weekends. A similar statistic that may surprise people, but would seem similarly eye-popping, is the country in the world with the highest per capita crime statistic is actually Vatican City, because of the very few people that live there, but all the pickpockets and small property crimes that happen there. I don't think anybody would sit there and misconstrue that Vatican City is a safe place. Listen, where we are, we had our staff of professionals negotiate. I do share similar sentiments that I want to have our commission engaged earlier in the process next time going forward, but to sit there and try and pivot right now would lead to a situation where we are essentially at an impasse with our police force, where us as an elected body and as a city administration are at odds. And while Florida law would prevent any type of strike, we would not be in a very good place where we have our peak season coming up, spring break, that we have worked for years to essentially work on plans to fix and address. We would have a police force that doesn't have buy-in. So in any contract, you're going to have people walk away unhappy. And I think that's kind of the sign of a good contract, is when both parties are walking away thinking that they didn't get everything that they wanted. So is this contract perfect? No. And there are significant things that I'd like to sit down both in private with our city negotiating team to better highlight the things I'd like to see implemented going forward, and I'd like to do so in a public manner before we get to a point where we have very little room in negotiating. That being said, I'm not going to let perfect be the enemy of good here. I have a police force that we have a police force that I think is top-notch and go a long way in making our city good and the premier place to live, work, and play. So I want to certainly add things for next time, but I think we came out in a very good place, and I thank the staff that is, essentially led a several-month process, and I'll be supportive of this today.
Commissioner Bott, Then Commissioner, Vice Mayor Fernandez.
So, you know, I'm sort of taken aback by the statistics quoted because they are so misleading, and thank you for pointing that out. We're actually at 80,000 people, and on any given Saturday night on a peak weekend, we could be 500,000. So for anybody who's out there listening, please understand that that is the fact of the matter, that, you know, not to mention that those statistics are a couple of years old, so I'd be curious to see what they say now. Be that as it may, you know, this is a different commission, it's a different city, we evolve, the police force evolves, we have one of the best police departments in the entire country, where people from other countries and other cities around the country send delegates here to learn how we do things, and I think that cannot be understated. So did something not get handled correctly, or was there a response time that wasn't fast enough, or was there a missed opportunity to do a better job? Of course, because that's life. I think we as a body have learned what we value in terms of open and direct communication early enough in the process so that everybody knows what the goals are, so that we can reach them together. And I understand, and I respect the sentiment that drives my colleague to strive for better. And I think that next time around, we'll all be a lot more involved a lot earlier on, and everybody will know what we're trying to get to, and we'll figure it out. But, you know, integrity is so profoundly important to me, and I'm sure to my colleagues as well. You know, we came to an agreement that we were mostly comfortable with, and that the FOP was mostly comfortable with. And, you know, that is the sign of a good negotiation, when you're mostly comfortable with it. You didn't get everything you wanted, but you didn't give up everything you were worried about either. So, you know, we're going to work together over the next 3 years and have a lot of conversations and have a lot of learning about what is working and what isn't working, and how we can make it better for everybody, so that we can collectively together effectuate the goals that we all want to see happen for our residents. Because every request that is made is not because, you know, oh, Tanya wants you to, you know, wear sparklers in your hair. It's, although that would be cool. I don't know if you're open to wearing sparklers in your hair, but it's because we want to see our residents and our visitors and our businesses protected to the best of our collective abilities. And that is our collective goal. And we will keep working at that together to get there. So I will be very supportive of this contract. I think it makes good steps in the right direction, and I look forward to building on this success together in 3 years.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the men and women of the Miami Beach Police Department for their incredible work day in and day out. It truly is, you know, a department that we have to be proud of, because it is celebrated by others that look to the city of Miami Beach by the practices employed by our officers, the leadership of our police chief. It's celebrated outside of our own city, and they see us as the model to follow. And we ask our officers to go beyond what other cities ask their officers to do. You know, let's talk about the strictest camping ordinance perhaps in the state of Florida. Our officers are doing it for the quality of life of our residents, but most importantly for the safety of individuals who are in the streets, who we've seen in the past fall victims of crimes, and we're engaging with them, not just through homeless outreach services, but our own officers are doing that work on the street. And really, it's almost like God's work that we're asking them to do. Every high impact weekend, from Halloween to Art Basel, to when Rolling Loud is going on the Miami side, but it has impacts over here, to New Year's Eve, to the marathons, to the boat show, to the auto show, to South Beach Wine and Food Festival, to every possible event that doesn't happen in any other city, that does take place in Miami Beach, whether they're organized, sanctioned, or not by the city of Miami Beach. They're there at the forefront of keeping our visitors safe, but most importantly, our residents safe. For the first time ever, such a successful spring break weekend or month that we had during the month of March. It's not because just the policies that we do from an air-conditioned chamber, but because of the sweat, the hard work, the sacrifice of the officers who are out on the streets protecting our city. During Memorial Day weekend, the extra work that they're going to have to do during FIFA in 2025, and then again during 2026 for FIFA. This is all stuff that is unique to the city of Miami Beach that doesn't exist in any other city. And of course, do I think the contract is perfect? Well, no. I certainly would like to see changes in the contract. But what am I going to do? Not support the men and women that are sacrificing time with their family to keep our city safe? And not support the men and women who every day we are adopting more and more policies on this dais that we're asking them to enforce? Visibility, countless area checks, on-site roll calls, traffic management, street patrols, everything that we ask them to do. And every day we ask them to do more and more, and not just in the city, now also on the water, where we are trying to expand every day more of our presence on the water as well. I get many of the very good points that my colleague is making, because they're fiscally responsible points, looking out for the taxpayers of our city. But looking out for the taxpayers of our city is also making sure that we're looking out for their safety. And looking out for their safety means making sure that we send the right message to our police officers, that our vote here supports their morale, supports their work, and that they understand that this is a city commission that truly supports law enforcement and that is here to back them as much as they back our community. I'm happy to support this contract, knowing that in the future, of course, we'll always keep on working in the best interest of our fiscal policies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I'd like to congratulate our administrative team and the police union. You got a lot of pushback this year. The fire union got zero pushback. Their contract was ratified. There were no problems. And then we pivoted to the police. And really, I feel like you guys got picked on a little bit this year. I would have liked to see the same treatment for everyone. Unfortunately, it didn't go down like that. But we have come to an agreement. And I will say that, you know, I don't think it's been easy for you guys this past year. I look at our agenda every single time, and there's literally policies on it mandating and intruding in the police force. And it's a different mandate every single month. And so I think you've had a lot of patience. I know that you've been under scrutiny, and I know how hard you're working. And it's hot out there, and you're in the middle of a party almost every single weekend, and you never know what you're going to encounter. And recently we got an additional 50 homeless people dumped on us, and I've seen additional homeless everywhere across the city. I'm actually asking for a new count because I think all of a sudden overnight we got filled up with homeless, and I would like to find out why. So I would like to thank all of you for everything that you do. I would like to thank the administration for going back to the police after not pushing back at all on fire and going back and hassling the FOP, which I don't think was fair and just. And I'm glad that we can ratify this today. I'm happy that we can. And, you know, thank you guys. I see your presence. I see you out there. You make me nervous sometimes. You're following people with the cars, and I'm like, what's going on? Why am I getting followed? But you know what? But they're out there, and you know what? And you're making a difference. You know what? Because you can feel it. Sometimes it might not seem like, oh, you know, I'm kind of tailing somebody on Pine Tree Drive, but it's good. It's good because all of a sudden our residents really do see your presence, feel your presence, know that you're there. So I want to thank the police leadership again, our administration again, and I'm happy to support our police.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I think that over the last few months, we've discussed the contract with the city administration multiple times, and the city did tell us that we've come a long way and we're in a good spot. I'm a strong supporter of our Miami Beach Police Department and the chief. I think they do a great job. I chair the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, and the department is constantly in front of the committee telling us things that they are doing. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is 100% correct that every single commission meeting, there's something new, usually, for them to add to their list of duties. And I really appreciate all of their hard work. We have many high-impact weekends. They have to work Alpha Bravo. They're always there, and they step up to help and protect our city. And I'm grateful, and I'm supportive.
So I will echo praise, but also with a slight caveat at the end, keep you in suspense. No, I have the utmost respect for our men and women in blue. Everyone knows I am, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this since I'm not a law enforcement officer, but I bleed the blue. I really do. I have family members who are officers. Really, it's a very difficult job, tremendous scrutiny. I'm very conscious of that. I cannot put myself in the shoes of what it's like to be an officer out on the street. I mean, you see things, and I quote this a lot. It's still it's imprinted in my mind during spring break. Luckily, this year we didn't have these issues. We had a great spring break. But in the past, when there were shootings on Ocean Drive, and you see hundreds of people running one way, and then officers running right toward the gunshots. I mean, that is just unbelievable. That is a dedication, that is a commitment, that is selflessness. That's training. And I've said this many times, especially when I speak at roll calls or promotions or new officers. We have robust training, great training. I will always, always have your back. It is hard work. Police work is not always pretty. But I will, and I believe our commission as a whole, we got your backs. And that's the beauty of our city. We have residents who really like our police. I've had police officers tell me that they worked in other cities and they've never had a city where so many people come over to them and thank them, appreciate them, bring their kids to thank them, to educate. That's what my parents did when I was a kid. They took me and told me, see that officer? He's keeping us safe. You go thank him. And we see that in our city. We see our city commission. We see our city administration very supportive of our police. We're very lucky. We do ask a lot. We do ask a lot, and we've heard a couple of my colleagues mention that there are a lot of items on the agenda relating to policing, and I'm actually extremely proud to say that I'm responsible for a lot of those, and I'm really proud of it. I will say, and I think even our chief will tell you, and our city managers will tell you that I've and our commission have helped make our police department even better. And it is a great department. We do ask a lot, a tremendous amount from our police. We ask a lot from a lot of our departments. We're a demanding city. Our residents have high expectations, and I think they should, and we aim to meet those, and most of the time we do. The police department does make up a significant portion of our budget, which is also one of the reasons we focus so much on policing, as well as public safety is priority number one. It's the reason I believe, for the most part, government exists, is to keep people safe. And that not only keep them safe, people safe, but that they should feel safe and that they should not have to worry. And I'm very proud, and there are issues, and we have improvements to go. But I've had many residents tell me, Mayor or Steve, whatever they call me, I think Miami Beach is the safest city in America. I've had people tell me that they feel extremely safe in this city. So again, we have a long way to go. There are different areas of the city. We comprise many different components, but I think we're doing a lot of things right. The caveat part is the visibility, which is getting better. We see more police cars, although there have been times I've gone out and have had to report back what I've seen, and it wasn't always as robust. But for the most part, we are seeing. But we do have legislation that I had brought and our commission approved for police outside their cars, their vehicles, for a certain portion of the shift, even if it's just standing outside the vehicle. I've seen it a little bit. It's not been as robust as we need to be. The chief, I believe, will be the first one to tell you that as well, that it's a work in progress. Our city managers told me that. If you want to pipe up, you can do as well. And that's the biggest, that is the biggest objection I have to this contract. I'm going to support it. But I've told this to our city manager, I've told this to our police chief. We have legislation on the books not asking, but basically requiring the police to stand outside their cars. And when I say stand outside, literally stand outside so they're visible. It's a force multiplier. People feel safer when you not only see the vehicle, but you see the officer. And then you can engage with the officer. I happen to be, if I'm walking by, I will knock on the window. And when I was commissioner, a lot of people didn't recognize me. Now I'm at the point everyone seems to recognize me. But I knock. But most residents are not going to knock on the police vehicle's window, especially they're tinted. You can't really see sometimes if there's an officer in there. But the point is, if the officer's standing outside, you can report. But even just to say hello, say a thank you, have that engagement with the officer, and that's what we're asking. But that should have been literally part of the contract, but now it's a bonus. It's a bonus in the contract that if they do it. If the officers are standing outside the vehicles, then they will get that bonus. I'm not crazy about that because if we have legislation from our city commission, why is it a bonus on top of it? Presumably they'll meet it, but we don't know, right? It's a test case. So I don't love that. I express my skepticism on that. But overall, I do want to show my support for the police. I have faith in you, Eric, and our police chief that you're going to accomplish this. You've told me you will, and I'm going to take you at your word, and I'm going to keep pushing for it to happen. To me, that is one of the critical elements to get to that next level. We are a safe city, but to get to that next level of being the safest city, as some of our residents have observed, they believe it is the case, but to have all our residents believe that, I don't think we get. I personally don't believe we get there unless you have not only the vehicles, but the officers outside the vehicles so they can see and hear and be able to handle situations as they arise, including homelessness or whatever issues they may see.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to really bring home the point to the city administration, because I don't really fault the FOP. And they are negotiating on their best interest, and they actually did a much better job than our staff. You know, the biggest issue I had was that we actually agreed that, you know, a 4% increase in salary was tied to a 60% passing grade. And during, when I asked the question, how many people passed this test? 100%. What's this? I mean, so you're telling me that you get a 60% score or greater on an evaluation, then you get an automatic raise. To me, that's crazy. I don't think that is fair. What happens is you discourage excellence and you reward mediocrity, and I don't think that should be the norm anymore. And maybe that's how it has been since before I got elected, but I didn't get elected to be status quo. I got elected to push the envelope and really be a change maker. 60% is not a passing score for me. If everyone's getting a passing score, then no one's winning. So this is going to be for another 3 years. I'm going to be here at the next contract. And I fully expect that the next contract is going to significantly tie in performance metrics, and by the way, that's a good thing. We want to incentivize performance. One of the biggest issues. I brought up one of the property crimes as a stat, and apparently some of my colleagues didn't like that. One of the biggest property crimes that we've been hearing nonstop is car thefts. I mean, look everywhere, North Bay Road, Venetian. I mean, it almost seems like every week there's a burglary of a car, and now there's burglaries that are going beyond the cars and into property homes. And again, I'm not faulting the police for that. Okay, that's not a function of bad police, but what I would have liked to seen is crimes being solved. You know, one of the biggest, one of the biggest issues that I've noticed that the community really cares about is that their bicycles get stolen. You know, and like Mayor Minor, he has legislation for, to encourage police visibility. We had to pass legislation for like a bait bike program. You know, I shouldn't have to be coming up with these ideas. I want to incentivize the police to catch these criminals because that's what people care about the most. You know, when a kid leaves his bike out, she should be able to leave it out all day and it not get stolen by these like criminal gangs that have enterprises in stealing either scooters or bikes. So you can bet that next 3 years I'm going to want to push that. I understand there's this contract was, I guess, the first of its kind to tie a 1% bonus for some sort of measurable result. You know, I didn't think that was fair enough. I mean, we're giving a lot of money here. I mean, we're adding another 2 years of steps forever for just to dip our toes in the water when it comes to measuring results. So, you look, you know, I'm not making any friends on this. I'm probably going to, you know, make a lot of enemies on this. But again, I didn't get elected to make friends. I didn't get elected to keep everyone happy. I got elected to really push the envelope, and if I have to be the only no vote, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And, you know, to our colleague, you make a lot of interesting points. I think, you know, and we had robust conversations about this. You know, you're not wrong on the 60%. On the 60% for a 4% increase, I think a lot of us share your thoughts about that. It's something where you know, everyone is getting it, and it's unfair that the officers who really are working hard, who really are sacrificing, who are going the extra mile, are getting the same 4% that the officer that is not exerting the same level of effort. I think there were a number of us that share your passion in that, as well as some other performance measures. But I think it needs to be recognized that our administration did get a number of rights back to the city administration, which is ultimately a benefit to the residents through this negotiation that we didn't have before. And I saw our colleague left the dais. You're here? Okay. And so my point would be, is it perfect? It's not perfect. It's not perfect. There's definitely room for improvement over the next 3 years to the next contract. But we need to support our officers. Our officers are supporting us. And I think the message is sent loud and clear, Commissioner. I think right now we are in such an important time in our city's history, in our relationship with other jurisdictions and challenges that we're facing, in work that we're asking them to do, that I really encourage us all to make this a unanimous vote. It's important for us to push the envelope and to send important messages. And I think we're sending these messages today. I think that that's resonating. But I think that there's such a strength. We are a progressive city, but for a progressive city like Miami Beach to send a message of unity in supporting their officers when we're asking them to deal with so many issues, with at times dangerous protesters, and asking them to protect our religious communities from threats that we're exposed to dealing with the most difficult population in society that is dealing with mental illnesses that require specialized services, to dealing with an endless amount of events that come to our city that don't go anywhere else. It's important for them to see that this city commission is united And at the same time, let's make a motion. Let's make a motion and give the directive to our city administration that for the next negotiation, we do want to see that 60% change and put that expectation well out in advance. So I just, ask you to, let's show this unity so that we can together keep on working in the areas where we do need to improve, because it's not perfect. And you've made that clear. And I think that message is sent. And I think, there's times, honey gets us farther.
Well, Commissioner, thank you. Unity is always good. I always joke though, 4-3 is still the law of the land. But yeah, and just if you don't mind my commenting, I think Commissioner Suarez is supportive of our police department. I don't think there's any doubt about it. It's just he has a vision, which much of it I share, and I think many of us share. It's just what is the best way to get there, and. I thought about this a lot, and I think just the best way to get there is I'm going to vote yes, but that's obviously your call. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, look, I appreciate trying to be a peacekeeper, Alex. But, my no vote is not necessarily a rebuke on police. I think the police do a fine job. I mean, I've seen, definitely seen, I guess, an increase in police visibility. But I do also get a lot of resident complaints about certain issues. I don't necessarily think I should tell you up here, but look, I'm the accountability guy. Okay, at the end of the day, I'm the guy in accountability. That's why I got elected. In my opinion, I don't think that our city staff did a great job in preparing this. The fact that we had shaded sessions during our lunch break where we're stuffing our faces with lunch for 30 minutes we get to talk about this, I don't think set a good precedent for how we negotiate. I think what should have happened was there was special meetings like the last two that we had when I started raising these concerns. That's how it should have started. It should have started at least 6 months in advance, not during a lunch, but during a special committee of the whole, if you will, called by the administration. So, look, I'm doing what I think is best in my opinion on my vote, and I'm hoping that in 3 years that I can vote a yes on a contract that I think that strikes a good balance between compensation and measurement.
Let's call the vote.
I need a motion and a second.
I make a motion.
Second. So a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
Nay.
1 no. Commissioner Suarez, item is approved, 6-1. R7F. I'm sorry, we have one person in the audience who wishes to speak. It's Wayne. Wayne, state your full name. You have 2 minutes. Wayne, unmute yourself.
I just got the opportunity to. So I just want to state that I agree with David. I agree with the rest of the commissioners. Over the last 7 years, the police department has been way more responsive to the community. I've seen it year in and year out, an improvement. And that's because we hold them accountable more, I think, but also I think they want to serve. They care. I'm not in love with the fire department's, how we added firemen and that side of that contract. But the police are in the front lines, and it's not an easy job like most days for the fire department. They are harassed daily, and they have a terrible, terrible job that I really appreciate them for. I would offer this caveat. I think this will solve what David said and give the police an incentive rather than rebuke to do better. I think I think we could do this by resolution, to offer 30 officers per year a $30,000 bonus based on some metric. So it costs the city $1 million a year, which is, what is that, 1/10 of 1% of our budget. And that would incentivize the police to do even more and to honor the 30 officers that really step way and beyond their pay grade. So, and rookie cops should be just as available to that incentive as a senior officer. But instead of beating them up, offer them 30 grand a year for the top 30 officers. It will be under $1 million a year. And I think that's the incentive that may put us over the edge. But I think yeah.
Thank you, Wayne. We have two companion items. I think the utmost flattery is that what you're hearing is the criticism, that, if you can call it that, it's not even maybe feedback, is we want to see more. I mean, that's like the ultimate compliment that we have of our police force. And so thank you. Good discussion. Let's call a companion item R5AH.
R5AH is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending ordinance number 789, the classified employee salary ordinance of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, in accordance with the negotiated collective bargaining agreement, providing for qualifying incumbents in the classification in Group 5, represented by the Government Supervisors Association of Florida, GSAF, OPEIU, Local 100, as follows. Effective the first full pay period ending in July of 2025, there will be an across-the-board cost of living adjustment COLA of 3%, and the minimum and maximum of each salary range will be increased by 3%. Effective the first full pay period ending in April of 2026, there shall be an across-the-board COLA of 3%, and the minimum and maximum of each salary range will also be increased by 3%. Effective the first full pay period ending in April of 2027, there shall be an across-the-board COLA of 3%, and the minimum and maximum of each salary range will also be increased by 3%, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability and effective date and codification. This is item R5AH.
Marla.
Good afternoon.
And Mark.
This is the companion item for the GSAF. This is a salary ordinance that codifies the 3 COLAs that would be received over the next 3 years.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Vice Mayor Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for December 11th.
R5AI.
R5AI is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending ordinance number 789, classified employee salary ordinance of the city of Miami Beach in accordance with the negotiated collective bargaining agreement, providing for the classifications in Group 3, represented by the Fraternal Order of Police, FOP, William Nichols Lodge number 8, effective the first full pay period of July 2025. Selected pay incentives of 5% CJIS pay will be rolled into selected base pay, and there will be an across-the-board cost of living adjustment COLA of 3%. Effective the first full pay period ending in April 2026, there shall be an across-the-board COLA of 3%. Effective the first full pay period ending in April 2027, there should be an across-the-board COLA of 3%. An additional 4% step shall be added to the end of the range for the police officer and detention officer classification effective the first full pay period of July 2025, and an additional 4% step to the end of the range for the police officer and detention officer classification effective the first full pay period of April 2026. All police sergeant and police lieutenant pay shall be adjusted by 4% effective the first full pay period of July 2025, and police sergeant and police lieutenant pay steps shall be adjusted by 4% effective the first full pay period of April 2026, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability and effective date and codification. This is a first reading. This is item R5AI.
Marla.
This is the companion salary ordinance for the FOP employees that goes along with the new contract for the next 3 years.
I move the item.
I have a motion by Commissioner, Vice Mayor Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Yes. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for December 11th.
Our FLP, Fraternal Law Police President Bobby Hernandez, has to say a quick word.
Before I say a few remarks, I'd like to extend our condolences to the fire department. They lost a firefighter on Monday, and really that's what it's all about. So my condolences to Chief Funeris and Chief Albello. You know, a lot's been said up there on that day. It's a lot of incorrect information. I am taken aback that as Commissioner Suarez, a commissioner that had no political experience at all.
Bobby, you
and
actually told me
endorsed
you were
it.
coming up here to say thank you.
I know, but I want to put it out there because I want to make sure we get the facts right. Thank you, Commissioner Magazine and Commissioner Bott. I was a public information officer in 1996. Those stats that he's referring to, not only us, look at Las Vegas. It's all based on capita, per capita. We have 90,000 residents. We have millions of visitors. So, of course, you're going to have more cases of crime. That's a flawed statistic, and to put it out there to try to derail this contract commissioner is to me is unacceptable. When we met, we had an agreement. It wasn't to attack us. Brandon up there, I don't know if he's the one that got you those stats, but they're bad stats.
Bobby.
I know, but it gets upsetting because we busted our butts out there. Spring break was, I know everybody said it was the marketing campaign. We had a marketing campaign in 2012. It was called Respect the Scene. We teamed up with the Miami Heat. That was nothing new. What was new is that we had a mayor and a commission that said, go get them, like we did in early 2000. We made 1,000 arrests in one weekend, Memorial Day. To put that in perspective, we made 10,000 arrests that year. So we made 10% of our annual arrests in one weekend. We lost that because they felt it was too heavy-handed, too military-looking, too Gestapo-looking, and we took the foot off the gas, and then we had the problem again. But we're in a good place now. I want to thank my negotiations team. I'm sorry I'm a little upset. I hear things out there get you a little pumped up, you know? They did a great job on their own time. We had several emails between the city side and us trying to come up with a creative contract that would not affect the citizens of Miami Beach all in one shot. In fact, there's 100 officers on there, Commissioner Suarez, that are not going to see those 4% steps. We did that by design. Someone won't see them for 7, 8 years, but they agreed because we wanted to be the #1 department in South Florida. Right then, before contract, we were sitting 16th place, Fort Lauderdale. Commissioner Fernandez, you said it right. They have every event that we have, every single event, car shows, boat shows. The only reason they have a busy spring break is because we put so much pressure on them here that they went up there. Now, we can do better. Of course we can do better. But fighting with us, insulting us, and after you go out there and you see the hard work that these men and women do every day, we're asked to do more, and we're right there. I do also want to commend and thank the city administration, Mr. Carpenter, Mr. Taxis, Ms. Alpazar, and Ms. Lana Hernandez. We exchanged dozens of emails. These negotiation sessions could get pretty contentious when you have 3 different parties pulling for their respective people, obviously the commission, the constituents, city staff to you, and us to my members. And I think at the end of the day, it's a fair contract. We can always do better. I also want to put it on record that we respect the request for higher visibility. As you know, Mayor, one of the suggestions I made to Chief Jones was field roll calls. That was a touchy subject. Roll calls are seen for camaraderie, to get together, see who we're working with. We didn't get rid of them. We just made them out on the field. And in fact, the first place we put it was on 41st Street at the Walgreens. And when I spoke to you, Mayor Minor, I said, I did that by design. I didn't do it, the chief did it, but my request, because I wanted you to start getting those phone calls. Hey, why are so many officers at the Walgreens parking lot? And you could say, well, that's my initiative, giving you the credit, the law and order mayor. That didn't just happen.
I did bring an initiative, but thank you. Yeah, and I did get those questions, and I did give.
We also have people complain, asking why there's cops just sitting there
Right.
not doing anything. You can't win. We're also working with the chief and his IT department to have our body-worn cameras to be able to download our videos from hotspots throughout the city. That way we don't even have to come to the station. That was our initiative, the union's initiative, nothing on the CBA. That's not on the CBA. That was us, but we recognized how important it was to you all. And we did that. And we'll continue to be visible as much as we can. I like 41st Street. I think 41st Street's a perfect example, but that's an overtime high visibility detail. Right now, it would be very hard to put all those bodies out there because we don't have an 800-man department. That would have to be augmented with overtime. There's no other way. But I tell you what really started this conversation was during COVID, people liked what they saw. The city was closed. There was no court. Nothing's going on. Everybody's working 12-hour shifts, no days off. So you saw cops everywhere. And people got a feel for that. And they said, man, I wish it was like that all the time. I don't think your residents, your constituents, to pay 2% hike in their millage rate to hire 400 more cops. So we're going to continue to work with the chief to come up with great ideas that we can complete what you guys are looking for, and we can also be within our CBA and protect the members. But we're there for you, and we appreciate it, and thank you very much. I also, lastly, and I want to make sure I forget them, I want to thank the members themselves with all their questions. We put out a survey, and that survey was one of the foundation for our contract. What were they want? What did they want? We also stacked our negotiation team with a variety of different subject matter experts. We have accountants on that team. We had it diversified between age, years of service, and assignments. And all that was brought into the contract when we had the conversation with Mr. Taxis and his team. That way everybody was represented. And we'll continue to work together. I appreciate the vote, and thank you very much.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, Bobby, if you don't mind staying at the podium.
We're not going to have it back and forth here, by the way. We're not going to do that.
You know,
I'm
one
sorry.
of the things that you said was really interesting before you spoke was that I had no political experience. And I think that's exactly why I got elected. I didn't get elected to be a politician. I got elected to call balls and strikes. And I thought, and I think that this deal is not a good deal for the city. And I've consistently pushed back on the police on issues that I think were not fair. Speeding, for example. Demonstrators accosting elderly Jews. And you know what the union does, you know what the union has said to me? They've threatened to pull their endorsement of me as a result. So let me beat you to the punch. I'm gonna rescind your endorsement, and I'm never gonna accept it again.
Well, there wasn't even a debate about that, Commissioner. I think everybody in this room knew that. It is.
I'm not done.
I'm not
I'm not done.
I don't get mad. I lose a
I'm not done.
fight.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
I'm disappointed in you.
You guys can do this behind closed doors, which I'm sure you will.
You're never going to find me in closed doors with him. That's a promise.
I'm not finished.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. When I vote no on this, it's not a rebuke on the FOP. Okay? It's a rebuke on the way this negotiation went down. It's not a good deal for the city. That's my opinion. If you don't like it, fine. You're more than welcome to disagree. This is not a personal matter. I personally like you. I personally like most of the police officers on the force. I got elected not to base my vote because of personal relationships. I can separate the two. Can you?
I can. And if I just may answer that real quick, it started going downhill when you went after Dwayne Resende, sir. And you and I met several times. In fact, one time at the Antique Show. I'm sure you remember.
Bobby, this really isn't.
And I
appropriate for
explained to him,
commission.
but
It's
let's
not
get
a-
it.
You guys are getting into one-on-ones. It's not appropriate for commission meeting.
I get you, sir. But the problem is he put a lot of bad information out there that needs to be clarified. And at the end of the
did.
day, I don't understand what his anger is with us. I don't understand what Brandon's anger is with us. I don't know if he's still in the room. I think he might have left. But we've done nothing wrong here, man. We're just out there. You asked for spring break. You wanted law and order. You got law and order. And we're going to continue to do that, working hand in hand with the commission. But I think we get along better if we just got along. Get a lot of things done better if we just got along.
I think what you're seeing here, and obviously this is sort of the inner workings, but if I can wrap this up and we'll move on to the next item, I think even with Commissioner Suarez, you are seeing a commission that is fully 100% supportive of our police. That is not the issue, and we're appreciative of the men and women in blue and what you do and what our chief does. I think though we as the electeds, we hear from the residents. Just quite frankly, most of the time they're not. Some residents know to reach out to our city manager or the police chief, but most of the time they're going to reach out to me and all of us on the commission. So that's our job. So when I reach out to our chief, when I put items on the agenda, and obviously my colleagues as well, that's what we're responding to, and we're appreciative. I think you are a department that has been responsive to a lot of what our residents are saying, that you're hearing and you're getting it through us, either through, sometimes it's just a phone call, sometimes it's legislation. And we do get it right. So I am appreciative of that. This is sort of the give and take, and we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way, we did have a great spring break, and we're going to do it again. So thank you for
Mayor,
your
you haven't seen anything yet. Because what this contract just showed everyone in this room is that we're appreciated and our hard work is recognized.
And that should be the message that everyone receives from this contract. Absolutely. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Okay. Let's call our R7H.
R7H is a public hearing, adopt Seventh Amendment fiscal year 2024 operating budget, R7H.
Good afternoon. This is the final budget amendment for FY '24. So the first thing we wanted to do was to share what our projected surplus is on the general fund, and that's $30.9 million. The administration is recommending rolling over $10 million from FY '24 to FY '25, and that's for expenditures that were budgeted in '24 but weren't spent so far, just depending on the timing of our purchases. Now, if that's accepted, that 30.9 would become 20.5 million. And our recommendation, first of all, of that 20.5 is to set aside $4 million to fill our general fund reserves at 3 months. Secondly, we wanted to set aside $3.26 million for the Miami Beach Golf Club. During the budget process, we had said that any surplus at the golf club would be transferred to the capital budget for their project. So this actually came in a little over the 2.3 that we had estimated that they would have in surplus. The third recommendation is for $1 million to be set aside for homeless initiatives, one-time initiatives that were recommended through resolution by the City Commission in May of 2024. That would get us to $2 million set aside in the general fund reserves. The next item would be a Washington Avenue tree wrapping, and that was approved by the City Commission on October of this year. That's $273,000. The next item is additional emergency shelter beds. We have two items. One was approved in July of 2024. The second was at October of 2024 by the Commission, and that would be for $125,000. The next item would be for Nautilus Neighborhood Entrance Welcome signage, and that was approved by the City Commission in October of 2024, and that's for $75,000. If all those items are approved by the City Commission, that would leave us with $11.78 million. And the recommendation, as we had discussed in the budget process, would be to transfer all these dollars to the PAYGO funds to be set aside for a potential gap in the Fire Station 1 project. So that's what we recommend with the general fund budget surplus. In addition to those items, we are recommending adjusting the appropriations for a couple of our funds that went over budget or departments. So the police department, as we had mentioned in almost every quarterly projection for 24, went over budget by $2 million. And this is primarily due to overtime for unanticipated details. So we would be transferring $2 million from other budgets within the general fund to make them whole. The fire department is projected to go over budget by $293,000, and again, this is for overtime to maintain minimum staffing levels. And then the convention center fund actually went over budget by 5.5, and this is actually a good story. They actually had 98 events as opposed to the 43 events that were projected in the budget. So they collected more revenues and they had more expenditures, but they ended up with a net surplus. Risk management is going over budget by $484,000, and so we'd have to appropriate additional dollars. Their general liability and law enforcement claims have just come in higher than what we estimated in the budget. And then finally, the police unclaimed property funds, $31,000. We're recommending that be transferred to the general fund, as we discussed earlier this morning. And then the final fund is a board of demolition fund. There is $7,000 in that budget, and so we just want to appropriate it so we can use it for expenditure that happened in 2024.
Thank you, Tamika. Is there a motion on the item?
I'll move it.
The item is properly moved, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. Any comments, discussion? Are there any public comments on this item?
No one in Zoom, no one in the audience.
That is call the question.
On R7H, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
R7I.
R7I is a public hearing, adopt First Amendment to fiscal year 2025 operating budget.
So this item does pretty much what we recommended on the rollovers. So for all our funds, we have recommended rollovers from FY24 over to 25. And in addition, we would be recommended appropriation of the funding for the Washington Avenue tree wrapping, additional shelter beds, and the Nautilus Neighborhood Welcome sign for the general fund. And for the other funds, we're recommending the rollovers of encumbered and unencumbered funds. And then finally, we wanted to appropriate funds in 25 for the residential housing property. We did take on a property in May of this year, 1735 Normandy Drive for a residential housing program. So we wanted to appropriate $44,000 in order for them to actually start working on that facility. Second, we have the beach walk safety striping and signage implementation for $100,000. That was approved by the City Commission for funding in September of 2024. And finally, for the multimodal transportation system for the Art Week that we just discussed earlier this afternoon, we had appropriated $125,000 in the 25 budget. Some of our bids have come in higher, and we have expanded our level of service. And so there's a recommendation to appropriate $258,000 from the transportation fund for this program.
Is there a motion on the item?
I'll move it.
The item's been moved by Commissioner Suarez, second by Commissioner Magazine. Any comments on the item? Discussion? Any public comments on Zoom?
No one in Zoom, no one in the public.
Let's call the question.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Item is approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's call R5AG.
Yes, sir.
About 3 minutes for this one, Commissioner?
Well, yeah, just
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner, let me read, I apologize. And in orders of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations, Section 7.2.2 entitled RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, Single-Family Residential Districts, at subsection 7.2.2.3 entitled Development Regulations RS to amend the requirements for understory homes and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is our first reading. The item requires 5/7 vote, R5AG.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd just like to start with a little bit of history. When the DRB was first established in the late 1980s, single-family homes were actually explicitly exempt from its review. In fact, the DRB itself was originally only to oversee significant commercial and multifamily projects, never single-family homes. In 2001, a process for the review of single-family homes that replaced 1942 homes was established and was called the Single Family Residential Review Panel, or short for SFRR. When the SFRR panel could not convene, the DRB was established as the fallback review. The SFRR panel had much less stringent notice and application requirements and was intended to be less formal. Mooney was here at the time, believe it or not. He's been here forever. The DRB process, by contrast, was set up for a more significant commercial multifamily projects. By the mid-2000s, convening a meeting of the SFRR panel became very challenging for applicants with single-family homes. In fact, it was so challenging that they couldn't make quorum, that they just decided to go to the DRB as an option, since they couldn't go to the SFRR. The panel was formally removed from the code in 2013, leaving DRB as the sole review entity for the review of new homes replacing pre-1942 homes. Just last year, the administration and our own city code consultant again reiterated the need to incentivize understories, urging the removal of this bureaucratic barrier. Yet here we are, still hampered by this sort of outdated regulation that discourages resilient design. And you can ask Tom and yourself, the fact is, understory designs are superior than homes that are built on elevated berms, or as I call them, like little mounds. They elevate living spaces above flood levels, offering unmatched protection against heavy rains, catastrophic storms, surges, similar to what we saw within the last, this year with 100-year storms back to back. Unlike elevated berms, which are vulnerable to erosion and water saturation, understories provide a reliable defense with minimal land modification. They also excel in wind events, allowing airflow beneath the structure to reduce pressurized and minimal damage. For evidence, we only need to look at some recent hurricanes, such as Hurricane Ian, where stilt homes and understories survived while homes on berms were completely eradicated. This isn't theoretical, it's been proven repeatedly in real-world disasters right here in Florida. Given the recent flood events in Miami Beach and the fact that we're mere feet above sea level, it only makes sense to highly encourage resilient designs rather than trying to set up roadblocks to impede it. But it's not just about resilience. Understories optimize land use, creating functional spaces for parking, storage, recreation, offering both safety and practicality. This dual-purpose design maximizes property values while protecting against environmental challenges. Aesthetically, understories enhance the look of our neighborhoods, avoiding unattractive mounds that worsen flooding by directing water to adjacent properties. So just so everyone is aware that whenever there's a new home built on an elevated berm, the water runoff goes into either onto the right-of-way, onto the street, or into a neighboring property. Understories also align with our broader vision for Miami Beach as a resilient and forward-thinking city. If we truly believe in adapting to climate change, we must embrace innovative designs that reflect that commitment. Also, nearly all homes built before 2008 are below base flood elevation. What does this mean for our flood insurance? It's up 10% year over year. Some carriers are not even binding contracts in the city anymore. Why? Because our single-family planning policy is backwards. It actively discourages resiliency and sustainability while promoting flooding. In the end, this is about efficiency and eliminating unnecessary government bureaucracy. The current requirement for DRB review of understory homes is an unnecessary hurdle that stifles progress. Allowing a lengthy and comprehensive administrative review would streamline the process, incentivize understory homes, and send a clear message that Miami Beach is serious about leading in resiliency. This change would also free up DRB resources to focus on projects it was originally intended for, which is multifamily and commercial projects. Let's put our money where our mouth is and plan for the city we want to be, not the city we have. It's time to let go of outdated policies that embrace resilient designs. Let's incentivize innovation, prioritize sustainability, and ensure Miami Beach is a model of adaptation and resiliency for generations to come. And I just have a few pictures I'd want to show. PJ, if you can pull it up. So
I knew it was coming.
Just a few. I actually drew this myself just to give a quick diagram of what it's going to be. So the middle picture is what an elevated berm is, or the little mound. In order for base flood elevation and building codes, we would have to raise the house, the home, to a certain elevation. The one on the house on the left is like a pre-1942 home with not an elevated berm. And the one on the right is one with an understory. And I just wanted to show with the cool blue arrows, that's where the rain is. When the rain comes down, it is going to go to the left and to the right of their neighbors, and most likely flood the home on the left, and it would flood the area below the one on the right, which is the understory. The only difference between the understory on the right and the one with the berm is 3 feet. And the only reason it's a 3 feet difference is because it encourages to use the the habitable space below for parking, storage, recreational, etc. Next slide, please. So I just pulled some of these off the internet of an understory just to give a little context of what it looks like. As you can see, it's usable on the bottom floor. Next slide, please. Here's another good example. You'll notice that there's no mound that the house has to be raised up on. The funny thing is, if there was a mound and you remove the sort of understory, this wouldn't have to go to DRB. It would not meet the requirement to go to DRB. Next, here's another one. Next slide, please. This is an actual one that was done on Coconut Lane. Next one, please. And here's just another example. Next slide. So here, this is interesting. These are some of the pictures from the recent hurricanes in Florida, and you can see that all the homes that were built with an understory survived, and the ones that on elevated berms did not survive. Next slide, please. Here's a picture of a home that was in an elevated berm that was actually washed up through the canal alongside homes that were built with understories. Next slide, please. Again, more pictures. You can see sort of the top middle, there were homes there. They're not there anymore. They got washed up. And again, anything with an understory survived the storm surge. Next slide. Here's another clear example of a house that was demolished in front, and the one in the back is an understory that did survive and looked pretty well. And I think there's only one more slide, PJ. And here's another example of sorry, you can close the presentation. So just wanted to make it clear that, you know, right now, if you were to build a single family home on an elevated berm, which is not as resilient and sustainable as our planning director will tell you, or our consultant tell you, you do not have to go to DRB. Okay, as long as the design is consistent with Miami Beach standards, or they're not requesting a waiver because they may have a different lot size. But if you do have if you do want to build a house with an understory, you have to go to DRB. And that is the only difference for getting this approved at a staff level. I had our planning director run some numbers. Since about 2020, only 50 homes have been built with an understory that got passed by DRB. Almost half of the homes that applied to the DRB had to go to a second DRB meeting, meaning they had to carry the insurance costs, the loan, and all the other costs associated with having a project be put on hold. And there's a gentleman in the audience that I'd like you to also share a story about how he got held up for years at the DRB. And I also want to bring home the fact that our insurance, our flood insurance rates are going through the roof. Okay, you know, that was one of the biggest concerns that I heard when I knocked on single-family homes, where, you know, this is a serious problem. So if we're encouraging designs that promote flooding or exacerbate flooding in neighborhoods, our insurance rates are only going to go raise. I mentioned a stat that since 2020, only 50 homes with understories. Since 2020, nearly 400 homes have been built without an understory, and that should be indicative of the resistance to going through a DRB approval. Huh? 400, around 400. Yeah, so if I could finish.
Yeah, I could clarify that. The number of permits that have been issued for single-family homes since 2020 is 323. And then roughly 50 of those were for understory.
Okay. So apologies for the I thought it was 400. So there's 320? And 50 of those have been in DRB. Okay, that's excluding some of the ones that are already permitted or in the process, right? So I think with ones already in the process, it goes close to 400. But even that, just what is that, a 1-to-3 ratio? No, well, it's more like 1-to-4, 1-to-5 ratio. Yeah, where we're encouraging homes that are not built to the best typology that we have to offer for our city. And so, you know, I think we talk a lot about streamlining the building permit process and making sure that, you know, we can do everything we can legislatively to streamline this process. you know, the fact that nearly 50% of the DRB applicants that go for a understory have to go to a second or more just shows that it's not congruent with what we want our building permit process to do. So, you know, Tom, I'd like to ask you a couple questions through the chair, if that's okay. How many times has the city staff recommended this, that understories be?
This would be the third time. The first time was when the understory criteria was created in 2017. When it was adopted, the commission decided that they wanted it to go to DRB. Then in 2022, when we were drafting the resiliency code, our code consultant recommended that we include a provision in the resiliency code that would allow staff to review understory homes. We agreed, we made that recommendation, but the commission decided to keep DRB review in 2023 when the resiliency code was adopted. So this particular ordinance would be the third time we're recommending.
And another question. So, you know, there's some concerns that this is just like a like if it goes through a administrative review, that there's a quote unquote a rubber stamping of this process. Can you explain sort of the details of how you would review an understory home and the intricacies of how detailed that review is specifically for understory homes?
Sure. Within the land development regulations of the city code, we have two different sets of criteria for understory homes. One is the regular set of single-family review criteria that our staff uses when reviewing single-family home applications administratively. These would be the non-understory homes. And these are the criteria that require homes to be context sensitive and to be consistent with the architectural character of its surroundings. There is also separate criteria that's specific to the understory that we had developed in 2017 with the intention of reviewing these types of homes administratively. And the purpose of this understory criteria is to ensure that understory homes fit within the established scale, character, and context of the neighborhood, and that understory homes are not homes on stilts, but actually an architectural whole. And so applications that would be coming in for review for building permit would go through a very lengthy review by our very qualified staff.
And for example, if someone came in and they wanted to build Cinderella's castle in RS4, for example, you know, would that what would the administrative review process most likely do at that point?
In circumstances like that, and we've had those where it wasn't Cinderella's castle, but it was something akin to a home that just did not fit within the scale, character, and context of the surrounding area. We applied the single-family design criteria that's in the LDRs, and we requested that the architect significantly modify the home, and that if they didn't want to, their option would be to go to the design review board.
And what would you say the type of the understory, how superior is it? Maybe you can qualitatively explain that to any other type of home, such as built on a mound or an elevated berm, and yeah, just if you could speak to that.
Sure. Understories were first developed in 2013, and they were applicable primarily to the lowest areas of the city, such as Palm Island and Hibiscus Island, because what we were finding was based upon the low elevation of those areas and the requirement for meeting base flood elevation, these homes were being constructed so high off the street that they needed some sort of space to create a transition from grade up into the first habitable level. And then what we discovered after some of these homes were built in the lower areas is that they would be well suited for the entire city. And the reason for that is because on a barrier island like Miami Beach, where sea level rise is not going down, tidal flooding is not going down, extreme rain events are not getting less frequent, that building in that protection and allowing the first habitable floor to be much higher made the most sense from a long-term protection standpoint. Most importantly, though, because things like tidal flooding and more frequent extreme rain events, rain bombs like we had gotten earlier this year, which are not going to become more infrequent, and we have to accept that, understory homes provide superior protection from catastrophic storm surge. And while we don't want to see that, we do have to acknowledge that that is probably going to be an eventuality in Florida, as we've seen up and down the coast. And as we've seen in the Keys and on the West Coast, the homes that have the understory were far more resilient than non-understory homes.
And last question, you know, what are the environmental and water runoff challenges with homes constructed on little mounds or elevated berms?
The city does have water retention requirements for all properties in the city, regardless of whether you do understory or you do an elevated berm. And so they would have to meet those water retention standards. However, where we've seen the most complaints and where with extreme rain events, sometimes even meeting those minimum requirements can cause issues, is when you have a significantly elevated home. The complaints we've gotten and what we've seen with water runoff usually will happen on neighboring properties and within the right-of-way that's adjacent to the home.
Okay. And again, you recommend that we, for the third time, you recommend that we approve this?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. BJ, can you put up the PDF that the DRB had shared with the commission, please? And so I agree that we need to streamline the process and there needs to be tweaks made, whether it's the types of seats that we have on the DRB. If somebody comes a second time to the DRB, they shouldn't be charged. There's a resident right there who told me about his horrible experience and how expensive it was for months and months. It's also been mentioned that people think the city will be a rubber stamp if we do it in-house. And I worry about that. I do worry about that. Our building department is in the process of a major overhaul with a new director, and so I'm not quite sure. But the main point on why this is so concerning is that the residents will not be notified. And while a building, a single-family home with a mound is a lot lower, one with a understory is a massive structure. And to think that if the city approves it, the neighbors won't be notified. And DRB, what they do, and PJ, if you could go to the next page of this, what DRB does when they make their approvals is make sure that this new structure with an understory is within character to a neighborhood. You can go on to the next one. Here are examples. So when understories first became part of the LDR, most of the single-family homes that were being built were on mounds. And then more and more people became comfortable with the DRB process and doing understories, so that's why we have over 50 to date. Next page. And if something is horrible, at least DRB will be able to help them and make it better. And the neighbors will have a chance to weigh in as well, because it's not fair that they would have a massive structure that could be up to 4 stories. Go to the next page, please. And here are just more examples of single-family homes that went through DRB and the project was made better with an understory. Go on, next one. Same here, before and after design. Next one. Is that the last one? Okay. So I worry, and if you watch the planning board meeting, even the planning board members were skeptical and they wanted more time, but they were asked to make a decision right then and there, and it was a very close vote, and I think it was that way because they were asked to make a decision right then and there, but truly they wanted more time. So I'm not sure why this is being rushed through the way it is, but we do need to streamline the process. But taking away DRB, I don't think it's an option right now. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor. I could just clarify a couple of points.
Commissioner Suarez and then Vice Mayor Fernandez.
So some of the terms being used is massive structure. I think, well, first of all, the only difference is 3 feet, right? If it's built with an understory or not understory. Is that correct, Tom?
That's correct.
So that 3 feet again is just to make the understory habitable, not habitable, but usable.
That's illegal.
Usable.
Correct.
So you could put your fishing gear there, you can park your cars, right, you can use it. And if so, the only difference is 3 feet, and let's say they wanted to build it on an elevated berm, they would not go to DRB, and there would be no notification, and there would be no DRB process, correct?
That's correct.
So the only difference would just be a 3 feet difference, which, in your opinion, is a much more sustainable design for Miami Beach for the next 100 years.
Correct.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Fernandez, then Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you. I'll tell you this, I feel it is an onerous that disencourages individuals to explore the more resilient route. I'm skeptical that homes with understories, that because of those 3 feet, that they have to go through the DRB process. Because at the end of the day, that's what we're, let's take away the terminology. It's whether these 3 feet is going to trigger a home having to go to DRB as opposed to not. And what really, frustrates me with this is that I live in the surrounding of homes that have understories and homes that don't have understories. And by far, the homes that do not have the understory, the newly constructed homes without the understories, are creating a greater impact to the neighborhoods. And you see it. You see it and I hate to say it, in the flooding that does occur to the surrounding homes caused by the homes that don't have the understory, caused by the homes that are elevated, that they've raised up the ground. And so I don't like this policy that in essence I feel is unintentionally punitive on those homeowners that choose to go the more resilient and sustainable route, which is to create the understory by making them go through more bureaucracy ultimately. Now, so I support this ordinance as relates to that. Now, I have a question. Is there a way? This is all administratively reviewed, anyways, right?
The existing homes that are non-understory.
Right.
Yes.
And is there a way that the public could provide feedback to staff as they're going through the DRB process? So let's say, not the DRB process, because we're doing away with the DRB process, but let's say residents, neighbors have comments on design. Well, these 3 feet is going to generate something that might be a visual impact to my home. Is there a way that the public could be notified that there's this administrative review going on so that they want to offer feedback that they could, that could be considered in the review process? And the reason why I ask that is because sitting here, 3 feet doesn't seem to be, that much, but every property is different. The situation of every home, historic homes versus non-historic homes. And so, I could see a situation where a neighbor may want to offer some feedback to help preserve the character of their neighborhoods. Is there a way to accomplish that?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. As part of the ordinance, as recommended by land use, we included a provision in the ordinance where if somebody is proposing an understory home, the property would be posted. And at the suggestion of Commissioner Bott, you could even expand that to include information on how to contact the property owner. So that way, a neighboring property owner could either contact city staff to look at the plans, or they could contact the property owner directly to offer any suggestions that they might have.
Okay. And And now I'm going to ask a question that I don't know the answer to. Tanya? It doesn't stop us, does it? Are administrative determinations appealable? So this is something reviewed administratively by staff, and you guys approve it or not. Is that appealable?
It's not.
It's not, okay, all right. So I still believe in the rights of homeowners. Homeowners, when they don't buy in a historic district, they don't expect to be going through a certain process. You know, they expect a more lenient process. And so I really want to encourage the more sustainable route. I don't like the stories I've heard from homeowners and continue to hear frequently from homeowners as to the impact to them building their homes. Or sometimes they'll say that they're happy with the outcome of the DRB process, because what are they going to do? Not get their approval? So a lot of times they'll just like give in and say, yeah, I'll accept that design, but it's their home. And here we are imposing on a single family home a design that they didn't want. I mean, we've taken positions here to say we don't want to tax small businesses. Well, let's just call this what this is. It's not a tax on small businesses. This is a tax on single-family homeowners, where we're telling them you're now paying for an architect, a designer, or a contractor to build your home, but I'm going to tell you what your home is going to look like. Because if you don't do what I tell you, you're not going to get the approval. And so I, the government, I'm going to tell you, Mr. Homeowner Taxpayer, what you're going to do with your architect and your contractor and what your home is going to look like. And that, I don't think is right or fair when people may have decided not to, buy in a historic district or buy a historically designated house. So I support this. I think people need relief right now when they're building their homes, and this is a path towards that.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I as well am going to break the golden rule and ask some questions that I don't know the answer to, because in part this is a learning process for me. And I would even ask the mayor, I don't want to step out of my lane, but to allow for some public comment, because before we get to the second reading, I actually want to hear both sides of every story. Tom, for you, single-family homes, if they are built on mounds, do they have to go to DRB?
If they don't, or if they're not requesting a waiver or variance, they do not have to go to DRB.
So that is crazy to me, right? That is crazy to me that we're saying if you adopt sustainability measures that we need in our city, you have to go through an extra extended process. We just talked about the traffic for Art Basel and people's behavior being reflected on the incentives that are providing. So if we collectively as a city believe in sustainability, the future, right, preparing for sea level rise and climate change and all of these things that are impacting our city, we want to go above and beyond out of our way in providing every incentive we can to do so, right? We don't want to provide disincentives to actually do that. So to have a process where you are actually being penalized for adapting for sustainability and sea level rise and climate change, I think that is totally perverse. I've seen firsthand the results of homes being built up in mounds. And those stats that you mentioned are staggering to me, because what that tells me is this process that we have put in place, the extra step of going through DRB, is causing that incentive to build homes up on mounds. I was out on Collins Park in one of the storms this year, and a lady came up to me in such distress that lives on Alton Road. So badly, I actually took her golf cart plug in my golf cart with 7 sandbags to her home on Alton Road to drop them off. Her entire backyard and basement and living room were flooded. Not because of water that came into her house directly, but because there were 2 homes on each side of her built up on mounds, and that water flowed directly into her home, right? So we're providing incentives for not only people not to properly adapt, but are actually harming their neighbors. And this question, I want confirmation. I'm 99% certain, but does the number of homes in a city or zone that remain below base flood elevation impact overall FEMA rates?
I believe so. I would want to defer to the building official if he's here, but I believe that that does have an impact on our flood rates.
Mr. Sejas, you having fun yet?
You know it. Good afternoon, everybody. The existing structures, okay, have a pass or enjoy a pass because they were built to the code at the time. Now, when it does provoke a penalty would be on the homeowner. If there is a lapse in that coverage, in other words, someone lets their flood insurance lapse through a sale or what have you, now when they come back to buy flood insurance, they're gonna pay a much higher rate than someone that does comply. The Florida Building Code did provide for BFE plus 1 foot since 2017 for residential structures. It's been in the code since 2010 for commercial or mixed-use properties. So there is a little bit there, and there are rules changing at the federal level that are being forced down everyone's throat, basically, mandating additional freeboard.
And where I was going with that is essentially the higher percentage of homes or structures that we can get above base flood elevation, it's going to help an entire city's overall FEMA flood rates.
Yes, that's absolutely clear.
Yeah, so if we are actually providing incentives for people to keep their homes below base flood elevation, not only is it impacting that homeowner adversely, but it is affecting every single property owner in this city through higher FEMA flood rates. So again, the incentive needs to be to actually get people to adapt. So thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I am fully supportive, Commissioner Dominguez. That struck a chord with me about working on notice requirements. I do believe that surrounding property owners should be afforded those same rights. And I also think that we should look at some sort of template that further streamlines things, right? Yes, of course, we don't want the Pink Princess Castle or whatever it is, that was invoked as an example, but just one example. But yes, if you are building a standard home, just because you are adapting for sustainability shouldn't automatically throw you into this process. And I have to say, I've seen several, maybe many moments where the DRB process does seem rather arbitrary, right? And people have kind of gotten that home that you pointed out about what it was before DRB, what was before I read the disclaimer. I thought the after image was actually before, because I go, I really like the before image. And I saw a building was coming up, and they had this beautifully designed green wall on it. Sustainable, it helps climate change, it helps cool the city. And one of the DRB board members goes, no, we shouldn't be having any more green walls, and pointed out Monad Terrace as an example of something that looks run down, rotten. Unanimously, every person I've ever talked to thinks one of the most beautiful, best designed buildings in our city is Monad Terrace, right? And that message was then sent out arbitrarily by one member. No, you know what? It's now the city's policy, unofficial policy, not to have any type of green walls. So where I'm going with this, I want to hear comment, because I'm not open and shut on this. I'm keeping an open mind. I'm learning as I go along. But it boils down to our biggest goal in the city should be adapting to the future, right? And behavior is going to reflect the incentives or disincentives that we provide. And if we are truly serious about wanting to adapt, we need to reverse our incentive structure and actually encourage people to go forward. So that's where I work. I look forward to engaging further with staff, with people on both sides, because I truly want to hear both of these stories. But my feelings I've laid out. If there's rebuttals to them, I'd love to hear.
Well, you said you want to hear comments, so Commissioner Bott.
So I'm actually going to make a motion to defer, and I know that's going to make you super happy, David. But here's why. I think there are really important points being made on both sides of this issue. And what I want to do is take a step back, and if the goal is to incentivize more resilient building and to also make sure that the community has a say in it without penalizing the homeowner. I mean, we heard from one resident who had a 4-year delay and, you know, ended up moving into a semi-functional home because of this whole process. The process is broken. But I don't think the solution here is to do away with the DRB looking at a project. I don't have a solution right now, which is why I'm making the motion to defer, because the other thing that is concerning to me is that homeowner associations, where they are the most impacted by these projects, were not included in any of this conversation. So what I would suggest, I think a lot of us are very inclined to find a way to make this better, to incentivize more resilient building, and to make sure that homeowners who are trying to build correctly for the future are not penalized by $40,000 applications and endless wait times and multiple courses of review. But I don't think this is the solution the way it stands now. And I would like to have the time, and I'm sure I would hope some of my colleagues would also like to have the time, and maybe we call one of our beloved sunshine meetings to brainstorm with the planning department and the building department and some of the affected homeowners what the right path forward is. If the end goal is to have more new homes that are built in a more resilient way that are respectful of the context and the neighborhood in which they are built, this is not the solution, and what we have now is not the correct solution either. So, hence the motion to defer.
Could I comment, Ms.
Commissioner Dominguez and then Commissioner Magazine.
Vice Mayor Fernandez, you have a land use meeting on Monday. Is this something that can be added to the Monday meeting for discussion? So this doesn't drag until next year?
Well, I just don't know if we don't have solutions today, like what's gonna come up between today and Monday. You know, and I'll just put out there, you know, even historic properties have crawl spaces. You know, and why do historic properties have crawl spaces? Especially you go into, you know, areas where you have a lot of, you know, wood frame homes, and even here you have some of the older 1920, you know, Mediterranean homes. A lot of them have crawl spaces, and they helped with flooding and ventilation before poured slabs was a common thing. And I just feel so fancy right now showing off my construction knowledge. I play a contractor on TV, by the way, guys. So I, you know, honestly, I really do think this is good policy. I don't like the extra process that these homes have to go through when we are dealing with great resiliency issues, where we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars of the taxpayers' dollars on infrastructure because of flooding. When we're hearing that only 50 homes have taken advantage of this, and in part, I would say it's probably in big part because of the deterrent that this policy creates. And then of those 50 homes, half of them had to come back for a second hearing. So that means at least 75 hearings have been held at the DRB, at least 75, because some I'm sure have had a third hearing. And just imagine the amount of time that takes up when people can still provide comment to the planning director. I think between first and second reading, there's opportunity. You know, if we want to have a discussion between first and second reading at land use, I'm happy to have a discussion between first and second reading. But there are people currently looking to do work to their homes. Literally at the Lakeview meeting that we had about the critical needs project last week, a lady was telling us there was water coming up through her slab, through her floors. I mean, and that's not something that pumps can fix. The only way that you fix that is by building a home above the BFE. above the base flood elevation, because that's just water coming up through the porous surface. And that's our future. And we have to, if we really are progressive individuals, we have to be willing to adapt. And I know that you are proposing us to adapt. I know you're not opposing the policy. You just want to come up with creative solutions. I would say let's let first reading go through. This still needs a second reading. We can have a discussion at land use to see what other ideas we can, share with the sponsor regarding it.
But
Just to further that comment, and Mr. Mayor, I asked while you were away, I know it would be breaking policy and out of my lane, but given that, maybe we could hear from the public that are here today, because I'd be interested in hearing the people that took time out of their day.
Yeah, and I'm gonna, and even though it's not a public comment, but Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, and then, so this way everyone's heard.
So, in my experience, when we had our movement, Save Miami Beach Homes, remember, Tanya, when we used to go to the hearings? We would go to the hearing, the home plan would get presented, and we would all say, this isn't right, and then we'd get denied anyway, correct? Most of the time. I mean, we never won. Did we ever win? Once? Once. We won once. And when it was a historic home on Star Island, we did. When it was like a super historic home. But the point, I'm totally torn by this for several reasons. Number one, I believe in the right to a public hearing, for sure. But for example, I had one of those huge cement berm homes built next door to me, and nobody called me in for anything. So I didn't even know until it was built. And then the next thing I knew, this concrete box just rose out of nothing, and now I have no Wi-Fi no matter what. Anybody who calls me knows that every single call gets dropped because I had no review. Now, I haven't attended the understory meetings, so I haven't really seen what takes place at those meetings. When somebody presents their plan, are they getting, is there a benefit from it? I know that Commissioner Dominguez showed some pictures, and I spoke to Janice Seraldo and Sarah, so I'm just not sure that, anything's coming from it. What I would like to see between first and second reading on this, could you send out a little survey monkey with like 2 questions to everybody who has presented a home application and said, do you feel like attending the DRB was a positive experience and why? And I would like to get feedback from those people who've gone through the experience, because I think that could help me better inform my decision. My personal decision, from my viewpoint right now, what I don't like about all of this is that everything is ridiculously expensive in Miami Beach. It is just tough. You need to have a landscape plan. You have to frame your trees in wood. I've never seen anything like that before. You have to go before, but at the same time, I mean, every city, like the city of Coral Gables, every home that's being built has to go before DRB. But in our city, that's not the case, because if you're building a berm home, you don't. So why is an understory? I mean, if we were to say all homes go before the DRB, then I would say, okay, that's fair. But if we're only punishing understory homes and they have to go to DRB, I don't understand it. So I understand why people might consider a berm over an understory, because they could save significant amounts of money. I'm also like the economic perspective of somebody who has to wait several months. Now, if I submit a home application and I have a meeting with planning and then I present my plan, how long from the time that I present my plan until the time that I get a hearing at the DRB?
So procedurally, once you begin the pre-application process, it's at least 2 to 3 months before you get to the DRB. Probably at least 3 months.
So I've got 3 months in this time period. And during those 3 months, I mean, are people, you can't really work on the plans, you're kind of stuck, right? So you're carrying?
It's the plans that you're going to come up with.
Okay,
Any
so-
pre-application work is done before that.
So you have 3 months. Wait, can I just, I'm not interrupting. So you have the 3 months, then you go before the DRB. I don't know this, but how many homes have to come back to the DRB? How many homes, of all the understories that were approved, how many got approved the first time and how many had to come back?
According to my staff, probably between 40 and 50% have to come back. A lot of it is because the DRB will ask for changes. Sometimes it's because they lost quorum and the item gets moved. But it's probably between 40 and 50% of the time you're going to have to come back for a second hearing.
Okay, now that's even worse, that you're carrying costs for a home and you're required to go to DRB and you get to DRB and somebody who's been appointed to the DRB doesn't show up, there's no quorum, and then there's no vote. That, to me, is unacceptable because now you've added 2 more months into the overall cost. That's 5 months of carrying cost, Danielle. You know, I believe deeply in the right to a public hearing, but we also have to make economic sense, and all things need to be created equal. So I'm going to support today, but between first and second hearing, would you guys be okay if city staff generated a 2-question survey monkey, sent it out to applicants to find out so we could get some information? You know, because I think I'd like to also find out what people's experience was. Was it expensive for you? How much money did it cost you? I just want to know. Do you think you benefited from it? How much money did you lose, or, you know, how much money did you have to spend by waiting for it? Because at the end of the day, it's a lot of money. It's so expensive to build here. And you've got the insurance costs, and you have, you know, high financing costs.
Taxes.
So I understand it. Now, I just don't know, as a neighbor, am I benefiting by going there? Or is it just going to be like when we always used to go to the hearings and I go, I don't want this built next to me. And then the people say, well, private property rights. And then you change a paint color or something like that. But in the, you know, so from an economic standpoint, I don't want to support it. From a public right to hearing, I do. So I'm going to support today, but I would like to get that survey date. I think that's key. So could you guys, would you support getting a survey data between first and second reading?
Yeah.
Can you do that? It takes so quick. If you want, I'll set it up.
Yeah, the second reading wouldn't be set until your February 3rd, I think, at this point, meeting because of the zoning cycle. So I believe we would have enough time between now and the February meeting to conduct a survey like that.
Why
Okay, so
February?
I'm gonna vote for this. I'm
Why
gonna support
February,
it today.
Tom?
Because there's no January commission meeting.
I'm gonna
It wouldn't, oh, because you wouldn't have enough time for the December meeting. Okay.
now, if everybody came back to me and said every house has to go to DRB, I would reconsider this. But to punish only, we're just gonna get berms all over the place. I don't particularly love the understory, but I understand the need for it. I'm not fighting it anymore. I get it. And I have a retaining wall next to me. It's just that the whole thing is a nightmare. So, yeah, I'll support on first reading, but I want the data. And if the data comes back that we're just like really squeezing people economically, then I'm gonna support removing them in second reading too.
Commissioner Suarez.
Before, we chime in anymore, I'd certainly like to hear a little bit more from the public, as Commissioner Magazine has suggested. It gives us a little bit more insight into how we should handle this.
Floor is yours. No movement.
Okay, I have one person on Zoom, Elizabeth Latone. Ms. Latone, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Elizabeth. 655 Alton. I'm from the Gulf Coast where almost every house is built on stilts with an understory, and there's a reason. And Commissioner Fernandez said it exactly. We flood, we have hurricanes, and we wash right through. And our homes were still standing when Ivan came through in, I think it was 2004. My mom's house was flooded almost up to her first floor, which was 11 feet up. Her house stood. I don't understand Miami Beach and why we are on berms and why we're on flat and everything like that. But I would never live in a house here that did not have stilts or understory or any of it. So I would like y'all to consider that, these are good ways to preserve the homes that people invest their lives in and live in. If they're just washed away in the next storm, what good is that? I think that people have enough sense to know good design, and they should have the ability to build what they like. And that's why we have the building department, we have all that. But should everything go before the design review board all the time? I don't understand this overreach. Anyway, thank you.
Do you mind if I'm so sorry, because I have to pick my daughter from school. She's getting out, and I don't have much time, but I am a city resident, and it sounds like you want to hear. So state your name, and you have 2 minutes. My name is Diva Finger, and I live at 4880 Pine Tree Drive. Actually, I don't live at 4880 Pine Tree Drive. That's my home that I cannot move into because of this process. So I'd like to give you a little bit about my experience. I brought some notes. I'm sorry, this is not the type of thing I usually like to read notes, but a little bit about with brain cancer, and I want to make sure I remember everything I want to say. So I've got a couple points here. I just feel free to interrupt me or ask me questions if you need, or call me afterwards. No problem. So we heard a lot about this proposed legislation today. We even heard from DRB board members themselves, some of who spoke about how the process actually hurts residents here in Miami Beach. And I am one of those residents, and I'd just like to share a little bit about my experience here with you, commissioners. So I bought my home here in 2018, my dream home in Miami Beach for my family. I am the furthest thing from a developer. Just wanted to bring my daughter up in Miami Beach, because I think it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. And when after purchasing the home, I realized the home is falling apart from within, mold, flooding, roof leaks, just a bad situation. And I think, a lot of these pre-1942 homes are old, and they need some renovation, if not fixing. So upon looking into renovating it, I was told that I can't renovate it because I have to raise it above the floodplain. Spent the FEMA law about spending 50% of the structural value, which would have accomplished very little for us. It wouldn't even have gotten us the new roof. Needless to say, the plumbing, the electrical, the structural defects that were issues with this home. So, we undertook the only logical step, which was a home build. And then in looking into this home build, obviously we decided that we were going to build this, in line with this new resiliency code. And, frankly, I was fairly excited about the prospect of doing this, and it sounded like something great to do in a creative city like Miami Beach. So then I was told I had to go to the DRB because the home was pre-1942. And DRB staff, in talking with them, strongly suggested that we build according to this understory code. And so we did. We worked with DRB staff for years. It said it takes a couple months, but we really spent a lot of times. At the time, the individual's name was James, and he was wonderful. And we spent a lot of time working on how to make this home, exactly something that would be amenable to neighbors and the public and ourselves. So we spent a lot of time on this, and none of that mattered, frankly. It didn't matter how much time we spent working with the DRB staff, because we had one neighbor that showed up to our meeting who was irate and, frankly, commandeered our meeting and took it in all different directions. And because of that, the DRB staff held us over and asked us to come back again to a subsequent meeting.
Is that the DRB or DRB staff?
The DRB board, the board of the DRB in the meeting said, can you please come back because you've got a neighbor who has some issues, and can you just try accommodate for her? So we went and we tried to speak with this neighbor, and this neighbor was irate, wouldn't speak to us, and was a lawyer and very litigious and rude and kind of scary. And so we said, no, we're just going to continue with the DRB staff, and we're going to come back again, and we're going to do what they're asking of us. So we came back again, and in that subsequent meeting, the DRB had decided that, months and months later, the DRB decided that they are not going to be accepting any new homes in this meeting, but rather hearing them out, because COVID was on the rise, and they just wanted to hear things out, but they weren't moving forward. So had the meeting. Neighbor was as disruptive as she was the previous time, and they decided, come back another time. My neighbor said, I'm not available, and I don't want any hearings for my neighbor's house until I can be here at the next meeting. And she was unreasonably, unavailable for months and months and months. So we waited. We worked with staff, and we came back again.
And then, just to wrap it up, long story short, we came back again and again and again, and we ultimately did get DRB approval. We're now 5 years later. I haven't moved in the home. I'm carrying this home. I've paid fees on fees on fees on fees to go to the DRB, just so the DRB could tell me no, for no logical reason other than I had an irate neighbor. Turns out this neighbor was doing all sorts of illegitimate things on my property and building structures and stuff she's got city fines for now. And so this wasn't a legitimate reason to hold me up for my home build. I still don't have the home that I bought in 2018 to move into. This is so incredibly painful for me and my family. I cannot.
I need you to wrap it up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm done, actually, and I have to pick up my daughter. So thank you for your time. Thank you for stopping me, so I'm not late. But if anyone of you want to speak to me individually, I can tell you more about my experience, but I just want you to have a flavor for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for your email that you sent.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead,
Good
please.
afternoon, Commissioners. Fred Carlton, 1800 Sunset Harbor Drive. I feel for this gentleman. I went through a similar experience on a home, on a lot that I bought at 1649 West 22nd Street, where I would not normally had to go before any board because the home that was on it was a 1985 home, but because of an understory, I had to go to DRB. The neighbor to my west decided after they had been shown the lot, they didn't want to buy it. After I bought it, they decided they wanted to buy it from me. I gave them a price. They decided they no longer wanted it. They didn't want to pay the price, rather. So all of a sudden, at my DRB hearing, they show up and they oppose my design. Now, mind you, I hired a really, really well-known architect, Rafael Portuondo. Okay, he's done probably some of the biggest names in this county's homes. Has got numerous awards for homes in Palm Beach County. Okay. And then to my east, I have a neighbor who many of you probably know, Agnes Gray. And when I originally spoke to her, and I'm telling you straight up, the reason that she was opposing my design was because her husband likes to swim in the nude. Okay? Forget the fact that Peter Loria is looking at her husband across the way, okay? But then it turns out that really it's not about her husband swimming in the nude. What it's about is that she wants me to take the back portion 50 feet of my wall down so that she can have an unobstructed view to the bay, and that she's going to oppose my project unless I agree to do that. This is the kind of abuse that you can find when you go through this process. You're asking people who do not have professional experience, professional architectural experience, professional design experience, to opine on architecture and design. Not one of you commissioners would hire a non-professional. You wouldn't hire your gardener to come fix your stove.
Thank you, Mr. Carlton. I
Okay.
apologize. You're over by 1 minute.
I need another minute, please.
Wait 1 minute.
Okay?
And we'll keep Daniel to it too.
Yeah. So, you know, there's one other big problem that you have here, and it was touched on by, I think, Commissioner Suarez. We're going to end up in a position here, if we don't do something about this and allow these understories, that we're not going to get flood insurance, period. You're not going to have to worry about the rising cost of flood insurance. You won't get it. So, you know, it's a really big problem that we have, okay? The staff goes through extensive review. I met with Sarah Giller. Sarah Giller told me that the staff just checks boxes. And I spoke to Director Mooney, that's far, far from the case. They do an extensive review. They write a report.
Thank you, Mr.
And that
Halton.
report is then what design review goes off of. So a lot of this conversation here about neighbors and this and that is more about wanting power and control rather than really what we need to do. We need to stop this. It cost me $450,000 to wait to get to DRB. $450,000. What happens to the guy that's
Apologize, Mr. Carlton, but you're
$150,000?
over time.
Okay, and then he has to spend $50,000 and it's a third of his income for the year.
Thank you.
I could go on for an hour, believe me.
Okay, I'm going to try to wrap it up. Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. And actually, Fred, I know you're talking about with the Lurias because I grew up 2 doors down from them at Christina's house now. So one thing that we always said growing up is these homes on the water that face each other, they were designed in different styles for privacy and for that resident quality of life. And we joke sometimes with the new homes that are all glass, including a lot of the master bathrooms, that if you take a kayak any day, you'll see some things you probably didn't want to see. But that being said, the whole point of this is a public review process. I think that we are kind of trying to slice it into too many pieces. Talking about the understory as the only reason things go to design review board is such a red herring because the design review board is there to ensure compatibility, context, preservation of neighborhood character. If you all as the body of the city believe that that should be delegated to the professional staff in their own meeting privately and the neighbors should just try to show up and maybe see if they could learn more or get something changed, then that's your right. But what I will tell you from about 10 years of dealing with neighbors is that it really is good for neighbors to know what's going next door. I'm sorry that though there are issues with the process, I think that definitely needs to be improved, no doubt about it. So maybe it should be deferred or sent to February. And in the meantime, we can have the meetings. I want to hear from Fred about the $450,000, where that came from. That evidence would be useful to know. But we also want to reach out to the neighbors of these properties and ask whether it was helpful to them to have this process. So please, if you do a survey, send it to all the property owner applicants, but also to the HOAs and the neighbors, and I think you'll be very well informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There is no other speaker on Zoom and no one in the audience.
Commissioner Suarez, can you bring this home for Landon?
Yeah. Just to reiterate, if you're going to build a home on an elevated berm, you do not need to go to DRB. Okay? If you're going to build an understory, you have to go to DRB. And the only difference between an understory and an elevated berm is 3 feet. And that's insignificant, which our planning director is on record saying as far as a visual aspect. It's completely insignificant. So the fact is that we're sending people with an understory to go through an extra layer process where in some cases it lasts years and costs, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars. But if you build a home that's not as resilient, in fact, it makes things worse to their neighbors and the right of way, that's encouraged. That to me, that's inverted. That's a perverse way of planning for the future. Tom, can you just real quick? Why was single family homes not considered in the DRB?
Then we got to wrap it up. I feel like we've covered this, but go ahead.
I'll try to be as brief as possible. When the design review process was initiated in the late 80s, and I started with the city in 1993, about 6 or 7 years after it started, the emphasis of the design review process was on commercial and multifamily projects. The criteria was set up for that. The review structure was set up for that. And single-family homes were expressly exempt from design review. Okay. And so that's pretty much the history of it.
So I'd like to make a motion with the friendly amendment that Commissioner Gonzalez said, where we have a survey sent out to the applicants who have filed for a building permit that had to go to DRB, okay? And really gauge their sentiment with how the DRB process was. So I'd like to move that.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Well, Commissioner Bott had asked to defer. I'll second that and see if we have the votes.
Well, there were a couple of proposals. There was that, and now we'll take that vote since we have a motion and a second. There was also somebody made a recommendation that between first and second reading, we go to land use. So that's maybe a friendly amendment, but I'll leave it to you. I'm not the one making the motion. We'll call this motion to defer. That, I believe, Robert's rules takes precedence. Correct.
So to defer the item, I'll go alphabetically. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Oh.
No.
Commissioner Magazine. No. Commissioner Suarez.
No.
Mayor Minor.
No.
The
And I'd
motion
like-
to
I'm sorry,
defer
Commissioner.
fails.
So then I'd like to make a motion to support this with another friendly amendment to send this to land use, not the one in a week, but the next one when we have time to figure this out.
Which is when?
We haven't scheduled the 2025 meetings, but I believe that we're going to try to have a January meeting in January, which would be prior to second reading, because second reading would be on February 3rd.
What is Commissioner Bott, through the chair, what would be the purpose of this? Because.
The purpose of this, if we are trying to build a more resilient city, and we have two options, you have a berm and you have an understory, and one gets penalized and one doesn't, and we've got people who are sitting in unfinished houses for 5 years, and we have retaliatory neighbors doing all kinds of inappropriate things. The process is to make the thing holistically better, to get us to the end result. This is not a life or death matter. Nobody is dying because of an understory being built or not being built. The process, the goal is to make this the best possible way to get to a more resilient city in the fairest manner possible. And I don't see, it's not even going to throw you off your schedule because it wouldn't be heard for second reading until
I second the
February.
motion.
That is the purpose of it.
Just to be clear, procedurally, is it a motion or just a friendly amendment?
No, I think it was, oh,
It's a
well,
motion with a friendly amendment.
I mean, it doesn't harm the process to
As long
stop
as,
by
yeah, as
land
long as
use.
I heard in February.
Yes, I think we can, if you're amenable, Commissioner Suarez, let's just make it as part of.
And what would be the
friendly
title?
I mean, the
So
title.
we have two. We have the survey that Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez mentioned, and now we have this.
Well, what would be the title for land use, for the referral?
What's the title for the?
Yeah, same title.
Is it the same title?
Same title.
Discussion item.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, to me, getting the data is very important because I really do want to see what kind of experience all of our residents have had. And if it's bad across the board and people are really complaining and it's costly and, you know, they wish they would have chosen a berm instead, I mean, we need to evaluate the process.
And I would, if I might, through the chair, I would just request, I don't know how this works with land use or Vice Mayor Fernandez, that we let the HOAs know that this will be on. Bless you. On the Land Use Committee, so that they have a chance to become informed on this issue and be a part of the conversation, because it is their neighborhoods, they are their neighborhoods that are being directly affected by this. So they should be notified that there's this discussion. If they don't want to come, they don't have an opinion, they had the chance to weigh in. And that's, you know, I could not be more about letting people have a chance to weigh in. I mean, Residents' Right to Know was an MBU initiative that was championed by Mark Samuelin and has been a cornerstone of this city moving forward since it was enacted, and I'm not about to stop now.
Okay, so we have a motion. Tom, we're just about to vote.
And I wanted to, because the sponsor and Commissioner Bott just asked me to remind them, in the motion, can we include the additional language in the posting requirement to include the property owner information? And then Commissioner Suarez, you asked that we include a slight revision to section 7.2.2.3, point B, to allow the DRB to consider a waiver for RS4 zone properties as well as RS3 zone properties with a lot size of more than 18,000 square feet, where the DRB or HPB, as applicable, may approve an increase in the height limit by up to 3 additional feet.
That's correct.
We'll include both of those for the second reading version of the ordinance.
Thank you.
And I need a second.
I'll I move it.
I have a motion.
Second.
Vice Mayor Fernandez seconds.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez, with the 2 amendments that Tom Mooney just stated, plus direction that this item goes to land use between first and second reading, and a survey on the experience at DRB be conducted before second reading. So Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. We're voting. Voting for the item as amended with the 2 directions, including yours.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item is approved as amended. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for February 3rd, 2025.
Thank you, everyone. R7D.
R7D is a public hearing, waive LDRs for temporary signage at Collins Park Garage, requested by New Drama. Isn't it?
I move the item.
R7, it is, give me one sec. So that was Vice Mayor Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. It is a public hearing. I see one person requesting to speak. Do you want to go first, or?
We move the item. I guess.
I did. There's a public hearing. I just don't know if you want me to call it next, or if you want to talk here.
I don't see anyone.
It's a public hearing. So I have one person raise iPad, state your name, and you have 2 minutes. Ray?
Ray Breslin, President of Collins Park Neighborhood Association. This was brought before us, and we, as an association, in both a membership meeting and in a board meeting, approved what was presented to us. There hasn't been anything on this building for 4 years to say what's coming. And I think it's time to let the world know what we're finally going to have there. And I hope that you will approve this. Thank you.
No one else in Zoom. I see no one else in the audience. May I call the vote? Mayor, may I call the vote on this item?
I'm sorry?
May I call the vote?
Yes.
All in favor of R7D? And I see Commissioner Suarez is a yes. Yes. So item passes. R7D is approved.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Raquel.
R9AE.
R9AE is backup offer to purchase 1234 Washington Avenue and 1260 Washington Avenue. Question by Commissioner Bott.
So there is a property that was intended to be developed on Washington Avenue that is now in foreclosure. It would be a great piece of property for the city to acquire to build workforce housing on Washington Avenue. There's an offer apparently in the works. So we can't move forward with acquiring it directly, but I would like to, with the support of my colleagues, direct the administration to prepare a backup offer if the primary offer falls through. I'll actually turn it over to our city manager to.
I'll second your motion.
Oh, well then, okay. Eric, if you want to add anything to it.
So if I could, yes, this is the property at 1234, 1260 Washington Avenue. It is currently in receivership. The courts just recently approved the sale and purchase agreement that was presented by the receiver for the purchase of the property for $17.5 million cash. And the receiver has indicated to us that although that transaction has been approved by the courts, they would be interested in hearing what the city might have to offer as a backup proposal. So they're clearly locked in if that goes to close, but if it does not close, if we wanted to be in the consideration for next up to bat, so to speak. We have not completed the appraisal at this point in time. I would definitely want to get an appraisal for the property to make sure that we were in the ballpark. But I think that that number that was presented and was accepted is probably a very fair value for that property.
And through the mayor, if I may, I believe that what this commission or the body would want to do, if you wish to proceed, is to authorize the manager to present an offer through a contract that would be subject to appraisal.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Commissioner Bott, what do you guys envision us doing with the property? Well, I'd love to see it developed. I mean, anything down there.
Workforce housing as quickly as possible.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's exactly what we're trying to incentivize on Washington Avenue. It is not oceanfront, it's not waterfront, it's walking distance to the beach, to schools, to the conveniences of life. We are desperately trying to make, create apartments where people can live for a reasonable amount of money that is not a $10 million starter condo. It is, you know, it's a perfect location to develop workforce housing. And I can't imagine why there'd be any hesitation on that.
The reason I mean, listen, I'm gonna support, I'm supporting a backup offer. I don't know that I'd want it for workforce housing, maybe some sort of community facility or something, simply because in Collins Park, and when I saw what went down with Servitas, I'm totally not on board with that. I mean, we had the land, we gave them $10 million. I don't think we got a great product. I mean, so, you know, if there was some other proposal, fine. I mean, like, look, I'm on board with buying it for sure. I'm not on board with a city workforce. It's not that I'm against workforce housing. I just don't know that that's what we do.
So I would love, this would be a great problem to have a healthy discussion about what we do with this newly acquired property. And I would love to have that conversation, and I don't know the particulars of the Servitas project, and, you know, that is water under the bridge. So if there's a better way to do workforce housing, all in to have that conversation. But I say, let's just get going.
So there's a motion and a second.
Let's call the vote.
There's a motion
I would
and a
like
second.
I would like to just add in that we all do a little rain dance if the primary offer falls through and we end up going, you know, that it comes to us.
And I'll just add, I'm happy to support this because of one thing, that I don't hear residents telling me that they want to see more community facilities. What I hear residents telling me is that they need housing in our city. And what we hear businesses tell us during slow season is that they need more full-time residents to keep the economy moving. So I think we'll be lucky if we have the problem in our hands to determine what is the best use of this property.
Wait, can I just answer that very quick? I mean, I have no problem. We're talking $18 million here. That's fine. I was actually poking Jason the other day about what if, yeah, there he is. What if we were to purchase something else, like the Roosevelt Theater, you know, and that's a large amount. And, you know, we do have the money that we can take out of reserves. That's fine. I just don't want to see us spend 18 million and then give another 10 million and then get, you know, an inferior product. And unless, I mean, we're going to build it ourselves, and then we're talking, you know, $18 million and then probably a $10 million construction cost on our own. I definitely don't want to see us buy this property with taxpayer money and then lease it to somebody else for 99 years. That is what I saw with the parking garage. I'm seeing something similar with the Byron Carlisle housing. I don't want to lease out our property. You know, if we're going to spend this 18 million, then we keep it. We keep the revenue stream, you know, and we do it ourselves. But I definitely don't want to see this purchased and then leased.
Let's call the vote.
Okay.
Commissioner Magazine.
I mean, guys and gals, I appreciate getting through the meeting quickly, but there seems to be a lot of expediency to sign up for a maybe $20 million price tag. So I would like to just ask a couple of normal questions. I mean, I have a fundamentally different view where if we did acquire this, the city's not in the business of developing property, right? Let's have a test run at fixing some sidewalks and building a road before we develop a residential property. So if we did something like that, I would not want to incur an extra 30, 40, $50 million. It would almost be a prerequisite that we would go out and do some sort of JV with a developer that actually develops it. We get a revenue stream. We get to control that asset. I see you shaking your head, but I mean, do you think we're in the business of developing a property? We just sat here and talked about all of our city properties, you know, falling into disrepair and having to provide incentives for them. How would we develop it, right? I would want to not have this be an endless money pit. $20 million is a big time price tag. So if we're going to do that, it would be with the understanding that we would engage a private sector partner to actually develop the asset.
Through the mayor.
Commissioner Bott? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Years ago.
Yeah, well, yeah, just a few other things. And then it's also, okay, if that's the goal, then, you know, can we achieve it through some others? If I vote yes on this, Mr. City Attorney, is this like locking us in to go out and make an offer? Or it's certainly something I'd like to explore, but I think it's a bit pre-baked to just say, go out and commit $20 million.
I understand that there's a 60-day closing. The court just approved this sale, I believe, about a week ago. So I think there would be time between now and December to get an appraisal, and we can include a contingency in the contract to allow the offer to be withdrawn at the next commission meeting. I'm not sure how strong an offer that would be as a backup, but at the end of the day, it's a backup, so.
Can I pose a question? If it's being purchased by a developer right now and it's going to be developed into some sort of residential, why would we buy it and then have somebody else develop it? Why would we spend $18 million if the private sector is already spending $18 million and we don't have to put any money in? It doesn't make sense. If you're going to buy it and put a park, I'm all for it. But to buy it and then give it away, that I don't agree with. And that's what you're proposing when the private sector is already doing that. They're going to buy that. There's rebar on the ground. There's even plans there. I mean, why would we insert ourselves into a workforce housing situation when that's probably what's going to happen anyway without us spending $18 million? Unless you want to make it green space. And then I'm all for it. I'll support the purchase if it's for some sort of green public space, but I'm not supporting it to give it away.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, I just want us to keep in mind that when the private entity, when the private sector buys a property, you don't know. I mean, there's a lot of allowable uses and development rights on Washington Avenue. And so we hope that someone would make workforce housing there. But we have no guarantee that that's what they would do. They could make it into more retail space.
A hotel.
They could make it into something else. You know, there's no guarantee if the private sector takes it over, what it will be. If we control the property, we can control, you know, the attainability of the housing, the percentage of it that's going to be workforce or affordable, and in ways that we can't otherwise. So I like the idea of buying property, and we haven't been doing that. And this is an eyesore, and there is a need, and it's aligned with our goals for Washington Avenue. And so I'm happy to second the motion.
So can I just ask you a question then? Okay, so this will be somewhere between $16 million. So what would be the cost then if we would go out and develop the project that we envision?
If I may, through the mayor. I don't care if we develop it or we go into a JV with somebody else, or if we do some kind of multifaceted facility there that has workforce housing on top of it. Land banking is one of the best, highest uses of our money because it will only appreciate in value, right? So the odds of us even getting to the point where this offer is accepted are slim to none because it's a backup offer. So let us make our best good faith effort to have a proper backup offer in place in case this falls apart. And if we are lucky enough to purchase land, which is a very solid urban planning tenant and is very valuable to the city, then we get to have the very healthy, robust discussion about what is the best use for it. Maybe it is temporarily turning it into green space while we figure it out for future use. Maybe it is who knows what. But I'm not dictating that we're going to build affordable workforce attainable housing on that corner of Washington. I'm saying let us have a crack at having this robust debate, rather than having somebody come in, buy the land and saying, you know what, we're gonna do starter apartments for millionaires. So instead of being $10 million for a starter apartment, it'll be $5 million. It'll be attainable housing for multimillionaires. Or we're gonna put in another hotel there, or we're gonna put in a vertical mall there. Let us have a crack at it so we get to dictate what goes there when we are the stewards of what is best for our city.
And if I could, just 1 second, Mr. Mayor. And I put a lot of merit into what you're saying. I personally believe that would be putting a bit the cart before the horse. I'd like to have a more well thought out plan of exactly what we want there. And when I view this, I say, well, hopefully we don't have a hotel, because we've actually worked for a long time and continue to work in providing the right incentives for the private sector to actually deliver the end product that we want. That being said, I'm not going to stand in the way and lobby against, because I see a lot of merit into controlling that asset. I'll support the moving forward to explore this, but I'd be kind of a hard stop if we wouldn't have more well thought out plans before we would execute on anything.
Mr. Mayor, and just.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, and I just want the public to understand the nature of this discussion. Right now, why is this time sensitive right now? I think the public needs to get that context of why are we discussing this right now in this fashion. For those people who feel, well, this is a large sum of money and it feels, expedited. Why is that, Mr. Attorney?
Well, the property is currently in receivership, and the court approved a sale to a buyer. It's a developer out of Fort Lauderdale. If that sale falls through, and that could fall through at any time, it could fall through in 30 days, it could fall through next week if the developer.
It could fall through tomorrow.
It could fall through tomorrow, so it's time sensitive in that regard. And then going back to the earlier comment about having a contingency, there may be other backup offers, we don't know. And so this body needs to decide if you want to include a contingency that it will be subject to further approval in December, or is it an offer that is subject only to appraisal? These are questions that you all need to decide.
So, but if we, let's say, refer this to committee, or we wait till December to make this decision, we may lose the opportunity to be the backup offer that could be considered for the acquisition of this very, very important piece of property on Washington Avenue that right now just sits empty with rebar there.
Right, or we could end up being second or third backup offer if
Right.
there are other parties who are interested.
So it's time sensitive if we really are interested in getting this from the receivership process.
That is accurate.
All right. So just for the context.
Okay, let's call a vote.
So the motion that I heard was authorize the manager to put in an offer subject to appraisal. Is that correct?
And we do need to clarify, is it subject to appraisal only, or does the body wish to come back in December?
Appraisal only would be my recommendation.
Okay, so if that's the case, I have a motion by Commissioner Bada, second by Vice Mayor Fernandez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Hearing none, the item is approved 7-0. We will need an after-the-fact resolution on R9AE.
See, we have Tom here, so we'll call a couple of land use items. Second readings, R5M.
That's right, M.
M is in Michael.
R5M is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the city code of the city of amending the city of Miami Beach year 2040 comprehensive plan pursuant to the expedited state review process of section 163.3184 subsection 3 Florida statutes by amending the resilient land use and development element goal RLU 1 entitled land use objective RLU 1.1 entitled establishment of future land use categories table RLU 1.1 to provide consistency with floor area ratio FAR regulations on policy RLU 1.1.5 entitled low density multifamily residential RM1 to provide FAR incentives to encourage the conversion of legally established transient uses to residential uses in the West Avenue Bayfront overlay by amending policy RLU 1.1.6 entitled medium density multifamily residential RM2 provide FAR incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for properties located in the Mid-Beach residential use incentive area, and to provide FAR incentives to encourage the conversion of legally established transient uses to residential uses in the West Avenue Bayfront overlay by amending policy RLU 1.1.7 entitled High Density Multifamily Residential RM3 to provide FAR incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for properties located in the Mid-Beach residential use incentive area by amending policy 1.1.25 entitled High Density Residential Performance Standard RPS 4 to provide FAR incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses by amending Objective 1.2 entitled Land Use Regulations to establish policy 1.2.8 entitled Residential Use Incentives to provide minimum standard for obtaining the FAR incentives set forth in this ordinance and providing for codification, repealer, severability, transmittal, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5M.
Ralph, I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Could you say that again?
That's it.
And, Mr. Mayor, and Ralph, I hate to do this.
Oh, no.
R5N is the companion, and so it's probably better to read that now so they can both be heard together.
Negotiated my contract by the word. In order to the mayor, this is R5N, in order to the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations by amending article 1 entitled General to all zoning districts to establish section 7.1.10 entitled Residential Use Incentives to create requirements for the development for developments eligible for residential use incentives by amending article 2 entitled District Regulations at section 7.2.5 entitled RM2 Residential Multifamily Medium Density to establish subsection 7.2.5.5 entitled Mid-Beach Residential Use Incentive Area, RM2, to provide floor area ratio, FAR, and height incentives to encourage the development of residential uses, the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for properties zoned RM2 that front Collins Avenue between 47th Street on the south and 63rd Street on the north by amending section 7.2.6 entitled RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity to establish subsection 7.2.6.4 entitled Mid-Beach Residential Use Incentive Area, RM3, to provide FAR and height incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for the property zone RM3 that front Collins Avenue between 47th Street on the south and 63rd Street on the north by amending section 7.2.15 entitled Performance Standard Districts, PS subsection 7.2.15.2 entitled Residential Performance Standards Districts to provide FAR and height incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for property zone RPS4 by amending Article 3 Overlay District, Section 7.3.3, entitled West Avenue Bayfront Overlay at subsection 7.3.3.4, entitled Legal Nonconforming and Other Transient Uses West Avenue Bayfront Overlay to provide FAR, height, and use incentives to encourage the conversion of legally established transient uses to residential uses for property zone RM1 and RM2 that are located within the West Avenue Bayfront Overlay and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is item R5N. It is a second reading public hearing. R5N requires 5/7 vote. They're both public hearings.
Do you need water?
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you.
Actually, R5N requires a 6/7 vote.
R5N is 6/7?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item has been around for many, many months, and the purpose was that there was transient use in residential neighborhoods, and the planning board, Tom Mooney and I were looking at ways that we could incentivize conversion to residential use in our residential neighborhoods. So the planning team came back with some ideas, and then some of them, I moved them back so that they could be even more modest than they are. And this is the end result. And I'll let Tom Mooney say more.
Sure. First, part of our recommendation for adoption is so Ralph doesn't have to read the titles again.
Yes, please.
The ordinance, both of these ordinances were approved at first reading on July 24th, 2024. And then a second required public workshop was held in September. It came back to you for second reading, but was not reached in October, so it was moved to today's date. As Commissioner Dominguez indicated, the proposed ordinance creates incentive areas in 3 distinct areas. The first is what we call the Mid-Beach RM2, RM3 area. And that's the area between 47th and 63rd Street. And what this does is this incentivizes new construction or conversion of transient uses to non-transient residential by providing a very limited FAR increase. In the RM2 district, the FAR could go from 2.0 to 2.3, and the maximum height could go from 60 feet to 75 feet. In the RM3 district, the FAR would go from anywhere from 2.25 to 2.26, from 2.75 to 3.2, and from where 3.0 is currently permitted to 3.5. And in the RM3 districts, the maximum height would go from 200 feet to 220 feet. The total FAR increase for the RM2 area would be approximately 15%. And if all the properties took advantage of this additional FAR in the RM2 area, there would be a net increase of just over 16,000 square feet. In the RM3 area, the FAR increase would represent approximately 16%. And if all the RM3 properties took advantage of this, the maximum FAR that would be added would be 147,000 square feet. In each of the districts, in the RM2, the increase in height would generally allow for one more floor. And in the RM3 district, it would allow between 1 and 2 floors. The second sub-area is the South Beach RPS 4 district, which is the oceanside properties between South Point Drive and 5th Street. And again, in the RPS 4, because hotel is permitted, this would incentivize the conversion of non-transient uses, including short-term rentals, or transient uses, including short-term rentals, to non-transient uses in perpetuity. And in this particular district, the maximum FAR would go from 2.0 to 2.25, and the maximum building height would be increased from 100 feet to 115 feet. The FAR increase would be approximately 13%, and if all the properties in the RPS 4 district took advantage of this, there would be a net increase of just over 38,000 square feet. The overall height increase would only allow for one additional floor. Finally, in the West Avenue Bayfront overlay, this is a much more limited exception, and it only applies to existing legally established hotels, apartment hotels, suite hotels, or hostels within the RM1 and RM2 districts in the West Avenue Bayfront overlay. We believe that there's approximately 6 establishments that could take advantage of this. And the FAR increase would be from 1.25 to 1.6, and the maximum height increase would be from 50 feet to 68 feet. These result in a 28% increase for the RM1 properties and a 25% increase in FAR for the RM2 properties. And if the 6 establishments that we've identified all took advantage of this, there would be a net increase of 24,000 square feet of floor area. The administration is supportive of this, and we would recommend adoption at second reading for both R5M and R5N.
I have Wayne is on Zoom. Wayne, you have 2 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. Wayne, South of Fifth. I have limited issues with the West Avenue doctrine because it really identifies what transient represents, and it affects only 6 properties. I certainly have concerns like adding density or FAR and height to across the city in a general sense for many reasons. The primary reason is many of those buildings that you're talking about are not near the height that would exist on the back end of that. And you're basically incentivizing the destruction of smaller units, smaller condos that have some, actually it doesn't require any transient use currently, to luxury condos, reducing the volume of residents in the city. It will have the opposite effect. uh, we don't have affordable housing because and it would get worse with the conversion to luxury housing along, especially the better neighborhoods. Additionally, what I've learned over 7 or 8 years of listening to these commission meetings is they forget that we already gave them an FAR increase and a height increase, and they come in and they say, well, it's only 20 more feet or 30 more feet. So as we elevate this baseline, it doesn't sound so dramatic when they ask for, the lobbyists come in and ask for another 30, 40 feet or more FAR. They use it as part of their ploy. I want to help the developers, but we should stick to our guns in terms of what our laws are and not keep increasing it commission after commission, month after month.
Thank you, sir.
Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble.
Thank you. No one else on Zoom? No one else in the audience?
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Commissioner Dominguez, I think this is coming from a really good place, and the increases are so small and not very egregious at all. But the reason that I'm not going to support it is, one of the reasons is that it sets a new baseline. You've got this baseline, and it seems like it's only 6 properties, but then, like he just said, somebody comes back and it's a creep. If you really want to incentivize residential use within what we have right now, I would do something different. I would approach this from a tax perspective. We control, when we assess our property taxes, correct? The school board takes a portion, the county takes the portion, and then the city of Miami Beach takes its portion, correct? Nick, if we wanted to incentivize residential development without giving people height and FAR, but real incentives, could we potentially freeze our portion of the taxes and then just have it assessed at the 10% that would be yearly if it was residential? Do we have the right to do that?
Commissioner, unfortunately, we do not. We can only have one millage rate. There are very limited instances under state law where we can adopt ad valorem incentives, and that's typically for affordable housing. But otherwise, no, we could not.
So we have no jurisdiction to create any sort of tax freeze, just on our portion of it, not on the other portions of it.
No.
So we can't offer any tax. So this whole narrative that we have to build bigger, higher, I can't, even though this is so de minimis, like it says in the memo, and it is, I don't think it's enough of an incentive to create any change, and but it does create a new baseline to come back and say, well, this is where it is right now. Now I'm going to change it to that. So I'm going to be a no on that today. And the other one I think is even worse, because that really does affect all of our waterfront buildings. And I think what will happen there, what did you say, an overall increase of like 28%?
In the RM2 and RM3 areas in the Mid-Beach between 47th and 63rd Street, in the RM2 districts, we would be looking at a 15% increase in FAR, and in the RM3 district, it would be a 16% increase.
It seems so small, but at a time when nobody can get around in their cars. I mean, if we were to go and propose and tell our electorate, guess what? We're giving building incentives. I think that if you really want to help people, you'll serve the residents who live here, not potential future residents who are going to come here. And that's why I'm going to vote no on all of this, because I can guarantee you, if we were to do a survey right now of 100 residents and ask them, do you want us to increase density across the city and have this creep happen? I guarantee you.
But the question
Most
would
of
be
them are gonna say-
residential versus transient. Do you want a residential neighborhood at this modest increase, or do you want to keep transient?
I don't
That's the
think it's
question.
going to do anything except for allow people to leave their properties vacant and then maybe potentially flip it and then try to get some other sort of zoning, or flip it with this new, flip their property potentially, but it's really not that much of an increase. I mean, okay, let's say that this is for like what, the bikini hostel?
In the West Avenue area, the Bikini Hostel would be one property that could take advantage of that.
Okay, so the Bikini Hostel right now has a buildable right of how many square feet, Tom?
They can do a 2.0 FAR. I don't know what their lot size is offhand.
What's an average lot size on West Avenue?
They're
for-
probably, I'm spitballing, but probably about 30,000 square feet, which means they could do, under the current code, 60,000 square feet.
So they can do 60,000 square feet, and under this ordinance, that 60,000 would turn into how much?
They could have a 2.5 FAR, which would allow them to go to 40,000 square feet.
An additional 40,000 square feet?
No, total.
You're saying that, but you just said that they would have 60,000 square feet
At
of
a-
FAR.
At a 2.0 FAR, if they went to 2.5, then.
Then they would have 70, like
it would be
75?
It would be 2.5 times, 2.5 times 30 would be 75 as opposed to 60.
So they'd have 75, so they'd get an additional 15,000 square feet. And how much height?
They would get one additional floor, is what it would amount to.
They would get one additional floor for residential. I don't think I don't think it's moving the needle. I think it's setting an additional baseline, and if you guys want this creep, it's fine. But I think that until you solve a few of the problems that we have, especially the traffic problems, I don't see it changing anything at all. As a matter of fact, Tom, the only way to, this whole idea of like transient uses to residential uses, is there any other incentive that we could potentially offer apart from density and height?
The issue that we face and where we came up with these incentives is predicated on the fact that, for instance, in the Mid-Beach area from 47th to 63rd Street, under state law, we are prohibited from regulating short-term rentals. So you're seeing buildings being bought out to be torn down and converted to luxury residential. Those buildings have the option of doing short-term rental. They do smaller units with short-term rental, they could do larger units with short-term rentals. What this would do is give someone hopefully an incentive to not do that model, but to do a non-transient use in perpetuity by covenant. So you would not have short-term rentals on that property. And because state law is so prohibitive, the only way that we can do that is through incentives like this.
I don't know.
Thank you for this, Commissioner Dominguez. I know you've worked hard for a long time. We all saw firsthand the consequences of having transient usages in residential neighborhoods. The latest one being in my own neighborhood and at the Bikini Hostel where 60 homeless people were dropped off there on a Friday evening. And I was actually watching the county meeting today, and the chair of the Homeless Trust, do you know why he dropped them off there? Because we have occupancy, transient availability in our residential neighborhoods in Miami Beach that is cheaper than some of the cheapest hotel rooms in Homestead and the most outer areas of the county. We have transient hotel rooms in our residential areas that are cheaper than Camila's house. Think about what that says about the product that we have in our city. And if it's not 100 homeless people, it's still 100 transient people. They have occupancy there for 200 people. Okay, so the density line is just incorrect, right? They could have 200 people staying there. And oftentimes they do. But again, I'll repeat that. Think about what that says about these products that we're tripping over ourselves to try and save. That you can stay in Miami Beach on West Avenue in the middle of a residential neighborhood for cheaper than you can stay at Camila's house. Something has to be done, and I applaud you for moving forward on this, Commissioner Dominguez. And those same 100 people, if they were surveyed and said, would you rather have an area in the middle of your residential neighborhood where 100 homeless people stay for cheaper than they stay at a homeless shelter in the city of Miami Beach? Or would you rather give one extra floor for a market rate product that can house your neighbors, your friends, your family, children that your kids go to school with? What would they choose?
Can I say something? They're not building it. They're not. They've already told us that it doesn't make financial, that it doesn't, oh, you want it? Yeah, I know, you would love to see it bigger, but I have to say that you have residents here who I don't think want that. I mean, I understand that you want residential uses. That's great. Especially in these neighborhoods. This seems benign. I don't think it's enough of an incentive. It could potentially, though, cause people to flip their properties and then try a live local application. I had somebody tell me the other day that they were going to build a massive live local on 41st Street, you know, this threat of the live local. So I don't think these incentives are, the only thing that they do is raise the baseline. And I do believe that year after year, people forget. You won't be here. I won't be here. It'll go from a 2.5 to a 3.5. I understand that we have resiliency issues, but we also have serious infrastructure concerns, and none of these are addressing that. Not a single one. We just increase with no studies done, no traffic studies, and now you're proposing a 28% increase on all the waterfront properties. Commissioner Dominguez, it's coming from a good place. I just don't think that it's a positive thing for the city. I would love to get rid of nuisance properties like the Bikini Hostel. I think there's other ways to go about removing the use rather than just increasing density with no solution for traffic, infrastructure. Oh, you know what I loved about it? What did you guys say? You said there is no critical when I was reading your report today. You said it's not going to affect our water. It's not going to affect our infrastructure or traffic, but we have a critical need for tennis courts. Why? Can tennis courts? That's the critical need.
That would be required regardless of whether you do new construction with or without these incentives.
It was that attached on for some specific reason? So wait, so people who take advantage of this are also going to pay into a tennis court fund?
No, people that redevelop properties have to be consistent with parks concurrency. So regardless of whether you're doing new development without these incentives or with these incentives, they would still have to be consistent with parks concurrency. And as part of the infrastructure analysis, that was one of the things that was identified.
Okay, I'm a no on both. I'm probably going to be the lone no, but I believe in this deeply because I think that this is in many cases not, the Bikini Hostel is an anomaly. The other properties that this would affect, especially the waterfront properties, in many cases are condominiums and our workforce housing stock. You will replace them with luxury housing. And I have to say, I'm going to say it again, I'm going to vote for the residents that live here, not for future residents that you guys would like to develop and bring here. Because there are those of us who live here. And by the way, Commissioner Suarez, Mr. FAR, you campaigned across this city and you were like, I am not going to build, I am going to be of the residents, and you know how residents feel about this. And then now you're here and I don't know what happened. It's like somebody flips a switch and you say, all I can do is build, and it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand philosophically that, you know, I mean, I do think that you believe that it's going to solve a problem. But what you don't realize is that creating these spot zoning situations, and they are spot zoning, even though we're not calling these overlays spot zoning. What you're doing is giving people incentives to hold on so they can flip. If they know that all they can build is what they have, they'll make it work. I promise you, they will make it work, and they will beautify, they will redevelop on their own. But if this, for example, what you're doing today is so destructive for the rest of the city. It is setting the worst precedent. And I really do worry what will happen in the future, as you know, when somebody's not always fighting these things.
Commissioner Suarez, and let's call the vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. just to address a couple of points. I know you haven't knocked on doors in a while, Kristen. And I just finished knocking on doors. I think it's been, what, probably about 4 years since you've knocked on doors. When I knocked on doors, one of the biggest issues affecting Miami Beach was people wanting to stay in Miami Beach. And that's not because of overdevelopment. That's because they just can't afford to live here. There is no availability. Some people are just trying to make ends meet. They've been living here for decades, and they can't afford it. And we just had the block party. I met a woman. I knocked on her door. I remember her vividly. Her name is Krista, and I remembered her vividly because when I knocked on her door and she answered, she told me, David, I'm not rich, I'm not poor, I'm just trying to get by. And I want to stay here. I don't want to move to Broward. I don't want to move to Georgia. I want to stay where I know all my friends and family. And building affordable housing or attainable housing is for the residents here. It's for the people that already live here that are getting priced out and are getting forced to move. So, I care deeply about the people that live here. I want to welcome people that want to live here and call Miami Beach a home and start raising families here. I think that's important. I don't think we should stall a city on growth. We're the only city in the state of Florida that lost residents. So, anyways, listen, I don't want to belabor this. I know. I'll move the item. Okay.
Wait,
Okay. I think we've all taken our positions. Can we call the vote? Okay. Oh, I haven't spoken. Let's call the vote.
I have one more thing that I have to answer this very quickly. The reason that person that cannot afford to live here, her choice will be to move into a new construction. By the way, that has to go through our whole planning and DRB process. That is extremely costly, okay? People are not building family workforce housing. The only housing that's getting built when you do this is luxury, because that is what new construction deems. Just wait. Rishi Kapoor and Urban, the site on Washington Avenue, he figured it out. The only way that he could get long-term rents is if he created 300 square foot units. They were terrible. You could literally sit on your bed and cook like that. People don't want to live like that. People don't want to raise their families like that. So this narrative, okay, that these height and density increases are going to help affordability is not true. It is untrue. It is financially unviable in today's environment. So yes, we will be ejecting potentially people with these increases. You definitely will be, because you're going to increase property values. More luxury properties means that the property next door is going to go up and increase. So what you're actually doing with these increases, believe it or not, is displacing more people and creating a hostile environment to work with. Yes, you said yourself that your ex-wife, the mother of your child, lives across the bay in 1,200 square foot unit, and she wouldn't come back to live in 400 square feet. She won't. Why is that? Because nobody wants to live in 400 square feet. So this whole narrative, okay, that we're building workforce housing is untrue. Let's call it what it is. It's going to be luxury housing. I suppose that's what it is. But I do feel like maintaining the character of what you do also keeps certain prices in check instead of elevating the prices. Okay? Not everybody is a rich person, Commissioner Suarez, and not everybody can just afford.
Let's please call the vote.
No, I think this is an important conversation.
It is, but you're not changing anybody's
policies,
vote.
The point is that these policies are actually hurting our workforce housing stock and not helping it.
You've been very articulate.
On item R5M as in Mary, Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Dominguez. Same maker of the motions for item R5N as in Nancy. Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
No, no, no.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion is approved. The item is approved. That was item R5N.
R5AD, as in David.
R5AD is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 12 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Arts, Culture, and Entertainment by amending Article 3 entitled City Sponsorship of Events by amending section 12-9 thereof entitled Sponsorship Terms and Conditions to allow for a larger advance of any city cash sponsorship contribution made in advance of the event if A, the event organizer can establish that limiting the advance to 15% would cause an undue hardship. B, the event organizer is a Miami Beach non-profit organization. C, the event organizer has produced the event in question for at least 5 years. And D, the event budget is not greater than $500,000 and providing for repeater servability qualification and an effective date. This is a first reading. This is item R5AD.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So this is an item I placed on the agenda because currently the city code restricts cash sponsorship contributions to a maximum of 15% in advance of an event. These are events that are receiving funding from the city, like, for example, Power Access that does the South Beach Jazz Festival that's been part of this community for a long time. This limitation creates significant challenges for these event organizers who depend on these funds to pay artists and production companies upfront, and that's the issue. A lot of these artists and these contract production companies need to be paid upfront. So what this item does is that it allows the city manager to give more than the 15% upfront for Miami Beach-based nonprofit who has produced events for at least 5 years in our city, and their budget does not exceed $500,000, so that we help these smaller events continue to stay in Miami Beach and continue to fully benefit from the funding that we've been providing them. With that, I move my item, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Let's call the vote.
So a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, second by Commissioner Bott. Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for December 11th.
R9AH.
R9AH is discuss, take action, time-sensitive party houses on Hibiscus Island, Art Basel weekend. I believe there's a resolution, right, Rick? I'll pass it out.
Vice Mayor Fernandez item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been receiving for a while now complaint after complaint about party houses in Palm, Hibiscus, Star Islands, ongoing issues with specific homes, complaints about 101 North Hibiscus, 296 North Hibiscus, another one was 91 North Hibiscus, and what appears to be blatant commercial uses of these homes. It's happened during Halloween. These properties have been, one of these homes have been dubbed the Hibiscus House. It's become so, you've seen that? It's become so commercialized that they even have an official lost and found for when people go there and they leave their things behind. It's just like they've made these homes into nightclubs in single-family homes. And they're advertising performers. Their social media promotions are telling them to stay tuned for future events. It's a problem that's just completely chipped at the quality of life of the residents of this neighborhood. And it's been happening for a long time. The most recent big situation that I was aware of was Halloween. And of course, with Art Week coming up, we need to be proactive to make sure that we don't end up again with a number of complaints, that we don't have a way then to address these complaints. So we've worked with the city attorney's office on this resolution that's been distributed to the body on specific metrics that the city administration could use to issue a violation or shut down an event if they have not pulled a special event permit, and as well give the city manager authority to deny a special event permit. But I'd like to recognize our Chief Deputy City Attorney, Robert Rosenwald, to walk us through the legislation he's prepared for us to make sure that we have the strongest measures we can to protect the quality of life in these islands.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like first say we have been working proactively with the administration and the city attorney's office to try to ameliorate the problems from these house parties on specifically this year Hibiscus Island, but also we've heard on Star Island. But as complaints have come in about parties during Art Basel, we were asked to come up with a plan to help better regulate, or to regulate at all, the house parties that occur on Palm, Hibiscus, and Star Islands during Art Basel. And in order to do something for this year, what's left to you as an option is a resolution. You obviously don't have time to pass an ordinance because it has to go through 2 readings. What that option leaves you is the ability to amend the special event guidelines to require a new special event permit for large parties and gatherings on Palm, Hibiscus, and Star Islands that meet certain criteria, specifically during Art Basel Week. So it's only Palm, Hibiscus, and Star Islands, and it's specifically only during Art Basel Week. And the criteria that would subject you to needing to get a special event permit would be things like industrial grade speakers, commercial lighting, commercial fireworks displays, commercial grade generators, things of that nature that separate what you and I would typically think of as a party that you might have in a residential home, in a residential neighborhood, from one that you might think of as a nightclub. And so if you wanted to do that, and I can answer any questions, the resolution is in front of you, but what you would be doing if you voted on this today would be amending the special event guidelines to create a new special event permit for Palm, Hibiscus, and Star Islands for Miami Art Week, starting this year and then continuing every year, that in order to have large, what I'm calling commercial-like parties, you would need to go through the process to get a special event permit.
And those could be, depending on what the city manager, whatever information the city manager has and feels, could be either approved or could be denied.
Correct. Just like any special event permit, you would go through the special event process. You would go through a citizens review committee. This resolution specifically provides that you would go before the PHS Islands Association board for a presentation that they could give an advisory input and comment to us on what they think we should do about it. And then at that time, it could be granted with various limitations and requirements, or it could be denied outright.
And if the city manager has suspicion that it's a commercial activity, he can deny this, as you just mentioned.
Correct. I mean, if we have any evidence that it's actually a commercial endeavor, that there is money being charged or that goods or services are being sold,
But
then it
even-
can be shut, it can be shut down and they can be charged.
But even, let's say, even if it's not a commercial endeavor, but let's say the nature of the commercial grade sound equipment, it's so commercial in nature that in reviewing the application, you feel it's gonna generate too much of an onerous noise impact on the neighborhood, it could be denied, let's say, because of something like that.
Exactly. That would be the type of analysis that the administration would go through.
Okay. And I want to thank you because, you know, this has been an ongoing issue and it always gets exacerbated as we lead into Art Week. And there are people who are greatly concerned about this. And I know you just mentioned that we didn't have time to prepare an ordinance, but it should be, you know, placed on the record that to amend the special event guidelines, an ordinance is not required. The amendment of the special event guidelines is legislated to be through resolution in the form that's before us today.
That's correct.
And Vice Mayor or Rob, can you reiterate or address, if there's an unauthorized party, they're not going to sign up for this. And this happens in other areas of the city as well. I mean, we probably all get the same complaints every year. I literally can picture the homes where it's happening.
What is the question?
Well, I mean,
oh, sorry.
Well, one is, we've had situations, and I'm recalling that it was specifically during Art Week where code shows up and the person says, "Find me, send me the bill. I'll pay it. I'm not stopping the party."
Right. What this resolution says, and it's generally true all the time, but this resolution specifically sets it out that you would receive a code violation if you were having an unauthorized party, and you would be ordered to shut the party down. If you did not, the police would be authorized to arrest you for resisting without violence or any other applicable charge.
But that's when you have a commercial party.
That's any time that a code enforcement officer tells you to shut something down. If you're having a party with a club without a BTR, if your conditional use permit has been denied and code shows up and says, if you haven't paid your resort taxes and you've been shut down for that, if code shows up and says you need to shut down because you're not, you don't have the ability under the law to be open, they say go pound salt or send us a bill. The next step is that they can call police and police can come and effect an arrest.
I know, maybe I shouldn't say this out loud publicly, but I think one of the issues that we have, and I actually brought an item a couple of years ago, not related to Art Week, but if there's 200 people in that party, you're not sending 2 police officers in. You'd have to send the cavalry, and realistically, it's probably not going to happen.
That is a logistical problem that is real.
It's a great item,
So,
Vice Mayor. I'm
yeah,
just.
So from your position, Rob, in the way that this has been drafted, explain to me, how does this protect the quality of life in a way that we wouldn't be able to otherwise without its adoption?
Well, right now, a house party, there is no regulation at all. So you're not allowed to have a commercial party, but as long as you're not charging people to get in and out or selling any products, you're allowed to have it. And there aren't any real regulations besides, say, the noise ordinance that regulates what you can do. And we can't stop that or regulate it or try to ameliorate the negative effects of it in advance. You have to wait until it happens in order to send code and then check the noise, then they turn it down, then they turn it back up. This provides a level of pre-planning, and admittedly for this year it's very short pre-planning, but at least some, and the ability to impose conditions on having the party to get the permit or denying it altogether if it just can't be done in a way that protects the health, safety, and welfare of the residents and visitors.
So this goes beyond just commercial. This goes, people that say that it's not a commercial party, and so then they feel like they can do it, when we all know it really probably is a commercial party, but they're just claiming it is, 500 of their best friends just coming over during Art Basel.
Exactly.
Coincidentally.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. And this is the option that you have upon getting, I guess all of you have gotten a bunch of complaints about things that are planned for this Art Basel, and This is the additional tool that you could possibly give, if you chose to give it, to try to put another arrow in the administration and the city attorney's office quiver.
What stricter penalty could we do than just a violation?
Oh, it's arrest, right?
Is that
It's
what you
arrest.
just, I'm sorry, there was talking around me, and so I couldn't focus completely.
Yeah,
When
there's
there's
a-
talking around me, I always focus on the talking going on
Public
near me.
execution.
Well, you just gave us a good piece of information how to distract you.
Yes, exactly. So
Yeah,
arrest.
it's a code violation, then in order to cease and desist, and if they refuse to do it, then arrest.
Commissioner Bott and Commissioner Suarez.
So two things. One is people might not be charging, but it may still be a commercial party if they are accepting, they've got their home branded in neon lights, and they are taking, they've got sponsorships for music and sponsorships for performances and sponsorships. So we need to be very broad in that definition. I mean, we've got influencers who do it for the gram, and that's how they make their money, but they may not be charging their guests. So I want to make sure
Right,
that's
no,
covered.
when I talked about the proactive measures that the city attorney's office is working with the administration to try and take care of these problems year-round at this particular set of properties, includes a strategy to try to make that case, yes.
So the other thing is, and I don't want to derail this very targeted effort, but I would suggest that whether we do it in this initiative or subsequently in the next time we can bring it to the commission, broaden it, because I remember, driving home from, I don't know what, but I was driving home on Pine Tree, and there were so many people in the road, coming to and from this party, that literally you had to call police because traffic was backed up because there were hundreds of people on the road. So it's not just Art Basel, it's not just Palm, Hibiscus, Star Island, it is all over the place. So I don't know if you can broaden it to include that year-round in this, or if it's a separate item that gets brought subsequently, but let's do that as well.
I'm happy to work with you on a subsequent item for other times of the year. Happy to work on that with you.
Okay.
Commissioner Suarez.
I'll be really quick. Is there any consideration to also include Venetian Islands? Because if you think about it, the traffic, if you're going to have, I heard about parties also that might be happening on Art Basel weekend, and Venetian Islands are a little bit smaller. Imagine the traffic jams that's going to happen on the Venetian Causeway. It's just something to throw out there. And something for staff, or I guess Eric, when I first heard about it, I asked one simple question. I said, are there towing signs around Palm and Hibiscus? And they're everywhere. What's to say that we can have parking enforcement ready to go with 10 tow trucks ready to be lined up to tow where illegally parked? Because, it's a fire hazard, and if the fire trucks need to get by, they can't. And, if there's a life safety issue, which you never know with these kind of crazy drug-fueled parties, that's a serious problem. EMS vehicles can't get through. Perhaps we can have parking enforcement and tow trucks ready to go. And just Commissioner Fernandez, if I can be listed as a co-prime sponsor, I'd love to be.
Happy to have you.
So two of the things, Venetian, I don't know if you want to include Venetian on that, the Venetian Islands, and Eric, if you want to talk about the towing.
So, thank you, Commissioner, through the chair. Rob mentioned the proactive discussions that we've been having, so we are absolutely planning to have both code and parking enforcement pre-positioned in some of these areas where we anticipate we're going to have problems. We have had problems in the past. I can certainly remember a number of different Art Basels in the past where we've run into these issues, and they have been a continuing source of frustration. We want to try and find a solution. I am, a little bit concerned about the resources that we have available because it is Art Week, and the amount of staff that we have working on special event permits, but we will do everything that we can to accommodate. But, I don't want to make this a citywide thing because I don't think we have the resources to carry that out. I would like to try this in a very specific area to begin with, and if it's successful, then we can expand in the future.
But I think that the Venetian Islands, I think including the Venetian Islands is reasonable because we do know that that history is there. And I don't know how the city attorney would feel about that.
I hadn't heard about those parties, but if you tell me that that there is a problem with large-scale parties there as well, then we could include it. I would say that there is the possibility of a legal challenge here, and so the less that we include right now, the better on that front, but
Okay, so we
it's
can
not a
keep it-
huge.
Let's keep it,
keep it.
as it is now. I do have an item that's pending before the Land Use Committee on very similar policy where we can discuss, you know, the outcome of this, and how it can be applied to other situations. I welcome the co-sponsorship of my colleagues that have expressed it, Commissioner Suarez, Dominguez, and Bod, and Magazine as well. And I don't know if anything else needs to be placed on the record about this.
No.
Let's call a vote. Thank you. A motion by Vice Mayor Fernandez, seconded by
I'll second it.
Commissioner Bott. All in favor?
Aye.
Item passes. After the fact, resolution will be submitted.
But there's a
There's
resolution.
the resolutions here.
Right, but it's not form approved, so I need,
Okay.
I need, so everyone's listed as a co-sponsor, is that correct? That's what I heard?
Yes.
Yes.
R7G.
R7G is second reading approved conveyance of air right easement MMS 7 Ferry Lane, sponsored by Commissioner Joseph Magazine. The 5-7 vote, R7G.
This was an item that we heard at FERC, and it was a nice change of pace as opposed to spending money. This is actually bringing money into the city. Commissioner Dominguez, I know this is near and dear, Belle Isle. I know you do such wonders for that area. Very simplistically, Mr. Pardo, I'll kind of hand this over to you, but there's a home on in the area, and essentially what they are looking to do is connect their home with an air easement, and they will be paying the city for the right to that air easement. And the city staff was involved in quantifying what that exact amount is, so that'll be money coming into the city. I believe it's gotten broad support from the neighborhood association. In fact, we actually held up the discussion for a couple of months to ensure that the neighborhood association and neighbors in their surrounding area had proper outreach. I'll kick it over to you if you wanted to tee up anything else. If not, we can bring this back here for a vote.
With the mayor's indulgence,
Yes.
we passed unanimously from FERC. We got unanimous first reading approval. The monies that are being paid to the city are going to the city, and they can be spent at the city's discretion. And we are building within the existing building code and are not seeking any FAR or regulatory waiver or variance.
Can you state your name for the record? I'm sorry.
Joseph Pardo, Pardo Law PLLC, 1205 Lincoln Road, Miami Beach.
I'll move the item.
Thank you. Oh, Mayor.
I'll second, but
And,
Through the chair,
Mr. City
Commissioner
Manager, just want to make sure, because I've mentioned this every time this item comes up, that $300,000 is for the dog park.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. All in favor? Please.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. That was item R7G.
R5AK.
R5AK is an ordinance of the mayor and city commissioner of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Appendix A to the city code entitled Fee Schedule by amending 1, the fee charge to file recreation report to allow for a discount as set forth in Appendix A of the city code, filed reports, and 2, building department permit fees applicable to scope of work required to be performed by recertification report in connection with the recertification of existing buildings as required by Section 8-11 of the Miami-Dade County Code, and providing for repealer servability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading, R5AK.
Okay. Hi. So anyone who would look at the Miami Herald top story right now, it's that the state legislature just decided that they were not going to meet to offer any relief whatsoever to condo owners across the state of Florida. Even though the Speaker of the House did say that his main word was going to be affordability, they decided that for right now, they're not changing any laws. What is this that we have in front of us right now? This is 4 buildings that are facing recertifications. Many of them are older buildings, our workforce housing that I'm trying to protect and ensure that people can continue to live on Miami Beach. So what does this do? In my opinion, not enough, but it's something. What it does is it will discount your recertification application fee by 50%, which is somewhere around $1,045, right? So a smaller association will get a $500 credit there, and then whatever the entire building cost is. And this was a little bit more complicated to understand. At first, I thought it was just a nothing burger increase, but it's actually, it's okay. It's a 0.2 discount of the overall construction price. So what does that mean? It means if an association has to do $1 million worth of work, okay, and their building permit is 1.9% of that, so it would be $19,000, we would give them a $2,000 discount. So it's around a 10% off of what they would pay for their building fees. Could we do more? I wish we could. And if we could find money to allow even greater discounts or extend this program further, if we see that, it's going to have about a $400,000 yearly impact. I wish we could do a little bit more for residents, especially of the smaller buildings and people that are really suffering. But this is a start, and this is a first reading, and I think it will offer relief to people who live in our workforce housing stock, which happens to be units that many times are, because we had minimum unit sizes, okay, that were agreeable over time, and these unit sizes are normally between 600 and 1,500 square feet, where you could potentially raise a family, not like new constructions. So for the people who live here, this would alleviate a little bit. It's not going to move the needle a ton, but I think especially for smaller associations and for larger associations actually that have to do work. Let's say that they have to do $10 million worth of work. This, it could be a significant, discount over time, 10% of what they would have to pay in their certification fees. So I think that's it. Is there anything, Vince, that we need to add to this?
No, I think you guys covered it all. You knocked it out of the park there. And again, I would invite anyone, if you want to discuss in the open sunshine meeting, what our limits are. If there's something you want to do, we could discuss it then.
I mean, listen, based on what the state of Florida does, and if we have success with this, maybe we can continue it, because I know it was just for a window. So I would like it to be possibly permanent, especially for the 40, 50, 60 years for the older buildings. I think those are the people where we have older residents that are on fixed income that will really benefit from this, especially as the condo laws change in the state of Florida. So with that, I would move
I'll second.
the item. Oh.
We have a motion and a second. Call the vote.
Commissioner Magazine on item R5AK.
Yes, I think it's a great item.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for December 11th.
Call R5AJ, and I believe there's a companion item, R9X.
So R5AJ is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida by amending chapter 106 entitled Traffic and Vehicles by amending article 2 entitled Meter Parkings by amending division 2 entitled Residential Parking Permits, amending section 106-79 entitled Issuance of Permits, Placement of Signs to allow city manager discretion to modify eligibility in established restricted residential parking permit zones, providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a first reading. This is item R5AJ, and you said R9X, Mayor?
Yes.
R9X is update on the North Beach Restricted Residential Parking Pilot Program.
Take it away, Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Jose. Are there any other items that are companion?
Yes, there's
There's
while we're here.
The R5. Which one? R5Y.
Oh, yes, R5Y.
I'm going to do R5Y also.
Please.
R5Y is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 106 entitled Traffic and Vehicles by amending article 2 entitled Meter Parking by amending division 1 entitled Generally by amending section 106-55 entitled Parking Rates, Fees, and Penalties Exceptions by amending parking meter time limits in the North Beach zone and amending the corresponding parking fee section of Appendix A to the city code entitled Fee Schedule, providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a first reading as well, R5Y.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, part of the pilot program, we need to work out some of the kinks. I believe there are 3 properties on the east side of Harding that do not have on-site parking, and they were affected, and good thing that we're in the educational period. Can you name those properties, Jose, so that, and I'd like to make a motion to include them in the residential parking plan before the plan officially kicks in.
Sure. So there's actually a total of 4 properties that we're aware of
Okay,
so
yes.
far. One is in the Ocean Terrace community. It's 7300 Ocean Terrace, a building that is located outside of the North Beach Restricted Residential Zone 26 and does not have any on-site parking. The other 3 properties are all adjacent to each other. They're on Collins Avenue and 64th Street, so they're just south of the southern border of the Zone 26. So outside the boundaries, and also do not have any on-site private parking for their residents.
Okay.
So there would be no option for the residents of those properties to park on street if they're not part of the program.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to include those 4 properties into the residential parking plan. Okay. And then we'd have,
If I may, there's actually an ordinance that is providing an amendment to allow the city manager to include properties that are adjacent or near residential parking zones. So I don't think you need that motion. You just need the ordinance to pass.
Just direction.
Right.
oh, okay.
And that's R5HA, which is an ordinance that will allow the residents of buildings that meet certain criteria to be able to be part of a residential zone. And there's about 4 different requirements or criteria, and one of them is that the building have no on-site parking. And the other, the buildings must be within 1,500 feet of the outside boundary of a residential zone. And the issuance of a permit to residents of such buildings would not have a material impact on the parking within the zone.
Commissioner Bott.
I'm not sure where to bring this up exactly, but let me throw it into the mix here, and you guys can tell me where it fits. So one of the unintended consequences about this program is that we've got residents who live in buildings that have parking, but they need to drive to go someplace else within the residential parking district, and they then can't park because they don't have a residential parking pass. Is there a way to, they don't necessarily need a parking pass for everyday parking, but if they need to, bring their mom to a doctor's office, or, they have a broken leg and they would rather drive than walk 15 blocks, or for whatever reason, it's not ours to judge. Is there a way to include residents who live in buildings that do have on-site parking to be able to purchase guest passes so that they can go to different areas within the district?
If the residents register as a resident.
But they're not entitled to, because their buildings have on-site parking.
Correct, but they can still register under the city's residential parking.
Right.
As a resident, not necessarily part of a zone, but just
Okay.
as a resident of the city. If they register as a resident, they should be able to be eligible for visitor passes? Yes. Yes.
In any district? Or just in that district?
In that, well, they're not part of the zone. They wouldn't be part of the zone. So it's currently not,
So we'll have to look at those cases, Commissioner, because it's currently apparently not allowed. You need to be part of a zone in order
Right,
to be eligible for the
we
visitor
have-
passes.
I've heard this from multiple, from a number of people in multiple different buildings. So they don't need a regular, so that they can park every day when they come home from work, but they do need to be able to go within the boundaries of the zone to go about their business. And right now, there's no place for them to park.
What business? If you don't mind me asking, like.
No, go about their business is a turn of phrase, like,
No, I know,
like if they're going to a friend's house, or, somebody's apartment, for dinner, and they don't, that apartment, doesn't have on-site parking, and everyone who lives at that apartment or that multi-story, multifamily building, has a parking pass, so they're fine. But the people who are driving over from, whatever building does have on-site parking, they have no option.
But are they part of a zone?
No, because they're not eligible for it, because their building has on-site parking.
Well, there are buildings within Zone 26 that have on-site parking, and they're physically part of the zone, so they're eligible for permits to park within the zone, as well as for their visitors to park within the zone. Parkview, for example, is the buildings in Parkview.
The Saint-Tropez and the Burley House?
So they are outside the zone.
That's right, so that's what I'm saying. We have a situation where there are people who are adjacent to the zone, who don't need regular parking to be part of the zone for every day, but they do need to be able to park their vehicles when they live their life in North Beach. And right now, there's no provision for that.
That's correct. The
So
way
how
the
do we
ordinance
address
is
that?
now, they would not be eligible.
If I may.
They would be, if they're going to visit someone that is within the residential zone, that resident has visitor permits for their visitors.
Right.
So if someone from the Central Pay is going to visit a resident within that zone, that resident has visitor permits for their visitors. So they will be able to purchase a visitor permit, not purchase because it's free, but they will be able to provide a visitor permit for the day for that visitor.
Can't we make it so that if you're adjacent to the zone, but you don't need regular nightly, overnight parking, you can still be a part of it at a different tier, if you will, just a visitor tier?
But
That would be a new parameter, if you will, that's currently not part of the pilot program.
Could it be?
I think that's a policy decision, Commissioner Mott.
That's why I'm bringing it
Yeah,
up.
and if you don't mind going back and forth, so I think what you're asking is, if you're outside the zone, you're adjacent to the zone, let's say, for example, you live in a building that, you valet your car, or you have a parking space, and you want to go visit a friend in North Beach, who lives probably in a multifamily, maybe on Byron. The same rules would apply in South Beach, where if you're in a different zone, you want to go there, the guest that you're staying at would have to get you a guest pass for you to stay. And that's good because, you really limit the availability for people who live in the area that need a park. And you prioritize people who live there over guests. I think I think the fact that if and let's just be clear, if you're going to be visiting a place in a residential zone, it's exactly what it is. It's a residential zone, right? So people who live in that zone. They're not visiting, and the whole point about this program was to prioritize the people who live there over the people who are visiting there. It is obviously different because they're technically right there. They're adjacent to it. They're in a condo, but I think that requires a little longer discussion. I think now that we're in the pilot program, we can continue that discussion. At least for today, what I'd like to include is those 4 properties that don't have any parking whatsoever. They actually live outside the boundary, and then they need to be able to park. And I think it's fair to include them in that in the pilot program. And again, since this is an ordinance, it needs 2 readings.
That's correct.
So we would need to hear it today and then also December to meet the January 1st start of when the pilot program officially
Enforcement,
begins.
you're right.
Yes. enfor-
January 2nd, yeah, that's correct. And then what we would do if this ordinance passes, if it's adopted, on second reading, we would come with a resolution that would specifically include the addresses, the 4 addresses, because that's not part of this ordinance. The ordinance just allows it to happen, establishes the criteria. The resolution will formally include the 4 buildings.
Got it. Okay.
Can I ask a question? So the pilot program started last month, right?
November 1st.
November 1st.
And we're in educational period, a 2-month educational period, where we continue to do some outreach. We are issuing warnings to vehicles that are not authorized to park. As part of the warnings, we're distributing flyers with information, letting people know, register. January 2nd is when enforcement officially begins. And again, there will be no towing, just citations issued.
So the signs are up, and have you seen that there's more parking available to residents? Has it become easier for people to park?
So far, based on the feedback from residents who live within the zone, they've said that they've noticed more availability of on-street parking.
And what about businesses? Have you gotten complaint calls from businesses who are having issues?
That's why we had the other item
why-
called, which is going to
Oh,
be.
the update
Yes,
on
it's
the
gonna-
businesses?
It's going to be the update on metered parking.
Okay.
It was-
I think that businesses should be able to purchase cheaply. There has to be some sort of pass that they can, I'm not sure. I mean, ideally, it would be like an electronic situation where you could, like, if there's no metered parking available because it's North Beach and there's just not enough metered parking and the only thing available is, resident parking in an area. Could a business purchase parking for their customers and somehow in the reservation process, like, I don't know, get a code or something, like kind of like a pay to park situation? I don't know.
Again, you don't want business patrons parking in a residential neighborhood, right? I mean, that's the whole point we set this up, is you want to silo business visitors and people who are going to be doing, coming to drink, eat, and people who want to come home to work or are coming home from work that want to find a place to park next to their home. So I think it should be completely separate. I don't think there should be available passes. One thing, but you do touch upon a good point, Commissioner Gonzalez, is along Normandy Drive, I know for a fact a lot of those parking spaces are never used, even now. I believe that's part of the residential parking program. I think we could also include that or keep that unrestricted to allow for some of the businesses on the fountain and the temple that's there to allow them to park up Normandy Drive. Because right now it's completely underutilized, and that's primarily along single-family homes that they have their own driveways. And is that something that we can do today, which will take a second reading?
Is that area is within the zone?
Yeah.
It's within zone 26? Yeah, go ahead.
Are we talking west of Rue Notre Dame or stop it at Rue Notre Dame?
Well, it would be from,
Be east of Rue Notre Dame.
Yeah,
Because
let me
it's
pull up
for
a
the
map.
businesses, so that
Yeah,
they can
because
walk over.
past Rue Notre Dame is mainly residential.
I used to live on Rue Notre Dame.
all right, so in Normandy, let's see. So west really of Bay Drive to, and what did you suggest?
Rue Notre Dame, because that's where the last business is at.
Yeah. And let's make that unrestricted. And that way the businesses, not metered, but unrestricted, currently what it is now. That way the businesses and some of the religious establishments can use that as extra parking.
We can remove the signs from there.
Yeah.
Call the vote.
I make a move? Yeah, I make a motion.
I need a second.
But we gotta call, well, let's call this item and then let's talk about the metered spots, which I want to extend the meter spots from, I believe, 6 PM to 9 PM
R5Y.
or 11.
Right, so that's R5Y. Next. So yes, this ordinance proposes to extend the enforceable metered hours throughout North Beach.
Are you proposing that we do all this together? Don't you think we should separate them?
Oh, okay, so,
Huh? I know, so.
Okay, so,
why-
fine,
Let's settle one before we get to the other.
that's why you're the mayor.
That's it.
So the motion that was made by Commissioner Suarez was on which of the two items?
I'm sorry, you're both talking.
Which item are you moving?
Let's do the 4 properties on,
That's AJ, correct?
yes.
So this is on R5 AJ, motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by?
Fernandez, right? He seconded
Are you
it.
seconding? Okay.
So on R5 AJ, Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez. Yes, Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
So second reading, public hearing is on December 11th. That was item R5 AJ.
And then for Normandy, is that an administrative that you can do, or do we need to, do I need to make a motion, and is that an ordinance or a resolution to include Normandy in to exclude it and leave it non-restricted?
I'd like to check with legal first. It may just be a resolution, I'm not sure.
Yeah, a resolution would work to make the motion that you
After
just
effect
made.
resolution? Yeah, sure, as an after effect resolution.
After the fact resolution.
Okay.
So a motion by Commissioner Suarez on the after-the-fact reso to exclude.
From Normandy Drive, from Bay Drive, on Normandy Drive, on both the north and south, Bay Drive to Rue Notre Dame, where the businesses stop, to leave that as unrestricted parking.
This is a
Reso.
reso. This is just modifying the restricted residential parking program that was approved by reso.
Do I need a second?
I think. Well, the idea is along that, I personally know that those parking spots are never full. And so the businesses and the religious institutions that need parking, yeah, they need parking. So,
Okay.
and,
All right.
and it's
I get
slated,
it.
yeah,
Okay.
okay, all right.
All right. So seconded by the Vice Mayor?
Yes.
All in favor? You say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. That was a resolution. We're now on R5Y, if we can make a motion on that one.
Well, let's hear it, Jose.
So R5Y, ordinance that proposes to extend the enforceable metered hours throughout North Beach. Currently, the metered hours are from 8 AM to 6 PM. Once we launched even prior to launching the pilot program, businesses reached out to us and said, we rely on the on-street parking, our patrons, our employees rely on the metered parking. And the concern is that at 6 PM, those metered parkings become available for free of charge to whomever, whether it's a resident or whomever. Some of those metered parkings are close to residential zones, very close, and could be convenient for residents to park at those metered parking spaces after 6 PM. So the concern is, we want to balance a bit the needs of the businesses with the residents. So by extending the metered hours from 6 PM to 11 PM, most businesses, restaurants, for example, in the area, are open until about 11 PM. A handful, very few are open beyond that to the wee hours of the night. But according to surveys that we conducted, 11 PM would be sort of a good time limit for the meters. So this ordinance proposes to extend the enforceable metered hours from the end time of 6 PM, which is what they are currently, to 11 PM. That's 7 days a week, and that would be throughout North Beach to better accommodate the needs of the businesses, particularly the patrons and the employees of the businesses.
All right, this is Commissioner Suarez's item. I don't know if you want to present your item?
Yeah,
or if we
sure,
can
yeah,
recognize
it's very
Commissioner Bott.
simple. Thank you. Vice Mayor, it's very simple. We want to silo spaces for residents, and we want to silo spaces for businesses. So we certainly don't want abuse of unrestricted parking after, 6 PM?
Yes.
And if someone's coming to, Normandy Fountain, they want to go to the dinner there, and all the spaces are full because it's free now, and being parked by who may not be going to the business, a little unfair to the businesses. So again, this is the standard on any residential zone that abuts a commercial zone, and I think it's good policy.
Commissioner Bott.
So, thank you. So, Jose, I just want to clarify, if somebody is parked in a metered spot, they have a dinner reservation at Silver Lake where they do get late sittings, 10, 11 o'clock. That person who is in that metered spot is not going to be penalized, is not going to run the risk of getting a ticket if they're in a metered spot after it expires and becomes a residential spot. They can stay there until 6 or 8 a.m. the next morning. That is not the intent, obviously. But I want to make it clear to the businesses around Normandy Fountain, because the Normandy Fountain Business Association and the Economic Development Team have worked incredibly hard to make that an organically successful growth area in the city. And we now have a number of restaurants and excellent establishments that have patrons late. And we want to make sure that they are not risking the businesses that they have built through their own hard sweat, blood, and tears in the service of trying to accommodate our residents. So I want to make sure that that is a correct understanding and that that is on the record. So anybody coming to dinner or to have a couple drinks at Bob's, although they shouldn't drink and drive, they should feel very comfortable parking at whatever time they get into their parking spot at 6 o'clock and all the way up to 11 o'clock. And if they stay past that, they will not be ticketed or towed or run any risk of being afoul of the law.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I move my item.
I have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for December 11th.
R5AC.
R5AC is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach entitled amending Chapter 106 of the City Code entitled Traffic and Vehicles, amending Article 3 entitled Public Off-Street Parking Facilities by creating Section 106-118 entitled Private Property Used for Motor Vehicle Parking Signage Required Penalties by establishing signage requirements applicable to owners or operators of private property when such property is open to the public for paid motor vehicle parking, and providing for repealer servability codification and effective date. This is a first reading. It is item R5AC.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've heard, and I'm sure many of you have heard from residents who oftentimes get confused by private parking lots that they feel might be public parking lots. And this confusion has led to numerous complaints. And I completely understand the frustration, and I empathize with the frustration of these residents. Many times, they end up receiving citation from these private lots that they mistakenly thought that they were city lots. That's sometimes the best case scenario. Oftentimes, they'll get towed when they don't realize they're going into a private lot. To address these issues, I sponsored this proposed ordinance aimed at ensuring that private properties that offer paid parking are clearly marked, that there is a very distinguishable sign letting people know that they are entering a private parking lot, paid parking lot, as opposed to a municipal parking lot. And hopefully this will eliminate any uncertainty about where to park and who is issuing citations. By requiring these very conspicuous and prominent signage at these parking lots, at their access points, we can provide clarity to our residents, to our visitors, and ensure that they understand what their parking options are and what are their responsibilities as well. Everyone has to pay at a city lot, everyone has to pay at a private lot, but sometimes schedules change. What you have to pay is different. The apps are different. The penalties are different, and everyone should know that and be aware of it as they're entering. And I've even heard of individuals who are handicapped that have gone into a lot, placed their placards, their handicap placards, on their rear view window, come back, and their vehicle has been towed just because they confused the private parking lot for a municipal lot. I see Jose is here. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add on the record about this.
Thank you. No, Mr. Vice Mayor, you covered it very accurately. If you'd like, we do have an image that we can show.
Sure,
of
that'd be
what the
great if you
sign
could
would-
show us.
Would look like. BJ, if you could, as you mentioned, a very straightforward sign, basically indicating that it is not a municipal parking lot, it is a private lot, and expenses and penalties will apply.
Okay. And very specifically also that ADA placards are not honored at those facilities, because that is one of the big issues, one of the recurring issues that I've heard from people about is specifically with the ADA placards. Everyone, as we know, is entitled to the 4 free hours for parking when they have the ADA placards. But the worst thing, now you have someone that has a physical disability that parked somewhere, and then they get back and they're dealing with a situation of a towed vehicle. And my goal is to finalize this so that hopefully we can include this design as part of a resolution that comes back to us December 11th with the adoption of the second reading if this passes today.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
First and foremost, congratulations. I'm so sick of those fishing lots. Everybody has driven onto one and gotten towed at one point or another. Here's what I would suggest in the sign, because somebody might not know what an ADA placard is. Could you put the little handicap with like a red X on it? Like, I think if you put that logo on there, I think that might go a long way. And, because somebody, might say, if you said no handicap parking, and I know that handicap is not the word that you're supposed to use, but that's how people refer to it instead of ADA. So if you put the little handicap sign with a red X over it or something, I think that will go a long way in making sure that people don't park there.
Or can we say, I don't want
No handicap.
Yeah, or I see the city attorney shaking his head.
Yeah, my concern with that is that you would be indicating to folks who have accessible parking that they cannot park in that garage, which is not true. They just cannot park there for free.
Well, they can't use their placard, but all I'm saying is next to the ADA, just put the little logo so people know what that is.
We can work on
Maybe.
something. The actual sign needs to come back in the form of a resolution to be adopted by the city commission once we adopt the second reading ordinance. So we can work on something. That's good feedback you're giving us. I don't know if there's any other feedback that our colleagues have that we can incorporate into the design so that when we bring it back next month, we could adopt it. But that's certainly very valuable and helpful. And with that, I move my item. There's no other comments. Thank you.
Let's call the vote.
Yes, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott. Yes. Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for December 11th.
Thank you. Jose, I want to commend you. Actually, this is more for, I'll give a shout out to city staff. We have a lot of dedicated public servants in our city, and often working behind the scenes, very responsive to our residents and to us as electeds. But, and you're right up there, Jose. You're transportation director, interim parking director.
Thank you very much.
When I leave City Hall late, or one of my team members, they're constantly saying they see your light and your head hard at work. So thank you, and to everyone else who's keeping our city running smoothly.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Mayor.
Don't make them blush more. R5AL.
R5AL is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 14 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Building Regulations by amending Article 7, entitled Permits Applied for on or after March 1st, 2002, by amending Division 2 entitled Demolition by amending Section 14-421 thereof entitled Notice to Demolition to Affected Persons, by expanding the notice requirements as well as the radius of the notice to affected persons set forth in subsection B, and providing for repealer, servability, codification, and effective date. This is the first reading. It is item R5AL.
Commissioner Bott?
Thank you. I will rely on, I guess, Tom to talk about the particulars of this. Is it Tom or?
I can address,
Okay.
sure.
But basically, sorry, Tom, didn't mean to put you on the spot. Pop quiz. Basically, the issue is this. We have demolition regulations that provide for certain level of notice to be given to neighbors, and it is insufficient. It might be sufficient if it is a single-family house on a dry lot, not on a windy day, but we just had the Deauville demolished heartbreakingly a few years ago, and this was before I was a commissioner. I was just a pesky activist, and we were begging to have increased notification, and we did get a little bit of an increased notification, but it was insufficient, and there was dust and debris for blocks and blocks and blocks around. So we do not want more of these high-rise demolitions, but in the event that there are demolitions going on in the city, we want more neighbors noticed in a better, in a broader radius, and we want residents, not just property owners or associations or condo boards noticed. Because at the end of the day, far too often we know that the people living there or operating businesses there are not the ones who end up getting the information, and so they are caught by surprise. So, Rick, if you don't mind giving out the details, I'll turn it over.
So currently, the requirement in section 14-421 is to provide notice of a demolition to the owners of properties within 375 feet of the property to be demolished. The proposed ordinance will expand the radius to 750 feet, so it doubles the radius, and it will also expand the world of persons who need to receive notice, not only the property owner, but also the property management company or representative of the property management company, and every member of the board of directors in the event that it is a condo association. In addition, occupants of the units or property involved will also need to be receiving a courtesy notice of the demolition.
So, if anybody has anything to add, otherwise I would make a motion to move it.
Second.
Nope, jeez.
Don't sound so surprised. Let's call the vote.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, and I gave it to Suarez because he's closer. So Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing scheduled for December 11th. That was item R5AL.
R5T, as in Tom.
R5T is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 90 entitled Solid Waste, by amending article 1 entitled In General, by amending section 90-2 entitled Definitions to incorporate definitions for C&D hauler, C&D collection permit, C&D container, C&D container permit, on-street collection, city fee, and off-street collection, city fee, and to remove the definition of roll-off contractor, and B, by amending article 4 entitled Private Waste Contractors, by amending division 4 entitled Specialty Contractors, by amending subdivision 2 entitled Roll-Off Portable Waste Container Contractors, by amending its title and sections 90-276 through 90-278 to clarify the circumstances under which a permit and payment of the percentage of gross receipts is required from those individuals and entities engaged in collection and disposal of construction and demolition debris and or bulky waste in the city, and providing for limited exemptions from obtaining permits, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is R5T.
believe Commissioner Bott.
Oh, roll-offs. All right, let's roll along with roll-offs.
Roll along.
Brad, take it away, bud.
Yeah, this is just the second reading of this ordinance, and again, it's going to help us clear up any issues that contractors may have of when you need a permit or not need a permit. One of the things that will come from this is we will be working very closely with the building department to make sure we put it in the workflow to whenever any contractor is going to be doing any kind of demolition in the city, and that will go in there, and they will not be able to get a permit for demolition without getting this permit to do C&D collection and disposal. So, and that was one of the big things that was, really lacking in our existing ordinance that we've changed from this.
Do we have a ballpark estimate on how much we will be collecting that had been left on the table in the past?
It's very tough to speculate. We'll just have to see, because I think really the bigger area that we've been missing the revenue has been in demolition. So depending on how many of those, are going to happen in a given year, that will have a big effect on it, as well as new construction projects and things. So it's hard. I think after the first year, we'll probably get a better idea, but right now I don't want to speculate and give you a number that I'm way off.
So, and just for anybody listening, this is not specifically or exclusively demolition of a building per se. It's any demolition that happens as a construction project. So it's not like all of a sudden the commission is all gung-ho about, looking out for how things get demolished. We're looking out for when contractors do work in our city of any magnitude that we are charging them the fees that we should be, that we haven't been for years. And so, Joe, Mr. Chair of the Finance Committee, you'll be very happy to know that this is money coming into our coffers, not going out.
Happily accept.
Can we call it the Joe Magazine item?
Call it whatever you want. I'm good.
All right, so with that, I make a motion.
Let's call a vote.
Item R5T, motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5T.
Thank you all very much.
R5S.
R5S is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 82 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Public Property, by amending Article 3 entitled Use of Public Property, by amending Division 1 entitled Generally, by amending Section 82-72 thereof entitled Commercial Vessels Activity Hours of Operation at publicly owned marinas to modify the prohibited hours of departure for commercial vessels at publicly owned marinas and marine facilities, and amending Chapter 66 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels, by amending Article 3 entitled Piers, Docks, and Boat Ramps, by amending Section 66-116 thereof entitled Commercial Vessel Hours of Operation of Private Marinas and Private Marine Facilities to modify the prohibited hours of departure for commercial vessels at privately owned marinas and marine facilities, and providing for repealer severability qualification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5S.
Commissioner Suarez.
I move the item.
Call the vote.
So I have motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez. He's a yes. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is
And-
approved. R5S.
And Hernan, this will go into effect before Art Basel?
10 days, sir.
10 days?
Yes.
So 10 business days or 10?
I think it's 10 days.
10 days. So this should go into effect before Basel?
Yes.
Great.
Just under the wire. Thank you. R5Q.
R5Q is an order to the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code at Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, District Regulations, Section 7.2.2 entitled RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, Single Family Residential Districts to amend the development regulations for accessibility, walkways and ramps in single family districts, and providing for codification, repealer, and an effective date. And for the record, on that prior item, there was no one in Zoom, there was no one in the public requesting to speak. We're now doing a second reading public hearing. This item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5Q.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is an item I presented to help seniors age in place. Many of them live on homes and need accessibility ramps, and those ramps would violate the setback requirements, and this would give them an administrative review rather than having to apply for a variance before the BOA. With that, I can't move the item because I'm chairing, but if someone moves the item, I'll second it.
I'll move it.
Second.
It's moved to seconded. I don't know if there's members of the public wishing to speak on this item, Mr. Clerk?
No one on Zoom, no one in the audience.
With that, let's call the question.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5Q.
R5 Community Center.
Call R7L.
R7L is establish ad hoc South Shore Community Center Advisory Committee, R7L.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that I placed on the agenda because when we had the privilege of hosting the open house at the South Shore Community Center, which we organized with the city administration, there was so much interest from the community in not only seeing the building, in giving feedback on how it could be programmed and how it could be put to benefit the community, all segments of the community, how different spaces could be activated. And so the purpose of this is to have an ad hoc committee that can just provide feedback on ideas of ways that the different spaces could be used. Maybe they can help us put together a calendar of activities on whether it be movie nights or ideas on how different rooms and different spaces could be used. It's not for them to come back to us at the end of the year and give us with feedback at the end of the year. No, it's for them to start like now providing us with feedback on how the different spaces could be used, because it is a community space and it should be coming from the community's perspective, the people who are closest to it, on what the community needs, what the community wants, and how their building could best be used to serve them. And that's the idea behind this item. And with that, I move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
I actually have some questions.
Yes.
So, I'm a huge fan of the South Shore Community Center, and I think its future is tremendous. What I don't want to do, and I love getting community involvement, and I thought your event was a huge success.
The open house.
The open house was a tremendous success. It was every age group, we had people from all over the city showing up and giving thoughtful input. And the thing about the input that was provided was that it was so consistent. I mean, you could really bucket it into, whatever it was, 7, 8, 10 really robust uses for this. So I don't want to delay getting started on revitalizing and using the South Shore Community Center. So if this is a committee to help finesse some of the programming, that's one thing. If this is a committee that we can't start putting, the things that I think we all collectively have talked about with residents at that event, and we have seen that, there's police presence and training and summer camps and not-for-profit space and all this stuff that we want to get going. I don't want to delay that by any.
No, this
even
wouldn't
minute.
delay this. To the contrary, this would be, as we're activating this space, so that members of the community have a voice in giving us feedback on how the space could be activated. It's not to delay it, or it's not to say, well, they're going to meet for a month or for 6 months or for a year and give us a report, and then we determine based on that report how we're going to use the building. No, to the contrary, it's for them to actively in the process be like, if we're going to have, I don't know, you know, a police space, a space for police uses. Well, I mean, are we gonna, we want to get feedback from the community on, you know, what type of police services, or if there's, or there's gonna be movie nights, you know, do you want to have movie nights there? What type of activities you want to see there? Just so that the community has a role in this, because it's their space at the end of the day. And it's been empty for a long time, and it's their opportunity to finally see this catered and curated to the needs of the community.
But so, for instance, taking the police for an example, if we know that there's a need to have a training space there, and that would help with police athletic league activities for kids, and it would help with the resident desire to have more police visible in that neighborhood and at that facility, would this committee prevent anything, would this facility prevent the police from setting up that training facility on the top floor? Or is it, as it gets up and running, the committee would say, you know, it's really great that we have classes after school during the week, but we'd love to have a class for seniors on a Sunday morning.
Exactly.
Okay,
That's
so-
the
so
whole
it's-
point.
It's running concurrently about tweaking programming, and it will not impede in any way getting this started.
Exactly. You are 100% correct. It's just for them to be providing just, you know, feedback along the way. And the way you just framed it is exactly it.
And do you think it needs a full year or 6 months, or like, is there a time frame? Does this sunset?
I mean, I believe it sunsets at the end of the year. I don't know what, you know, what negative comes out from letting them be convened for a year. Because at the end of the day, it's just advisory. All these committees, they're advisory to the commission and to the administration. And we hope it's good feedback. But I don't know what negative comes out of keeping them
So my only thought
organized
is,
for a year.
my only thought is that maybe we do it for 6 months with an extension of 6 months if we need it, because the feedback will be great, obviously, or hopefully. But I do know it is a drain on staff, and, you know, there is some drain on resources, and so I don't want to not do it, obviously. But maybe if we get everything we need from them in the first 6 months, then we don't need to keep going for the next 6 months.
I mean, the one thing I'll tell you is that this has been a vacant building for a long time. Not completely vacant, because we've had the Little Havana Child Care Center there. But, you know, the reason why I want community input is because, like, for example, you know, during the holidays, let's say, you know, they might feel, you know, you didn't have enough inclusive activity during the holidays, or next August, you know, they might feel, you know, maybe a specific type of back-to-school activity, or in the summer, you know, there might be summer camp activities for really young children, but there's not opportunities that are more engaging for teenagers. I don't know, I really want to get the real bottom-up feedback on how this community center can really be a community center and not a government use facility. And I'll tell you, I'm all for the police training facility. I'm all for that. But I get concerned that this ends up being just a government building and not a community center, which is why I just would love to keep that flow of information beyond the open house. It doesn't stop anything of what we're doing, but it just guides us on how we can really make the most of the community's asset.
Well, I will just share, so that's fine, thank you for indulging me in my questions. And I will tell you that I am 100% aligned with you in making sure that while there will be government entities, you know, summer camps and police and whatever, this is a community center, and it's not going to become a satellite of City Hall. You know, the way we've discussed possibly for North Beach, where it makes sense for a different purpose, possibly. This is and should become the active beating heart of this neighborhood.
Yes.
And I'm completely aligned with that vision.
Yes, and the other thing that I'll tell you is that, you know, part of the feedback that I want is, you just mentioned something that's very important, the active beating heart of that neighborhood, and you just touched on the other part of this resolution. This committee, I want them also to give us feedback on how we can enhance the overall quality of life and the unique character of the 6th Street corridor. because that's a big part of it. And I think that you just hit the nail right on the head. We're so aligned on this because it is the beating heart of this, and I want that energy to go beyond the building and to support the 6th Street corridor. The day that we had that open house, there was such beautiful energy there. There were seniors there, there were children there, there were people from all throughout the community who walked there, and it was a beautiful day. And it was such great energy that I want that organic flow of creativity and excitement to continue there the
Yeah.
way we experienced it.
And I will just build on that, and then I'll close this down from my perspective. You know, we had last weekend, 2 weekends ago, a community planting event there, because the notion was, you know, we are re-energizing this, and it's a community space, and there's a lot of outdoor space. And even though it was only 2 little planters, because the facilities team had done a phenomenal job of really beautifying the space already in most of the area. We had, I don't know, 15, 20 people show up pretty early in the morning.
Yeah.
And you know, up to their elbows in dirt, and the comments were, of course we're gonna be here. This is our community center. This is in our neighborhood. We're so excited. And even if they weren't, you know, immediately adjacent, they came from, you know, 10, 12, 20 blocks away to be a part of this. So this is, I think we're onto something big, and I'm really excited.
Okay, let's call the vote. I'm going to support, I share some of Commissioner Bott's concerns. There's obviously staff time as well, every time we add a committee, but I will support it. Let's call the vote.
So on item R7L, I have a motion by Vice Mayor Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
R5AQ.
R5AQ is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 82 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Public Property by amending Article 6 entitled Naming of Public Facilities and Establishments of Monuments or Memorials by amending Section 82-503 thereof entitled Naming of Public Facilities, Code-Naming and Renaming Streets by amending subsection C1A and C2A to provide additional criteria and procedures for the co-naming of streets in honor of a dedicated athlete, world-renowned streak runner, and community icon who made significant contributions to the wellness culture of Miami Beach, providing sunset provisions thereof, providing for repealer, servability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading. It's item R5AQ.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yeah, this is just the ordinance so that we can name the street, 3rd Street after Raven. So I will move the item.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Yes. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for December 11th. The item passes.
R5O.
Second, please. R5O. Hold on for a second. Sorry. Yeah, I panicked there for a minute.
What do we do? What's that? They're together? R5V as in Victor.
R5V is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 7 entitled zoning districts and regulations, article 3 entitled overlay districts, at section 7.3.10 entitled North Beach Commercial Character Overlay to establish regulations and requirements for massage therapy centers within the overlay and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5V.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move my item.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom. I see no one in the audience. May I call the roll?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yeah.
Commissioner Bach,
Yep.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Carries, the item is approved.
R5W.
R5W is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 7 entitled zoning districts and regulations, article 3 entitled overlay districts at section 7.3.7 Art Deco Mimo commercial character overlay district to remove the Ocean Terrace Harding townside area from the boundaries of the overlay, and by establishing section 7.3.10 entitled North Beach commercial character overlay to incorporate the pre-existing regulations from the Art Deco Mimo commercial character overlay that are applicable to the Ocean Terrace Harding's townside area. 2, to provide limits on the number of packaged liquor stores, check cashing stores, convenience stores, and tattoo studios located north of 63rd Street. And 3, to prohibit tobacco and vape dealers, occult science establishments, vitamin stores, pawn shops, souvenirs, and t-shirt shops, and related nuisance uses north of 63rd Street, providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. Item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5W.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move my item.
Second.
Let's call the vote.
Motion by Vice Mayor Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Bott?
Oh, sorry, yes. The
Commis-
mayor was distracting me, it says vote.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. That was item R5W.
R5J.
R5J is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, awarding the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the future land use category pursuant to section 2.4.1 of the land development regulations and pursuant to Florida statutes, section 163.3181 and section 163.3187, by changing the future land use designation for a parcel of land located at 701 West Avenue, and which is comprised of less than 10 acres from the current designation of CD2 commercial medium intensity to the future land use category of ROS, recreation and open space, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, transmittal, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It is R5J.
Yeah, R5K is related, so let's call that one too.
And there's one more companion, R5AE is also a companion.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna, give me a second, Tom. R5K is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning district map referenced in section 7.2.1.2 entitled District Map of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code pursuant to section 2.5.1 entitled Change to Zoning District Boundaries by changing the zoning district classification for a parcel of land located at 701 West Avenue, and which is comprised of less than 10 acres from the current zoning classification of CD2 commercial medium intensity to GU government use, providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading public hearing. It requires 5/7 vote. Which was the other item, Tom?
R5AE.
R5AE is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending chapter 2 entitled Administrative and Review Procedures, article 2 entitled General Development Application Submission Review section 2.2.3.4 entitled Unified Development Site by including requirements for the transfer of floor area for properties that are subject to the terms of a development agreement with the city and which contain properties with different zoning classification, as well as properties located in the Alton Road Gateway, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires a 5/7 vote. That was item R5AE.
So I'll let Tom do the heavy lifting, but this very short version of this, and we can vote on it if this is enough. But basically, this is to protect Canopy Park from ever being used for anything other than a park in the future.
So the legislation is really pretty simple. R5J is a modification to the comprehensive plan to create a future land use designation of ROS, recreation and open space. And then R5K is to change the zoning designation from CD2 to GU since it's now government-owned. And then item R5AE is a text amendment to the LDRs in order to allow for the unified development site, including the movement of FAR, to be maintained with these new zoning districts.
Can I move it?
I believe Vice Mayor Fernandez seconded it?
Yes. So is Commissioner Bott, seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez on all three items, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna hold public hearings on all three items. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Can I call one vote, Rick, or want me to do them separately? So let's first do R5J. Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Dominguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
So the item is approved. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for February 3rd, 2025. We're now going to take a vote on R5K. Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for February 3rd, 2025. And the last item, R5AE, it is Commissioner Suarez is a yes. I heard him. Is a yes. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Item is approved, motion is approved. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for February 3rd, 2025.
R5D, as in David.
R5D is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commissioner of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending subpart A of the Miami Beach City Code entitled General Ordinances by amending Chapter 106 entitled Traffic and Vehicles by amending Article 1 entitled In General by creating Section 106-8 to be entitled Permitted Parking Blocking a Driveway or Parking Space and providing for repealer severability, codification, and effective date. This is a public hearing. It is item R5D.
Second reading, it's just another attempt to find more parking in a city that doesn't have enough parking. We passed it unanimously last time, so with that, I'll make a motion to move the item.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. I see no one in Zoom, and I see no one in the audience requesting to speak. May I call the roll?
Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. R5D is approved.
Let's call R5AB.
R5AB is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Chapter 66, entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels, Article 3, entitled Piers, Docks, and Boat Ramps, amending Section 66-107, entitled Use of Barry Cooten Boat Ramp and Associated Piers, Docks at Maurice Gibb Park to establish dockage agreement program at the Barry Cooten Boat Ramp at Maurice Gibb Park, providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading. It is item R5AB.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, since we passed the ordinance of, pickups and drop-offs at the ramp, I think it's been largely successful there. There has been, some requests from residents who own boats at docks, to be able to pick up and drop off, or for a certain period of time at the Barry Cooten Boat Ramp. And these people would be required to have proper insurance and registration in case of any accidents that happen at the ramp. It would meet a very high threshold. And so between first and second reading, we can iron out those details. And Rob, if you want to take it away a little bit more explanation on what the exact ordinance does.
Sure, that was a great explanation. This is just the first step to amend the ordinance to allow a docking program for residents, and they would pay a fee and all the things that the commissioner talked about. That would be enacted in a resolution that will accompany this ordinance on second reading if you pass it next month. I did attach a draft of it to the item if you want to see the kind of things that we're thinking about putting into that resolution and the application, but you'll formally vote on that and you'll have time to look at it in between first and second reading.
And with that, I'll move the item.
The item's been properly moved and second. Is there a public hearing?
First reading.
The first reading. It is Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for December 11th. That was item R5AB.
R9AA.
R9AA, discussion, action, 7 and Second Street Community Complex.
Is it gonna
Gotta
be
do
for
it.
another hour, I guess?
David, you can wrap this up in 5 minutes, right? You've been sitting here so patiently.
I don't know about 5 minutes.
Motion to extend the meeting.
So many of your items today.
Point of order, I would like to point out that we have an ordinance that if something has an NR before it, okay, and it's been languishing on the agenda, I think, City Attorney, that you have to call those items, because I have a second reading, I have several of my items that have not been called, not read, not that I don't want to hear from you right now, but I think I could get it approved very quickly if you would follow the law that we passed and call some of my NRs that were noticed, publicly noticed, second reading. R5F, you called every single R5 item except for mine, and Commissioner Dominguez has two, R5M, R5N. I hate to defer this. I mean, if you call those quickly, we could get through them, and they're not read. You have not called them. According to our ordinance, you have to call them. You have to prioritize them.
R5M&N called.
You have not.
What's
You have
that?
not called R5F.
I've called every one of your items today that you've asked, except I need to hear the 72nd Street, and I
Well,
called
can you call
R9AA.
R5F before we do this so
I
that I
called-
can get it heard, please?
I called R9AA,
Why?
because we need to hear this
Because,
project.
but it's not an NR. I mean, it's not a prioritization right now. And if you call my item, I can get my item passed. I will move my item. My item has the support. I would just like my item to be heard.
I called R9AA.
I don't think, but
We'll
yes,
call it after, R9AA.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. David Gomez, Interim Director for the Office of Capital Improvement Projects. At our last commission meeting, I believe it was Commissioner Magazine that put an item on the agenda to review the 72nd Street project. I informed the commission at the time that the city was just about to receive the 30% submittal and price estimate. And we asked to come back to this meeting and give you that information. We've prepared a presentation that we will try to fly through. If PJ can put it up for us, please. As you know, the 72nd Street project is bordered by the Band Shell on one side, the North Shore Communities, the North Shore Park on the west side, 72nd Street on the south, and 73rd on the north. The original scope of work as presented in the GOB included the same programming elements that we have in the project today, which included the parking garage and other elements. That include the pools, the warm-up pool, the library, community space, gym with a jogging course, and of course the parking. The funding in January of '22 was approved by the commission for a total project budget of $101 million, including GO bond funding, parking bonds, non-bond parking fees, and other sources. What has happened recently is in July of this year, we presented the concept plans to the GOB Oversight Committee. At the time, we were a little bit over budget, and we identified some potential VE items and proceeded to the 30% design. We did receive the 30% design and cost estimate about 10 days ago. And the preliminary review indicates that it's about 14% over the projected construction budget. Those VE items that we identified before should be able to bring us close to our construction budget, but there are some items that we would need to look at. No, 14%, sorry, 14%.
14% of 100 million is 100.
No, I'm sorry, 14% of the construction budget. So we're at about 80 million for the construction cost,
As opposed to,
as opposed to 70.
still, that's, well, it's 10 million more.
Right, that, it's about 14% over. Now, the items that we concentrated on for potential value engineering are items that do not affect the specified program or performance. And what you see there is things that in theory are invisible to the users and visitors. For example, changing the material of the pool from a stainless steel vessel to a concrete pool, changing some of the paving surface materials, reducing the size of the movable floor. It does not change the overall aesthetic of the building or the performance of the facility. And then there is a series of plans and renderings. I believe the renderings are in your item. The first floor contains the multipurpose field, the library space, as well as some commercial space. Second floor includes the second floor of the lobby and the support space or the mechanical space for the pool. The third floor is the pool deck and aquatic center, as well as the community space. The upper level is the fitness center that includes all of the equipment, as well as some bleachers that overlook the pools. And then the roof includes the solar panel systems. And then we have a series of renderings that I'll just flip through.
Mr. Mayor?
This is the $500,000
Yeah.
parking space garage?
You're not-
Wait, so I think, are you done
Three-lane
with your?
pool?
Wait, one at a time. So David, you're still doing your presentation?
Couple more slides. I just wanted to show you that, where we are today. We have begun the community outreach, going to the oversight committee to present the budget to them. We've also presented to the Committee on Quality Education, as well as the Parks and Recreation Board, and all committees have responded favorably. We will begin some of the neighborhood associations and homeowner associations next. And we are beginning the process of preparing the documents for the Design Review Board. Then the detail of that is the 60% design documents will be done in July, where we begin permitting, with anticipated construction start in July, and it's about a 2-year construction duration.
All right, thank you, David. And I'm just gonna put forward the record. I know promises were made for a pool in North Beach that predate, I think, all of our election. And I support the competition pool in North Beach, but I do think it is a very inefficient design where we're gonna end up paying $500,000 per parking space for this garage. And that is $500,000 per parking space of the taxpayers' money that we're gonna be investing here. So I do think we need a pool, and we should give a competition pool. We should find the space for it in North Beach. I am sure our colleagues will have creative solutions for that. But right now, the way this is going, I have great pause and hesitation. Commissioner Suarez, then Commissioner Bod, and then Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Fernandez. Look, I think this is a really bad use of taxpayer-funded money to spend on a parking lot for a pool. And I think when I read up one of the slides, it goes from 6 lanes down to 3. I mean, it's just, look, I cannot in good faith support a project that is going to spend over $100 million of taxpayer money. I know half of it's GO bond money, but that's still taxpayer money that eventually my children are going to have to pay for. And on the idea that this is going to build a pool and it's going to solve North Beach's parking problems and blight or activations, I think it's a bridge too far.
Guys, please, Commissioner Suarez.
Quiet on the floor, please. Quiet on the floor.
Commissioner Suarez is speaking. Let's let him speak.
Another.
Commissioner Bott is on the queue, and then Commissioner Magazine, so Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you for establishing order, Vice Mayor. I very much appreciate that. Also, the fact that if this goes through, there's gonna be construction for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years perhaps. I mean, and North Beach really relies on that parking lot of 320 spaces, I believe. Yeah. And that's gonna stall a lot of business, the band shell, all the surrounding small business, mom and pop shops. I think if we're gonna spend and we're gonna activate something in North Beach, I think there could be a better use of taxpayer money. If we, I have a discussion item at land use to discuss west lot activations, just throwing it out there, maybe we do a pool there. I'm not sure, but I certainly don't think a Olympic-sized pool belongs on a parking lot roof. And the fact that it's only gaining 180 parking spaces, ridiculous. I mean, that's if we're going to actually do something, let's at least get a little bit more bang for our buck. But I think, and I think we should act today, because the recent legislation that we passed, I think for Commissioner or Vice Mayor Fernandez, is I think once we get to a certain percentage, we have to, we would be required on a 6/7 vote for stop the pause policy.
But that's in critical infrastructure. Phase
Okay,
2
yeah.
of the Stop the Pause policy is other GLB projects, but we haven't presented that yet.
So, that being said, look, I think we should, I'm the first one to say, like, I don't like killing projects, but this one, the fact that it's so much money, $1/10 of $1 billion, and I don't think we're getting the benefit from this, is warranted to really stop this project.
Wait, no, Commissioner Bott was on the queue. No, this is your meeting. Just to let you know, Commissioner Bott and then Commissioner Magazine were on the queue.
So I have a few thoughts on this project. The voters approved under $60 million for this project. The project never contemplated an Olympic-size competition pool on the roof of this complex. And the most critical need in North Beach right now is parking. And we are not getting enough parking out of this project. There's no bigger champion of North Beach than me on this dais, and that's a lot of competition because there are a lot of champions of North Beach up here. I'm just saying, I know we all care a great deal about North Beach, but I'm telling you, I walk by there all the time. I think I appreciate the work that has been done. I appreciate the value engineering, which still leaves us over budget. I'm underwhelmed with the way it looks. I know it's not a final anything, and a lot can be tweaked in the details and landscaping and all that stuff. I agree with what's been said so far, that it is not the best use of this very significant amount of money. I've talked, I don't remember if it's been on the dais or in committee meetings or in somebody's office, but to me the solution here, and I know that it gives everybody a heart attack about stopping projects, but better to stop now than be in a situation 5 years down the road with massive cost overruns, still not having delivered something, and having even more of a crisis of parking. We don't have a parking compensation plan, one issue, which will continue to be an issue no matter what we decide to do with that space. We definitely need a competition pool, competition caliber Olympic pool. We definitely need more green space, we definitely need more parking, and we need to make a higher, better use of that surface parking lot. This is not the way to do that. My recommendation is to pull the plug on this, look at reconfiguring the campus in a holistic way and in a creative way. We have just a few blocks west, we have a swimming pool and playing fields, basketball fields, soccer field. Let us make that the sports complex. Let us make that the aquatic the competition pool area, because it's already there. It's much easier to maintain and to expand upon a pool that is in the ground, that's already there, and use the facility that will be built, make it more parking dense, and make it a pinnacle of green construction practices. Make soccer pitches on the roof, put pickleball around the ground floor, but make that a continuation of the sports complexes. Make it super green, make an active rooftop. More parking is necessary. I mean, to pay that much for an incremental, I think it was 180 spots, is insufficient. It is insufficient for the demand we have a couple of years ago, let alone the demand we're going to have as these 13 development projects come online in the next number of years. Some of them that do have parking on site, some of them don't. I'm literally responding to a resident in North Beach saying, what are you doing? What is this residential parking program? I park for free now as it is. What's happening? Why are you doing that to us? And to spend $100 million and not get all the parking that we need, and make it more difficult by putting a rooftop pool in place when we could build a phenomenal aquatic complex a few blocks west, much more efficiently. Nobody wants to schlep all their crap for the swim meet up to the roof of a building. They would much rather be able to park someplace easily and just roll it in. So, you know, I know I'm getting a reputation for this between the kiosks and the fire station and now this. I want to see this built. We deserve it in North Beach. We are on the cusp of becoming great, but we need a different vision for what is coming there.
If I can make a proposal, we're hitting 7 o'clock, which is our deadline. This is going to be a robust discussion. I spoke to Eric, our city manager. We definitely need direction, but nothing's going to change between now and next month. I will give it a time certain next month, earlier in the day, so we can have that robust discussion. Is that okay with everyone? And
Make my same speech again.
you can make the same speech again. Just play the tape. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez wants to hear, if I have the agreement of all my colleagues, we'll hear R5F, and then we'll call it a day.
That item was deferred to December 11th.
Yes. R5F.
Yes, sir. R5F is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 entitled Administration, article 2 entitled City Commission at section 2-16 entitled Commission Committee Draft Minutes, City Commission Approval, to clarify the city commission committees may request information or administrative support from the city administration within the scope of the committee referral subject to provisions of this ordinance and providing for repealer severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing, R5F.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Thank you for calling this item. It's a simple item. There's no financial impact. We're not getting any funding. It's just if we need information from 1 month to the next as a committee that we can give direction to the administration to provide us with information. And with that, I move my item.
So what does this item do?
It just allows you to ask for information from 1 month to the next in a committee. If at land use, you need them to tell you how units that would affect. Right now, you really can't, according to the code.
As you're saying, no purchasing.
There's no
power.
purchasing. It's just for informational purposes. There's nothing nefarious about this except for being able to be more efficient and not have to go back to the commission to ask for some simple information and then bounce it back to committee. It's just streamlining our red tape.
Okay. It is a public hearing, no one on Zoom, no one in the
Why are you
audience.
so skeptical? What do you think I'm gonna do?
Nothing.
Okay, it's moved
Yeah,
and
call a roll.
seconded.
Call a vote. Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved. That was R5F.
Excellent meeting, everyone. See you soon. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.